Hey, hey, SBG, solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG, solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? What up, Mo Business? Shiesty Bum. Good day to you, Shiesty. Love Wisdom. How you doing today? Yeah. Let's get it on. I've been, Shiesty, I've been up in his YouTube street. Yo, Shiesty, I've been up in his YouTube streets. Squabble up, squabble up, Yeah. Shiesty, they ain't know. Shiesty Bum, they ain't know I'm from Brownsville. Yo. Yeah, we cooking up. Shiesty. I've been whooping ass left and right. What up, Jordan? Make sure y'all hitting that like. Make sure you're hitting that share button. That's how we keep this thing moving. I had to whoop ass. You know what I'm saying? I had to whoop ass. I had to put the BT. I had to put the belt to ass. You know what I'm saying? I had to cook the graham cracker and turn them into a s'more. You feel me? So I turned them into a s'more. Put the graham cracker, put a little marshmallow and chocolate, squished it, turned up the heat, cooked them. It's okay, Kills. I understand. I'm cooking your Teddy Graham. I get it. I understand. Kills go to sleep with a Teddy Graham Angryman pillow, and he hugs it. He's like, Angryman, I love you so much. My Teddy Graham. I love my Angryman Teddy Graham. I know, Kills. I get it. I understand. I get it. But I got to do what I gotta do it. Love Wisdom. Maybe you can turn it up just a little bit, the air. I gotta cook those Teddy Graham crackers, you feel me? Oh, damn. Too crazy. But before we get into how I cook the Teddy Graham cracker and all that, that's going to be the main event. I want to start the show up because I never got to having a conversation yesterday about this whole MTR going to Thailand, being a cornball, Coach Greg Adams saying that he's not getting his recognition. Alpha Male, everybody was up in arms about MTR going to Thailand. So I kind of want to have a little bit of a conversation about MTR versus Coach Greg Adams. Let me drink some of these damn tears. Are y'all hitting that like button? Are y'all hitting that share button? Y'all gotta start drinking y'all water. Water is so delicious. Water is so good. Right, and so Coach Greg is basically saying MTR is a cornball because he had to go to Thailand to get female attention. And we actually had a panel and we was having a conversation about it. And MTR did say some cornballish things. Like one of the cornballish things that I heard MTR says that he sat down at the bar. A lovely lady sat next to him or he sat next to her, whichever one is. I'm not sure who was first. but the lady was next to him. And he said, hello. He said, hi, hello. And he said, the reception from the young lady, she said, ew. Ilk. You talking to me, little peasant? And he said this young lady that was at the bar alone looked at him with disgust. She looked at him as he was an enemy. She looked at him, even though they had the same hue. And he said they possibly had the same background because they had the same complexion. That why do he have to prove to this young lady that he assumed is single, that he assumes that has no kind of nobody, because every man wants his woman to have that kind of attitude when she goes outside and sit at a bar. Because he said he don't know the lady. Every man that has a woman, he do not want his girl being all super friendly to a whole bunch of random men just because he said, hi, hello. Or am I tripping? Huh? Let me walk up to the bar. My wife is just like, hey, how you doing? With her smiling ear to ear with a drink and she blushing. What?
I had to learn early.
No man want to see his girl just kikiing up with some man just because she's supposed to make this other man feel comfortable? Absolutely not. So to me, that was a little cornballish, right? However, he said why do he have to prove to the young lady sitting next to him that thought he was some kind of enemy? Why he got to prove that he's not a PDF file, that he's not a woman abuser, that he's not a womanizer, and all these other things? Because that's what you got to do in our society of America. There's a lot of people scamming, especially in places like Atlanta, Miami, Houston. Where else? Where else the scam is at? Wherever Shiesty Bum is at. You know what I'm saying? Zero tolerance. What up, Jalen? Chris. So that's why women gotta be up in arms because Davey. Chinatown, you mean? Thank you, Zero Tolerance. And so I think that part is just like that part was cornballish. And then he goes to say how Thailand women are so much better than American women. That is just a wild thing to say. Insane. And now, we got MTR Kinfo. We got MTR becoming a passport bro. Or he's trying to rebrand it. He's trying to flip it. He's trying to rebrand it. And he's calling it the Freedom Bros. It's not going to be Passport Bros anymore. It's going to be the Freedom Bros. So provider that's or something of that nature. Very similar to sounds familiar? Who else got something like Freedom Bros? Shicey Bro, who else got something similar to the Freedom Bros? Oh, Free Agent Lifestyle, maybe? At least that's what the coach is saying. The coach is saying that he didn't just switch it from Passport Bros to Freedom Bros because he's so creative. Coach CGA is saying he's calling it Freedom Bros because he's trying to steal or borrow, maybe. He's trying to borrow from CGA Free Agent Lifestyle and becoming and the Manosphere Avengers are fighting again. That's all I understand. You know what I love about these beefs? These men all spend 10 years telling us never put women first. They spend 6 hours arguing about another man's interaction with women. Nobody talks about women more than men who claim not to care about women. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's like it's like, hey, ATV trucker, it's like vegans arguing over steak recipes. Brother, I thought you moved on. Now, before everybody gets mad, I actually understand the passport bro movement. I really do, because, you know, American dating is exhausting. Everybody got trauma. Everybody's in therapy. Everybody got boundaries. Everybody got attachment styles. You ain't asking somebody out anymore. You are conducting a psychological intake interview. Before we continue this conversation, are you avoidant or anxious? That's how these men be dating. Before we continue this, are you avoidant? Are you anxious? I just want to know if you like tacos. That's all. I'll be having a good time, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'll be having a good time. Hopefully y'all having a good time as well. Hopefully ADS is having a good time. Hopefully I can make ADS laugh so hard that he would send me 99 cents. That's all I'm asking for, good brother. Shit. Y'all be making me work hard. Y'all work hard for the money. Shout out to my guy. He said support for the show. Thank you so much to the Cash App. I appreciate you always holding me down. Thank you so much. Next level. Always holding me down. Thank you. I wonder if Lord ADS, what? He said, man, I got more than 99 cents. Don't play with me. He said, don't play with me. Thank you so much, ADS. I appreciate you, man. You know, every time I asked him for 99 cents, he delivered, except for one time. So, you know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying, I understand the brother saying, I'm going overseas, fine. Go overseas, not to Canada. I get it. Don't go to Mexico. Go overseas, travel. Experience different cultures. Meet people, see the world. I support that. But here's where it gets hilarious. Some of these passport bros go to Thailand or Colombia or the Philippines and suddenly think, I discovered the secret. Women here are just naturally better. Brother, no. You discovered exchange rates. That's what happened. Thank you so much, Natasha. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened. You discovered exchange rates. You didn't find the goddamn sugary law. You found that your American dollars hit different. These brothers be walking around Bangkok talking about women here appreciate traditional masculinity. No. Women here appreciate that you make 6 times the local salary. That's right, Mark. Natasha! Oh, Natasha. No, women here appreciate that you make 6 times the local salary, sir. There's a difference, right? You think she looked at you and said, you know what, his leadership skills. That's what you think she said. No, she Googled how much is $85,000 USD in baht. That's their currency in Thailand. Baht. You know what I'm saying? Bon Cherry. And now after she found out how much $85,000 in USD in baht is, now that ass is like that ass is moving, goddamn. It's like oh. Shout out to the Cash App. He said, free? Why don't they just come out of the closet? I don't know, my brother. I don't know why they don't just come out the closet. Freedom passport, free agent, like, I don't know why. So, you know, good day, Joy. You ever notice how none of these dudes become freedom bros in Switzerland? Why are they not doing that? Nobody's making videos called Swiss women know how to treat a man. I wonder why. No, because your money don't stretch there. Nobody's running to Norway. Nobody's saying the women in Monaco are so feminine. Because all of a sudden, you become the one who has to impress somebody. Funny how that works. See, Coach Greg Adams' criticism isn't really about travel. It's about delusion. It's when a man mistakes leverage for enlightenment. That's the confusion. There's nothing wrong with being desired, but understand why you're desired. If you're 6'2", 6'3", making American money, speaking English, and showing up in a developing economy, congratulations. You become exotic. You became the same thing these brothers complain about. You know how some men say women only date athletes and celebrities? Brother, you are the celebrity now. You understand? You are the celebrity now. You're Justin Timberlake with a passport now. The funny part, American women know this too. They be watching these passport bros online like, you mean to tell me this man couldn't get a text back in Atlanta, but now he's giving seminars in Thailand? Amazing. Some brothers leave America thinking the women overseas aren't materialistic. Damn, that word effed me up just now. These damn multiple syllable words. Let me drink some damn water. Shit, got me all effed up. Let me drink some damn water. Shit. No, I can't communicate at all, goddamn. Shit. Where we at with the likes? Make sure y'all hitting the damn like button. Get the likes there, quick, fast, in a hurry. What was I? That these other women, what I was saying, are materialistic. Then they proceed, right, to date women who exclusively date foreigners with money. How crazy is that? You saying that those women over there, they don't believe in all this materialism, but they dating who? Who are they trying to go date? The foreigner with money, sir. You didn't escape the game. You just changed stadiums. It's like moving from the NBA to the EuroLeague and screaming, nobody plays basketball here. Brother, they absolutely do. You just got drafted this time. Now, let's be fair. American women aren't innocent either. Fine. Make it rough for y'all. You know, I get it. Because some women here, passport bros, and immediately act like every man traveling is a predator. And I get that too. We understand why, because majority of them are going to sex tourism spots. You know, and the men always want to hold their hat on. That's not true. Not everyone. We get it. Not all. We get it. Some people generally love traveling. Some people genuinely connect across cultures. Some people find love abroad. That happens. But what cracks me up is how everybody wants to pretend their motivations are pure. Now that's funny. Pastors be like, I'm seeking peace. Yeah, they be like, I'm seeking peace. Meanwhile, the YouTube thumbnail says, American women are finished. Brother, that's not peace. That's revenge tourism. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about revenge tourism. Clip that. That's a breakup vacation. You ain't finding yourself. You ain't finding yourself. Stop. You subtweeting an entire nation. And then the woman responds. Nobody wants those men anyway. Ladies, crazy. And everybody's lying. Everybody cares. Everybody's pretending not to care. And the truth sits right in the middle. Here's the reality nobody likes hearing. Women are women. Men are men. People respond to incentive. Incentives. Shit. I just left a meeting too. I was just talking too much. You know, I just talk too much. People respond to opportunities. Ex rolling anger. He responds to opportunities all the time. He try to date as many women on YouTube as he can, SD. He used YouTube as a dating app. It's okay. People respond to security. People respond to attraction. A woman in Thailand isn't an angel. A woman in America isn't a devil. They're human beings. Imagine that. Imagine that. The biggest scam social media ever sold us was convincing us that geography changes human nature. That's wild. Brother, people are people. The woman who wants stability in Texas also wants stability in Manila. The woman who likes ambitious men in Chicago also like ambitious men in Bangkok. The difference is context, and context matters because when you show up with resources, confidence, and novelty, your dating experience change. Not because foreign women have magical DNA, but because your market value changed. If LeBron James moved to the YMCA league, he'd dominate too. Absolutely. It doesn't mean the YMCA discovered superior basketball philosophy. No. It means LeBron walked in and, you know, and here's the thing. The passport boys, the passport bros, the freedom bros, whatever you want to call them, who are the happiest, they're usually the quiet ones. The ones actually enjoying life, learning languages, respecting cultures, building relationships. They're not online every day screaming, take that, Becky. Take that, Keisha. The miserable ones, they are still arguing with women they claim they left behind. That's a problem, brother. You flew 9,000 miles You flew 9,000 miles. Emotionally, you still in Houston. How you pronounce it? Phuket? How you in Phuket arguing with comments from Cleveland? Go to the beach, sir. Eat the goddamn mango sticky rice. Leave these people alone. And you know, Coach Greg, hey, he ain't wrong to point out that some of this becomes cornball behavior, because once your entire personality becomes women over there appreciate me, you lost the plot. You became the dude in high school who got one compliment and made it his identity for 20 years. The goal isn't validation. The goal is connection. The goal is improving American women. Wrong. The goal, damn, I can't even say goal. Shit. That's a one-syllable word. Oh, it is very humid where I'm at, so it is. Humidity is on a whole nother level in this country. The goal is building a life that makes sense for you. And if that life is overseas, cool. If it's in America, cool. If it's with somebody from another culture, cool. Just stop acting shocked that women anywhere on earth are attracted to confidence. Any woman on earth are attracted to confidence, opportunity, kindness, stability, humor, and resources. Congratulations. Yo, you discovered humanity. That's what you discovered, not no cheat code. So maybe you should hit the like button. So I would really appreciate it. Maybe you could hit the share button, because I would really appreciate it. I got over 100 folks in here. If you said 99 cents, I would really appreciate it. So maybe the real question isn't passport, freedom bros, whichever one you want to call them, all right or wrong. Maybe is this: are you seeking love, adventure, peace, validation, revenge, or are you just trying to prove somebody back home made a mistake? Because if your happiness depends on an audience, you're still trapped, passport and all. And that's why this MTR versus Coach Greg thing fascinates me, because underneath all the jokes is really two brothers arguing over the same thing: ego, identity, validation, and whether finding happiness means escaping your environment or finally understanding yourself. Because wherever you go, there you are. Wherever you go, there you are. Even in Thailand, especially in Thailand. Now, somebody passed me the mango sticky rice, and let's talk about it. God damn it. Yeah. Let's talk about it. You know what? Let me damn. I did 30 minutes. I was okay. All right, I'm cooking up. How y'all feeling? Put some damn W's in the chat if I'm cooking up. God damn it. Let me check this goddamn like situation. Let's see what the hell y'all talking about. Let's see what the hell y'all talking about. Oh, we need more likes. Yeah, Angie Bay said W. What, Davey? What? I can't. Damn it, Davey. Rolling Anger, what? Come on, Rolling Anger. I did it. Come on, Rolling Anger. Come on, bruh. Bruh. Just poured my heart out, god damn it. I just poured my heart out. What? Some BS, bruh. I was cooking right there. You crazy as hell. Out. Man. Y'all be hating. That's all that is. I don't know. I was cooking just now. Whatever. Now I'm going to talk about this goddamn what happened last night with Angryman. I thought that was just crazy. I thought that was crazy what me and him had a concept, but it kind of goes into this whole situation, to be honest, that we were just talking about. It kind of goes into what we was talking about, to be honest, right? One of the reasons why men, you know, go overseas in the first place, because they dollar stretches. Because they dollar stretches a little bit more. You said I took an L. What you talking about, Davey? You said I took an L. You said I did horrible. So, you know, whatever. Goddamn, Jay Villa. Damn. God damn. So I was shocked, to be honest, last night. Last night, Trey was doing a show. Trey was doing a show last night about the first chapter in the Angryman book. He both, you know, hey, it is what it is. And we're going to talk about one of the OGs of the Black Manosphere. Zero tolerance. She on their neck. You know what I'm saying? One of the OGs of the Black Manosphere, the Angryman. You know what I'm saying? Now, before y'all start, whoever, you know, before the Beano Nation, before y'all Beano Nations start clipping this and typing in all caps. Because you know the Angryman, he is, don't worry, Beano Nation, he is afraid to death to come and speak to me on my platform. He's scared. He's shooketh. He is petrified. And the main reason why he's petrified to come to my platform, Beano Nation, is because he's afraid of the chat. Yes, he's afraid of the chat. He's afraid about what is being said to him in the chat. That is what scares him the most. Shout out to Ronald 804. I'll be reading all super chats shortly. He's afraid of what's going to be said in the chat because he know I'm not going to regulate nobody. And because I don't hold his hand. I don't let him lay his head on my pillow and cry. He runs away. I'm not saying the channels that he goes to, they coddle him. But I'm saying, I actually respect, you know what I'm saying? Don't, Shicey, don't worry about the dizzy dinosaur. I actually respect anybody who's been in this space long enough to influence conversations. Whether you agree with him or not, the man has been around. But I was on a panel with him, and he said something that made me sit up a little bit. He made me sit up in my chair like, hey. He made me stood up in my chair like an old man who forgot why he stood up in the first place. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the hell? Where am I and why am I standing up? What is going on here? I forgot why I stood up. Ain't nobody regulate no goddamn Venus. Venus come over here cussing whoever she want out. I don't know what the hell you talking about. Big J, ain't nobody regulate your crazy ass because you cannot be regulated. Hey, listen, if Angryman was in the chat, I would drop the link for him. Me and him can have a conversation, but he's afraid. It's not my fault. This man, that's crazy, college football. This man said men making $50,000 shouldn't be dated. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all agree that men making $50,000 should not be dating. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree with the angry man. I'm interested to see what y'all say. 1's in the chat if you agree with angry man that men making $50,000 should not be dating. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree with the angry man that people making $50,000 should absolutely be dating. I'm interested to see how this goes. Roland Anger says he agrees with the angry man. Wow. That's, to me, I couldn't believe my ears when I heard him say this. Damn, zero tolerance. Damn, Renee. Sheesh. That's crazy. To me, that is crazy. Men making $50,000 shouldn't be dating. They need to wait until they making $75,000 to $100,000. Excuse me? I was like, I just stopped talking. I was like, oh, this is crazy. They gotta wait until they make $75,000 to $100,000 before they can start their brother. Do you know who you are talking about? You're talking about America. The average man in America earns around 50 grand. The average American man is around 38 years old. That means you telling the majority of men, go sit your old ass down. Love is not for you. That's what the angry man is saying. That's what he is saying. Love is not for you, 50K man. Do you agree with the angry man? I wonder if Beano Nation agrees with that. What? That's not dating advice. That's population control. Do you know how many brothers just got disqualified? Do you know some dude named goddamn Marcus from Cleveland is just sitting there eating microwave burrito like, damn, I didn't know I was retired from romance. Imagine being 39 years old. You got a decent job. You pay your bills. You got custody every other weekend. You got one good knee and two bad ankles. And somebody on YouTube says, nah, King, you too broke for companionship. Brother, the dating market already difficult. Now y'all introducing salary caps? This isn't the NBA draft. What happened to build with somebody? These same spaces spend years criticizing women for unrealistic expectations, then turn around and say, if you're making average money, you don't even talk to women. Brother, that's the exact same thing. Y'all just put bass in your voice when you say it. Because the ladies been saying that. And here's where it gets funny, because a lot of us, saying this stuff, right? We old now. Angryman, we old now. Let's be honest. Me and the Angryman are close in age. I understand it don't look like it. It look like he could be my granddaddy. But let's be honest. Me and the Angryman close in age. We're not 22. We don't recover from just sleep anymore. Sleep used to heal everything. Now you wake up injured. You don't even know what happened. You sneeze too hard and you pull the goddamn muscle in your back. Your knee clicking Morse code. Your knee is clicking Morse code. Your elbow's negotiating. Sheesh. And you talking about young men shouldn't date, brother. We need to focus on stretching. That's what we need to be focusing on, okay? Yeah. Touch your toes. Can you touch your toes? Do you know how disrespectful aging is? One day you got a full lineup. Next day your forehead starts applying for a beachfront property. You know what I'm saying? One day you got to line up. Next day your forehead starts to applying for a beachfront property. You know what I'm saying? Hairline packing his bags. You're looking in the mirror like, I used to know a barber that could save this. No, Jesus himself couldn't take this up. And then we know the beard starts turning gray. Oh, now we're scholars. Everybody becomes distinguished. Nobody's old. Everybody's salt and pepper brother. Brother, that ain't seasoning. That's expired warnings. That's an expiration warning. Shadow, that's an expiration warning, sir. That ain't no seasoning. This ain't seasoning. This is expiration warning. Then y'all start dyeing your beards. Hey, I might be in China, but hey, listen, I ain't putting no Beijing in my hair. That's an expiration warning. I don't know why, but then y'all start dyeing your beards. We be saying Anton like 1 minute. Hey, y'all start dyeing your beards. I don't know. That's crazy to me. Can we talk about it? Black men love pretending we not doing it. You know how I know? Because your beard is jet black. And your eyebrows is applying for Social Security. Your beard is jet black, but your eyebrows is applying for Social Security, bro. Brother, who are you fooling? Your beard look 26, but your forehead look 58. Ask Mont. That's why you keep on wearing the hat. Hey, look, if you are having a good time, I need my people that is laughing, having a joke. Hey, look, 99 cents for a good joke. I'm pretty sure my jokes are worth at least $1. God damn it. It gotta be worth $1, Renee. Renee, it gotta be worth 99 cents. God damn it. Oh, my man Mutt wearing scrunchies. Y'all are through. Ooh. I know it's worth $1. Goddamn. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share, but we having a good time today. You know what I'm saying? That man beard looks 26 and his forehead is 58. God damn it. Oh, shit. Your beard introducing itself. What's up, ladies? Meanwhile, your knees saying, please use the handrail. That's okay. Your beard is saying, hello, ladies. But your knees, that's just saying, hold the handrail. And that's okay. It's okay. Because aging happens. But that's exactly why this advice bothers me. Zero. Most men are average. Most people are average. Average isn't failure. Average means normal. You know what average men do? They drive trucks. They teach school, work construction, drive buses, fix HVAC systems. They stock shelves. They manage restaurants, work security. They do plumbing. They work overtime. They raise kids. Take care of their mamas. They take care of their mothers. They pay taxes. Those men deserve companionship too. The idea that you have to become exceptional before you're worthy of love, that's dangerous because now you tied human value to income. And ironically, that's what Manosphere Spaces accuse women of doing. You can't spend years saying women only want providers, then turn around and tell men become providers before you even deserve to date. Brother, pick a struggle. Either average men are valuable, Angryman, or they aren't. If they aren't, what exactly are we fighting for? And let's be real. A lot of these men making six figures still miserable. They lonely in larger apartments, crying in better neighborhoods, heartbroken in premium cable. Money helps. It absolutely helps. It reduces stress. It gives you options, but it doesn't magically teach communication or kindness or emotional intelligence or how to text or how not to text, I should say, or how not to text. You up at 1:47 in the a.m. Some of the brokest men got healthy marriages. Some of the richest men got 3 ex-wives and a podcast. Life is complicated. Life is complicated. And maybe that's what bothers me. The average guy listening to this advice isn't hearing improve yourself. He's hearing you're not enough. That's a heavy burden, especially when most men already struggle with feeling disposable. They already feel that way. Because we're not only talking about the rim roll, we're talking about regular men that are attempting to be healthy as well. Where he say 50,000. We got to understand what he's actually communicating. You know, when we talk about the rim rolls, we could kick their heads in all day. We could keep our foots on their neck all day. We could keep our foot on the rim roll necks all day. When we talking about our regular brothers that's doing the right thing or attempting to do the right thing, hey. I think that's a little different. You know what I'm saying? So improve your finances. Absolutely. Go get certifications, ask for raises, start businesses, become the best version of yourself. You know, we talk about this all the time, but don't put yourself on pause waiting for perfection. Because perfection never arrives. One day you'll wake up, you're 45. You finally hit six figures. Your beard's still black somehow. Your knees sound like microwave popcorn, you know. Your knees start to sound like microwave popcorn. And you wonder, when exactly was I supposed to live? Life is happening now. Dating is happening now. Growth is happening now. And maybe the answer isn't don't date until you make more. Maybe it's date responsibly while becoming more. Because the average man deserves love too. Not because he's rich, not because he's exceptional, but because he's human. And if the majority of men don't qualify for companionship, maybe the standards are the problem, not the men. Maybe the angry man standard is the problem, not the men. So now somebody help me find my reading glasses. I know they're on my head somewhere. Let's talk about it. Welcome to the show, the beautiful Bomb Cherry Juice. Good day to you.
Hey, Bomb Cherry. Hey, Ron, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm just cutting up a little bit. Hopefully, I'm making people enjoy themselves a little bit early in the AM, man.
Yes, we having fun listening to you. Hi to everybody in the chat. So I've been saying this around for a while, right? The men, the one who interjected this into our society for the last 15 years. These men have been saying different things, and the women have been listening. So now you do have women who say, I need a man who makes six figures. But that was not a thing for a very long time. You know, the men started talking it that way. The women are listening. They're saying, yeah, that's right. I do need a man who makes six figures. So now she needs a man who makes six figures, right? The men are the ones who saying, I don't like baby mamas. So now the women, the younger women are not having children, right? They saying, well, if my value is in me not being a baby mama, then I'm not going to be a baby mama. But then after a certain age, the women start realizing she may not even want children because you know what? The men are saying it costs a lot to have children. And so when she started doing the math, she realized it is expensive. So then she decides she don't want to have no children.
Crazy.
So when you say that, the men are actually leading, and they're leading us straight into hell. Oblivion. We're not gonna look. Society gonna end if we keep listening to these men, ladies. It will be.
Crazy. Let me read a couple. That's a very interesting point. I want to have a little more dive on that. Shout out to the Cash App. It says, hey, They say lady boys are very popular in Thailand. God damn. So they got an angry emoji. The angry graham cracker wears man. What? Angry man wears men shaped wear and compression tees. Oh my god. He wear men shaped. I even know they have men shaped wear. Like like how they have like girdles for women. They got girdles for men too.
Oh yeah.
Shit. To make your chest look a little bit more.
Then tuck in their belly, and they got these bras. They make their chest. Yeah, they get rid of their man boobs.
Oh shit, they wildin'. Shout out to the guys that said knees are scorching. Oh no, y'all are crazy. Shout out to Lord ADS TNNTA with the 5 ball. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Shout out to Natasha Vincent, member for 4 months. Wait, why they can't come up here to meet us dirty foot Canadians? Shout out to Ronald 804. Speaking of dirty foots, I encourage young men and women to travel to different countries, embrace different cultures, and see what the rest of the world has to offer. Agreed. Shout out to Time Wilds with the 2 ball in the clouds. Ronald 804 with the fathers. Men should start dating once they can afford to take women on a date that costs between $30 to $200. Most young men will not have a lot of money. Okay. Shout out to Time Watch with the 10 ball. You ain't sir. Yeah, so I do find that very interesting that a lot of these men for the years, they don't realize that they are the ones that coach women out of the dating market. Y'all are the one who raised the expectation for men. It ain't the other way around. What up, CT? No, I'm my bag, CT. I forgot to check it. My fault. My bad.
Somebody named Bubba said some ridiculous thing. He said men have made Western civilization for 12,000 years, but he forget about the women who was in charge. There were queens, people, women who owned and controlled civilizations. But of course, he don't know history, and therefore, he would say what he said.
Damn.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know. And what most men don't realize is that this whole patriarchy system was designed to belittle women and make it seem like women didn't have no understanding of what the world is, and like they are just some creatures that just walk around like some damsels in distress falling off of cliffs. And men, if it wasn't for men, all women would just pass away somehow. If it wasn't for men just saving all these damsels in distress, that's just not the truth. Women are very intelligent. They was able to hunt with us. They was able to build with us. They was able to till the land with us. They was able to farm with us. They was able to pick up that goddamn shotgun when your ass wasn't there and get some goddamn robbers away. Women was always a part of the family, protecting and earning. I don't know why men would want to believe so hard that women are just damsels in distress. And when they do this, they make it harder on themselves. Majority of you men cannot do the things that y'all cannot be these traditional men that y'all be crying out to be. Y'all don't have the heart. Y'all don't have the fight. And it is okay. There's plenty of women that say, it's okay, babe. I got your back. You need to start recognizing that.
Now, let them
why.
Let them do what they do so they can, men loving men. Like Kevin Samuel said, they need to love each other. Somebody in the chat said, where are the queens now? And so I would ask you, where are these kings now? Where are the kings now? And that's where you'll find the queens if they're married.
So, Mike, I'm not saying that women be fighting in no goddamn war. I said they protect their home. I need y'all to listen.
Well, women
Because
did fight
when men
in
go
wars.
right, but what we're saying is that what I was just talking about was protecting the home. I wasn't talking about what he talking about with fighting wars. That's a military something different. I think people need to understand that the military and war fighting and wartime is a whole completely different animal when we having a conversation. And we shouldn't be bringing wartime into regular civilian conversations.
Right,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. Especially in America, like you're saying. But based on what he's doing, going back through history, he'll find that women did fight in wars. It's ridiculous that these men say these things. They don't know history. Okay.
What they do know is great talking points is what they do.
Yes, they do. They'll find some dummy to follow and then repeat what that dummy say, and then so they believe it. But all they have to do is do a little research and a little history. Now you talk about here in America, huh?
Go ahead. Here in America, go ahead, Mom. You cooking?
Yeah. If you're talking about here in America, then he would be right? Where patriarchy is taking root, and they wanted to make it seem like men do this and men do that, which that's what the men put those roles on men. Not only men though, right? Your little boy, when he became of like 11, 12, he was considered a man and he would be fighting in wars too.
The little drummer boy. His ass might get shot too.
Yeah, his ass had guns and shit. They know in this country, the wars that we was having here, little boys was out there. Yeah. They would make them, they were like, here. Yeah.
And that's why so many men, they still today feel like they are disposable. That's why so many men back in the day died very young, because they was in a bunch of useless nonsense wars. We didn't know what to eat. Like, it's so many things that was going on back then that they just exclude out the inclusion of the conversation. So who was protecting all these homes when the men went to war? Who do y'all think was protecting all this thing? Because a lot of men didn't go to war. They figured out ways to shoot themselves in the foot and all that.
Yeah, the women had to protect the family when the men was gone. And it depends on what century we're talking about, what civilization we're talking about. The men would be gone for years and many years.
Yeah, and patriarchy was absolutely designed. It is not a natural state. That's why they had to create Bibles and gods who feed into the patriarchy, right? So people could buy into the patriarchy. Because it ain't really helping men for real. It's damaging man at a tremendous rate, to be honest. Because most men cannot keep up the value of the patriarchy. That's the issue.
Yeah. So everybody who typing in the chat with all caps, can y'all stop, please? We've been asking you from the beginning. It's rude and it's very hard on some of our eyes. That's why people don't do it. It's almost like you're screaming. That's what it meant to be when you talked in all caps.
Back in when text first started, that's exactly what it meant. It meant you were screaming. You needed attention.
Right. But it's hard on people's eyes. Some people's eyes. That's why, I've been asking them, hey, stop typing in all caps. I'm sorry. So just follow the rule, y'all. That's all. Damn.
Yeah, I don't know why that's such a difficult thing. I don't know why. Last night they was trying to argue with me and then wound up like, you know what, we understand you. I don't really be understanding that whole concept at all. Why they got this fake premise of who they think that I am. It's kind of wild. We started talking about hypergamy. We wanted to get to a middle ground with hypergamy, which was fine. I was being a little bit extreme. But that's because, in this day and time, hypergamy is getting closer to the middle than it was, maybe 30 years ago when men was actually taking care of families. And I think that's another problem that we have too. Like we have too much conversation about the romanticizing of back in the days.
Yeah.
And we're not just being honest about what was going on back then.
Yeah, so the term hypergamy yeah, I miss your conversation with them, but you know, these men do take things to the extreme. And so they have now said that, so they have gotten women to agree that we're hypergamous, right? Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I don't know why they think all women are hypergamous. Like all women are not even searching for a man to do anything for her, right?
Right.
So, but if people want a certain lifestyle, and if they can't meet it themselves, or if they
Hey,
used to a certain lifestyle and they want to stay there, right? You wouldn't get with somebody who's
hey,
gonna drag you down, right?
right.
Like if you my dad, let's say you my dad. Well, I won't put you as my dad, but let's say you my first husband, okay? Okay, I'd rather make you my first ex-husband than my dad. But okay, so you my first ex-husband, and you had me living at this certain standard. I'm comfortable and everything, right? We gotten divorced,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm still able to stay there, right?
Mm.
And then I start
Mm-hmm.
dating some man, though, right? And he is nowhere near. He would he not only would he not be able to keep me here, but he gonna drop me
Mm-hmm.
down because now I'm gonna have to be taking care of him.
Mm-hmm.
Why would a woman do that? I guess. Would you want your daughters
I
to
mean,
do
but
that?
you know, but it happens, you know, like Jeff Bezos' wife, right?
Mhm.
She had to go down. Tom Brady's wife, she had to go so called down in status and everything, right?
Yeah, but that's
It,
different.
it,
They had a
and
high level. For most of us,
right.
though.
But the thing that they are missing that those women was also very high level.
Right.
Right. So so now are those two men hypergamous because they married a woman with very high status than what they are? But none of those men will ever agree to that. Matter of
Right.
fact, they went so far to say, Bomb Cherry, that a man that is in jail and that is a felon, he has to go and live in her house. And without her, he'd be a homosexual. That even that man is not dating down and she is still being hypergamous. That's
What?
how far they went.
Yeah, they've done that to me before too, which is ridiculous. That's why it's hard to have conversation with them because they're not honest. They decide that the man rules is completely different than anybody else's rules, right? So
Mm.
he's a hobo, don't even have a place to live, but
Mm-mm.
when she allows him to come into her place, she's hypergamous. How is that? He
She's still hypergamous, is what they told me. Yep.
Yeah, I've heard them say that, and they dumb, but
And so Dollar Wise said men are not hypergamous, but we know that men are going after women that is hella attractive. That is a social status. Being an attractive woman is a social status on all levels. Whether you go into a corporate meeting where you just corporate thugging in the world, in the streets, when you got those dimes and all that, men look at you like, yo, he be having the bad chicks. That is a social status. That's what being hypergamous is, that you are chasing somebody at a high or higher status than you. Also, education wise, I think women also are dating down when it comes to education for the most part as well. Majority of women are not finding people at their educational level. They're usually dating somebody a little bit lower than their education level or equal. So I think in today's time, me personally, I think the hypergamous thing is just different on both sides of the coin. Right? Men's version of hypergamous is different from women's version of hypergamy. That's what I actually think is really going on. And the margin is getting closer and closer. And, you know, this whole idea that men just be taking care of women is just wild. We know it's just not happening, especially when we're saying that the majority of the men, the average man is making 50,000. And then he also doubled them down and saying that average man should not be dating anybody.
Yeah. Well, you got to understand the type of men we're having conversation with for the most part. You know, especially the ones who they don't even have a family, right? Okay, I got you. Yeah, so we have a lot of men who are single while they complain about women being single. which is ridiculous, right? And they don't like, look, they use a woman being single as a negative against her while they are single. And then we have the married men who are on here acting like they're single, which kind of tell me that they are unhappy or they lying about being married. It's a lot of things going on in this space, that we know that these people are doing a lot of lying. But let's see who that is. I can't read the name because it's green. Their version of hypergamy are different because men and women are different. So men and women are different. In what ways is what, like when people say men and women are different, I know that women and men are different, right? But I don't think they are being honest. Because just because we're different as far as biological, right? The biology, right? We like the women have the babies and the men are the ones who, we get. Other than that, what else are we different in? Maybe you could help me, give me some ideas of what you think.
Women are different in the things they look for in security than what men look at. Women are different in how we both look at our responsibilities.
Isn't that societal though?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so, Bob.
Men make that a societal rule. They say the men, in order to be a man, you got to be able to take care of the family, and you got to do this and got to do that. And therefore, to be a woman, then you got to be willing to let a man do that, right? That's why that thing of let a man lead. But what about the women? Like when I was growing up, I wanted to be, I wanted to go out there in the workforce and be something, and they consider that to be what y'all call not feminine.
Supposedly, right? And and I think that was foul for whoever started that nonsense to say that a woman that wanted to earn her keep, that was ambitious, means that she is masculine. I think that is one of the wildest statements I ever heard. I think it should be a option if a woman wants to be a homemaker or she want to be a career maker. She should absolutely have the option to do so. I think it's wild that men want to take away that option from men. They want to take a lot of options away from women in the first place. So are men and women different? Yes, physically we stronger type of things, but besides biological, like how you said, everything else is societal that we created for men and women. So
yeah, but are you physically stronger? Because that's not true neither.
When it comes to lifting weights or fighting, like men can take more damage than a woman can take more damage. Again, punched in the face, for example, right?
But that's not true either. Okay, so
that's been why you say that's not true?
Because if you talk about now you talk about physicality, men are stronger with the upper arms, and women are stronger with our legs and from our hips down. So our legs are stronger than y'all's, and y'all arms are stronger than ours. But it's not even across the board, because a young boy who never lift weights, never use his strength at all, he don't develop those muscles. And then there could be a young girl who is into boxing since she was little and fighting, and she got the technique and things. She's gonna be stronger than him because she developed those muscles.
Yeah, I mean, Clarissa Shields is going to beat a lot of men up in a boxing match, 100%. No disagreement there. But she goes with somebody that's, that is boxing as well. She's going to have a difficult time, I think. But
yeah,
I just think, I think that's one difference. That's just, that's why they have different, women are not running as fast as men, even when it comes to the professionals. So, it's just what
I've seen women beat the men.
Hey,
not a professional. Welcome to the show, Dr. PhD. Everybody hates Vermont.
What's going on?
How y'all doing?
You doing good.
What's your thoughts, Mark? You have Bomb Cherry over here, windmilling.
Yeah, Bomb Cherry windmilling. Bomb. If I presented you with some information, would you take it into consideration? And is it potential for you to change your mind with new information?
Of course, always. Okay. And are you the same? Because I think you are. I think
absolutely.
y'all are. Okay. Yeah. What's
So You know, the fastest man ever ran about what he ran a 9.58 in 100.
Yeah,
And the fastest woman ever, I think she ran a 10.54 so far. That's her record for FloJo. I think her record still stands.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. Still stands.
if you look in the record books, you'll get to a I'm sorry, you'll get to about close to 10,000 men before you get to FloJo's record. So a man that runs a 10.54 is, I would say, not even average. When it comes to elite athletics, and a lot of kids in high school, or a lot of boys in high school are smoking that. That's why it's so many men in front of it, because it's a lot of boys in high school who are elite who beat that um like regularly.
Okay. There's a lot of them in high school and they beat that regularly. And so now remember, because y'all like to do this, right? Y'all like to go directly to the sports. We was talking about what is different between men and women, right? And my premise was this. That is not necessarily true, because you can have a man who don't use the muscles and there could be a woman who do, right? Now we're doing comparative, then you would have to do that the same way you do it with men, right? Every man doesn't meet the qualifications to be in certain, like for instance, boxing, like Sharon mentioned. They're gonna be levels to that, right? Based on height or weight or something. But when it comes to women and y'all want to compare, y'all just do women, right? So you'll put the women just at any man, no matter what his weight class is. And so that's my thing. I know that you can straighten those muscles to be faster, better, quicker, things like that. But women are quicker with their arms and men are stronger. And then he has to have a technique. If he has the technique, the box, then yeah, he'll hit her, right? Yes, that is true. But then there could have a woman who has the technique also. She'll hit a man and knock his ass out.
Yeah.
But
So
but y'all talking
okay.
about sports. We were talking about regular people though.
Okay, yeah. So, would you at least agree that if the average man got into a fight with the average woman, it would be a unfair fight for that woman?
No, I disagree. And because
What? Bomb.
I was raised
No,
as the
Bomb, be
tomboy.
careful. Bomb, be careful what you're saying, because we don't want women thinking that they can fight men. Please, that's
Right.
dangerous.
Well, I'm not the one who asked that question. How you like telling me to be careful what I say? He asked the question. He asked the question, not me.
Hey,
Well,
listen,
maybe you're judging
ladies.
yourself.
Hey, listen, ladies. Don't think about going to fisticuffs with man. You better pull out a pew pew or a taser or something. Don't think that you're gonna be going blow to blow with a man. That's
Mhm.
ridiculous.
So I played sports. I can, and in fact, I could prove almost everything I say because I'm in my high school yearbook as I was coaching the boys in high school. We're not talking about middle school, not elementary school. How to throw that shot put in discus. I was throwing that shot put in discus farther than the males, and I'm talking about high school all the way until seniors. Now,
Are you and you think that you the with that being said, in that situation, you think you're the average woman?
no, and the other men who
Okay, so
played
that's what I'm
was
saying. So my act's about the average woman. So that's why
right.
I was saying be careful.
But if
Okay.
we talk about the sports, the or
No, but he's
most
not talking. But he took it off. He took it off of the sports because you asked him to.
no,
That's what I'm
wait, what?
saying.
I was just
No,
y'all
I'm
have no.
saying Mott asks about the average. He said the average man and the average woman fighting.
Yeah, but you
Not
told me not to answer that. So that's not what I talked about. I just mentioned the shot put in discus. You were talking about fighting
okay.
again.
So
I didn't answer that question on the
okay,
fighting.
I was confused about where you was going with the conversation.
Oh, okay. No, I mentioned in high school, I was throwing the shot put in discus further than the males in high school in my area. So when we
That's
all
fair.
got together and had track meets against each other in the state of Louisiana, I was throwing the shot put and discus. And it's not so it's technique, right? these boys were big boys in the South. You know, they big and cocky, white and black. So it's
Well,
about that
Bomb.
nigga.
Let's just. I'm okay with accepting that you were Wonder Woman, and I'll call you Wonder Woman, right?
Wonder
But we're
Woman.
talking about the average girl, and there's a reason that an average woman would feel uncomfortable on a elevator with a man that she doesn't know, right? Because she doesn't feel the ability. She has the ability to defend herself if something happens.
So you
And in
saying
most
that all?
cases, it's
So you think y'all thinking that women get on elevators with men? She don't know she feel uncomfortable, or that's something y'all making up, or y'all may have heard that from
absolutely.
a few women. What?
You should feel uncomfortable, and I wouldn't fault a woman for feeling uncomfortable on an elevator with me. And she walking, and it's just me and
Yeah.
her.
Okay. This is what you men are doing in the chat, not just up here, but in the chat and up here, right? When y'all speak about sports, and y'all even start talking about these wealthy men, right? Y'all will go into these basketball players who make millions and talk about that. And when I'm starting to speak, I'm actually keeping it on myself. I never even taken it to nobody else. That means I'm talking personal, right? And shit that I factually know. And when y'all do that, y'all don't really know the facts, but it's okay. But then you people telling me in the chat that I'm talking about, that I'm. At first, you call me Wonder Woman, right? Which I think that was a slight, but so I got to be
How is
Wonder
that a
Woman so I
slight,
can.
Bomb?
Well, it's kind of a slight.
Come on, that
Well,
was kind of a slight.
No, I was saying
right?
I was saying
But
that.
either
Well,
you
let's
telling me
assume
you
that
don't
you do
believe
everything
me.
great.
What?
Come on, man, that was kind of a slight. Stop.
I didn't
Wonder
take it
Woman
as
was
a bad slight, but I'm just saying it was a slight. You
Bomb
either
Cherry.
telling me
Wonder Woman was beautiful. She was
I
extremely
know
No, no,
that's
no, no,
athletic.
no,
She
no,
was
no, no, no,
extremely
no, no, no,
strong.
no. We're not gonna allow. No, we're not gonna allow the gaslight. Just like if somebody said, "Oh, we understand you, Superman," but they got guns out here. That's a slight.
No, Sharon. They call
Well,
me
I didn't
super
take
nigga
it
all the
as a
time.
bad one. Okay, it's okay.
Say what?
They call me super nigga all the time.
Oh Lord, but it's still a slight, regardless.
It's not. They're saying that we accept the idea that you're the exception.
Hey, man, I think you've been around the gaslighting men too long. You starting to pick up their wicked ways.
Wow,
I think you starting to pick up some of their wicked ways, bro. That's
y'all
what's going
crazy.
on.
All right, Bomb. How
Yeah,
about
that is
this?
kind of.
Yeah.
If this make you feel better, I accept the premise that you were a lot stronger and a lot faster than most women and most men.
Well, I
I
wasn't
accept
fast,
that
baby.
premise.
No, so, see, I
Well,
wasn't fast. Yeah,
well,
I just,
stronger.
yeah.
I
Well,
accept that
and that's,
premise. Yeah.
but
So,
that's because
so let's get back to my original one of my original monologues conversations. Do you think men that's making 50,000 a year should not be in the dating market?
No, I don't agree with that
Why not?
because I don't think that every man needs to be exceptional.
Yeah, keep building.
Yeah, I don't think every man needs to be exceptional. Every woman won't be exceptional. Um, I think that's will always just be a minority of men that'll be exceptional, and I don't think that that means that the average people shouldn't be dating. They should be dating. They should be starting families. And a lot of those people are happy with where they are, and I'm happy for them.
can I say this
So, what do
before you
you
ask
say?
AR? Because you're
Yeah,
about to
go
ask
ahead,
AR.
Bob.
I think that the men who believe that they are trying to get some of the men out of their dating market. You know what I mean? Out the
Damn.
dating. So they'll sit up, now that they may be close to that or making that already, they want to tell other men, oh, you don't get to come and date. Nah, go sit your broke ass over there. Right? So they want the women to also agree with that so they can have more access to the women. But for those of you who could get women, whether you broke or not, you don't give a damn. You're like, nah, you don't need no money.
Well, that might be a reality for some men. However, not me. Even if those guys, well, for one, most men will never reach where I am in life. Just financially, it just won't
And so
happen.
you,
But
so
how?
you, you agree. I was agreeing with you. In other words, I was
Oh,
saying, yeah, I was saying that you don't agree with that because, first of all, even if you didn't have a lot of money, I'm quite sure you was able to get women. And even if you're making a lot of money, then you're able to get women. So you're not telling other men to get out of your dating pool. So I was agreeing with you, and I was
oh,
saying, yeah, and I was
got you,
agreeing with Sharon too. Yeah.
got you.
Hey, AR.
You know what I think men should do, Sharon? I do think men
What's that?
should definitely try to reach their financial potential. If I definitely think they should do that, but I also think it's more important that they work on being more intelligent. They work on being more articulate. They work on being more emotionally intelligent. Um, I think these things are extremely important, and I think I would prioritize those things, maybe even more so than trying to make as much money as possible.
Well, if they was to focus on those things, they would make essentially more money because those are essentially the soft skills that turns you into a leader. Um, I think a lot of men are focused on the wrong evaluation. I think too many men are attempting to be in the gym. This is why so many men, like I just seen recently, Ray J came out talking about he almost popped off a transvestite, a T girl, um, and he wound up finding out in the midst of finger popping her that she used to have an Audi and now she have an innie. So he was sucking. So he was sucking on that man titties and he didn't know it, right? Until he put his finger inside of the spot. So that's just crazy to me. So I think so I think men need to focus on other things other than just money and the gym. And if they was to focus on things that Mont just put out there, then yeah, I think a lot of men would be a lot more dateable and be valuable in the data market with those skills that Mont is talking about.
Wait a
Men don't
minute.
realize it, but a lot of the reason that most women don't want to follow them is because you're not smarter than her, and like that's really it comes down to that a lot. Like you're people aren't as a lot of the guys aren't as smart as they think they are, and I'm learning that so much. Like being in these YouTube streets and being on social media, and guys are commenting on myself. I'm like, wow, you're just not intelligent at all. So how can you expect a woman who's smarter than you to follow you? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
I
you right.
agree.
You
I
right.
have to agree with that. I've been saying that for a little while now. Bomb been saying that for a little while now. Like it's obvious that a lot of these men wives got to be the one wearing the goddamn pants. She got to be the breadwinner because damn, when we hear you speak, what can you and your wife actually be talking about?
That's a fact.
You could barely hold a goddamn conversation. Let me
Well,
welcome into the
wait,
show.
they might finger pop and realize that they done married, somebody that they didn't know was born. Saying, how you finger popping T women? What's going on?
Hey, hey. He said he was gay for 30 seconds.
I thought,
Let me welcome into the show. AR, good day. How you doing? What is your thought? Should men that are earning $50,000 get themselves out of the day market and should not date until they're making 75 to 100K, according to the Angryman standard?
Oh, that's what Angryman said. I was going to ask if you said that. Good morning, everybody.
Good day.
No, I don't agree with that at all.
And why you don't agree with it?
Honestly, what Bomb Cherry and Ma have said is kind of up in line with what I believe. I don't see 50,000, especially depending on where you live at. Like 50K it's not a bad, not bad income, and a two income household with 50K is 100 is six figures. You can live comfortably pretty much everywhere in America on on 100 grand. So I don't know, it just sounds dumb to me. And the majority of jobs are not paying six figures either. So, or even close to it. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, I agree that people that say that with Bomb Cherry, that most of the people that say that I feel like are doing it because of feeling threatened by the market. And so they want as least amount of men in the market as possible, least amount of competition.
Damn.
But
That's crazy. Dirty Mackin on YouTube is crazy.
oh, they've been doing that for years.
No way.
They told the younger men a while back, they said, hey, when you're younger, don't worry about women because they're going to like you when you get older. They're going to like the older men. So they were older, saying they wanted the younger men, younger women. They want the younger women to want them. And they told the younger men not to mess with them.
Damn, that's crazy. I'm not sure if Shaw's ready. He seemed like he moved about. We've been having some good audio for the first
You
hour and a
ain't
half.
shit. You and Bomb on me. Y'all ain't shit. I love y'all, but y'all ain't shit.
How we mean?
What's your thoughts? Shadow? Do you agree with the angry man standard? Men making 50K should not be dating.
I mean, just because you wrote a book doesn't mean it's a good one.
Damn. Well, Mott read it. He said it was very good and very informative, and he lives by the things that he read in the Angry Man Standard. Isn't that right, Mott?
Wow,
Damn.
that's crazy. That's crazy. Angry man can't teach me nothing.
Damn.
Can't teach me nothing about
Nothing?
women. He can't teach me nothing about women. I can teach him something. Need to buy my books.
God damn.
To be fair,
He could teach you. Hey, listen, Mott, I disagree. He could teach you how to put mascara on your beard.
But
That time his wife yelled at him.
I'm just
His
let
wife
it be
was
great.
in. Look, Angry Man wife was in the other room while he was doing the show, and she said, "Shut the fuck up! I gotta go to work."
God damn. Yo, Mott, you know how much gold that would be if we could get that video of his wife kicking in that door, telling him, "Shut the F up," man.
I'm gonna have to look for it.
That would be crazy. That one and or the one where he was wearing the wig trying to act like a black woman. We could get any one of those videos, bro.
When he was crying on Instagram because his girl had left him.
Say what?
Mission accepted.
All this happened? When is
Say
that?
what?
When he was crying on Instagram because his girl had left him when she broke up with him for that short period of time.
Oh shit, man.
When was all of this?
Man,
where was we, right, Mark? Where was we?
Yeah, y'all wasn't on YouTube yet. I've been here for quite a many years, okay? I was here when Angryman first got here.
And you know, my believes that he should never, ever cry in front of his girl, Bomb Cherry. What's your thoughts on that, huh?
You said, what's my thoughts?
That not that I want to know what's Bomb Cherry thoughts on your husband should never cry in front of a wife. What's your thoughts on that, Bomb?
Oh, I'm okay with my husband crying. In fact, that's how I married him. He was crying about some shit that happened, and I had never seen a man cry before. I never seen my dad cry, and I was like, oh my God, he must really like me. And so I gave him some sex that night, and then we got married. Okay.
God damn.
Yo, Sharon,
we cry together.
That'll make a woman think you like her.
Hey, so I know. So since AR's the only light-skinned man here that we know they cry to their women all the time. AR, how do your woman feel about you crying to her? Does she feel any type of way that you cry to her?
No, we cry together.
See, told you, Bob.
We have a designated area in the house where if one of us starts crying, the other one just goes and joins.
So, Mark, why you have such an issue with crying, bro?
Is it the ugly cry? Because if it was the ugly cry, it's different, like.
The other one where you press the button.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with if it's necessary, like something serious happens, like a loved one passes or something like that. I think it'll happen. But as far as no sobbing is probably not the best thing to do. I don't believe in sobbing.
Okay, sobbing I can agree with.
Yeah, but I mean, in general, I think it's okay for men to want to cry in private because I think that's something that's private to us. So I have no issue with that.
What about your woman, though? You don't think if y'all live together, y'all sharing everything? You done kissed every part of her body. You telling me you can't cry in front of her?
Well, it's a ton of women who would prefer not to fart in front of us, and who would prefer not know that they have bowel movements.
Yeah, ladies, don't do that. Look, I messed up my whole insides. Okay, every time I had to go do something like that, I ran to the bathroom. But now these days, It just falls out of me. Ain't nothing I can do about it. That's what don't hold
Hey, AR, I got a question. AR, have you ever, serious question, AR, have you ever heard your woman fart?
That's a serious question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a trap. Don't answer.
No, it's a serious question because we was having a conversation the other night, AR, and it was a bunch of women on the panel said that they husbands that they've been with for decades have never heard them fart. They would leave the room. They would have an excuse to leave the room to make sure they go ahead and fart and make sure they don't even take a number 2 while he's in the house. That's how far of extreme they would go.
That's
and it was
crazy.
multiple women.
Do they have a one bed? They live in one bedroom, like one bed, one bath, or something? Because I can see like at a hotel, like if they live in like a hotel type of setting, like a small 1-bedroom apartment, I could see people leaving the apartment or someone wanting to have the privacy or whatever and not wanting to stink up the whole apartment. Like at a hotel, when we go somewhere, if I gotta go to the restroom, usually I ask her to leave so that we leave the hotel for a little while. That way we're not smelling stinkiness the whole time that we're on a vacation or half the time we're on a vacation or whatever. So I could see that, but
you got to get some air fresh.
Yeah, but it was a serious question, and it was I was surprised that so many women said that they make sure they go out of their way to make sure they men never hear them fart or see them take a doo-doo. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I used to be like that too. But like I said,
yeah, okay. So see, AR is not this is a real thing that women used to or still do go through.
Yeah. You men, you just do it right there. Ladies, y'all know they be on the couch and y'all feel like y'all gotta do it, y'all just do it. But we would leave. We would get up and go. I would go to the bathroom every time. Yeah.
Listen, I ain't
think
holding
people should
no
do whatever
goddamn
works for their relationship. That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm not holding in no farts, goddamn. Within reason, like I'm not gonna if I have to fart at the dinner table, so I'm not gonna fart there. Like that's crazy. But if we just walking down the street, you think I ain't you get crop dusted.
We women be holding in, trying to squeeze it out little bit by little bit, and that's why our guts
that's why so many women be having attitudes. God damn it. That's why your attitude says you hold that gas in and then it seeps into your attitude.
That could be true. I guess we like to pass it off like we didn't do it. Like, because if we was in the elevator, like one time I was in the elevator, I couldn't hold it. I was squeezing. I was trying my best to hold it. It came out. And I looked at the man.
Yeah, AR, what you was trying to say, AR?
Oh, I was just gonna say, back to. I mean, if you guys still want to talk about farting, I didn't want to say nothing. But
no, just a quick, gotcha. Yeah, you go to yeah.
Another thing about the 50,000 thing, if people aren't dating until 50K or 70K, or I'm sorry, 50K shouldn't be dating until 70K, which is like what $35 an hour or something like that, right? $30 an hour, 35.
Well, for 75?
For 70,000 is 30 or 35.
That's more 40.
Yeah, 35. Yeah.
No, 40 is 80,000. But yeah, I think it's like 5 for every 5,000 or 10,000. I don't know. Anyway, where do they get the mature? Like, how are they going to know how to date? Right, 70K is not like a entry level position. That's usually mid career, and some places it might even be late career. And so you want them to go their whole entire teens, their whole entire 20s, or at least up into their late 20s, not knowing how to function around women in certain settings, which I think is crazy. Or I guess men too, if they're into men. But yeah, that's just crazy to me. It's like you don't gain that maturity. Like I started dating later in life, and I wish I had dated younger or started dating younger, not necessarily having sex or anything like that younger, but just being in the rhythm of dating, knowing like certain things about myself, knowing certain things about people that I didn't experience until I started dating, that it would have opened up a lot sooner. So I don't know. I don't really agree with that either. And also 70K is not 70K everywhere. So I don't know. I wouldn't trust him respectfully. I know he live in North Carolina, but I wouldn't believe anything he say.
Damn.
He's not. I don't know if he's from here or if he moved here, but he just don't give me. Yeah.
Now that's another good point too. So where these young men are older men, because the average man is 38 and the average income is 50,000. So that means the average 38-year-old in America is making 50K. And so if they was to wait until they make 70K, where are they gonna get these skills to communicate with women to start dating properly and vetting women out in the first place? How do he even calculate that part of the scheme of that you should not be dating at 50K?
Never said he could. You think maybe the advices have big, like, so essentially, I think it sounds like he's telling men to stop dating right now and to get to a higher level financially and then start dating again. But when you just give the blanket advice that you shouldn't date until 80K, then a man, that means you will never date when you're 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, right? Like you're just
38.
never dating.
38.
Yeah.
Mark, 38 is the average man in America. 38 years old.
Yeah, that would be a disaster.
That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So you telling that's the main dating market, isn't that? Is that the main dating market?
Yeah, I mean, I think you date until I think most people start to get married and stuff like that in their early 30s, and then you go through a divorce and probably back out there by 40, right? Is that like normal?
Sounds about right. 40s, 50s, maybe. I feel like most people get married before 30 and like in their 20s or something.
That's what I was gonna say.
I think they say like late 20, like between like 28 and 30 though, right? 28, 31.
I think the average marriage age is between 28 and 32.
Oh, okay.
Like,
And that's late, by the way. That's not early.
At these days, I think it's average. I think it's regular.
Yeah, it's regular, but it's late, right? Because you didn't. How many more years? Most of these you got.
Huh?
Yeah. Like so the child,
we
we talking about the childbearing years. I'm not talking about the years living AR, but
Oh.
childbearing years where you youthful enough to even run around some children. Okay, my grandchild, I can't even keep. I want to take him to the pool. You know, we got a community pool, and shit, I can't take him to the pool. His ass is all over the place.
Bob Cherry, do you believe that women should have fun before they get married?
Most definitely.
So how long do you think you should give them to have fun and do what they need to do?
You should have your fun in your teen years and your early today. Oh, you asking me how I feel today? So
yeah, like what would you advise a woman to do right now?
Oh yeah, I would advise y'all to get married like y'all get married in your later 20s and 30s.
Okay.
So I wasn't saying that it was abnormal. I was saying it is normal today, but I would advise that today. Because I wouldn't advise the way I did it.
Okay, yeah,
like I didn't even know who I was when I was a married woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the only reason we didn't get divorced is because, you know, I was honest about who I was. Okay, I thought me and hubby was gonna wild out together, but his ass tricked me. Okay, he was wilding out when we was dating, and as soon as we got married, he wanted to calm down and shit. I'm like, shit, I thought we were gonna go to the club and twerk together. What you doing?
Yeah, no, when we actually love you, we want you to calm down. You know,
why he want me to calm down? I'm his wife. He should, man. He married me the way I was, and I wanted to stay the way I was. Why would he want me to calm down?
I think he probably matured before you, maybe.
Huh?
Maybe he matured a little bit before you.
No, we were both mature. What that got to do with anything? We married. We going. I'm talking about when I say wild out, like going to the club, having fun. He used to drink. I didn't. I was okay with him drinking, and I drive back.
Yeah, I think once you mature, you just slow down. Life slows down a little bit.
No, but that's not true. What? Life slow down. So life have to slow down?
Oh yeah, well, that's just like the nature of maturity in general, right? If you look at a dog and when they're a puppy, of course they're running around, they jumping around and stuff like that. When you look at a dog that's 10 years old, he like I don't want to be bothered with y'all. He's just chilling, you know.
Oh, you think all dogs like that? So that's not the ones who older and they still like to hop around, go running, chasing after their ball, and not, because I want to do this with hubby. It's not like I want to go date other men, right? I want to do it with him.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like it's just, I'm using a dog as a comparison, but most dogs once they hit a certain age, they're not interested in chasing balls.
No, but that's not true. Yeah, that's not true. You saying once a dog get a certain age, they don't want to chase the ball no more?
But if you're on mobile,
Yeah, so who knows anything about dogs on here who can chime in?
I
that
do.
I
once
love
dogs
dogs.
hit a certain
All right,
level of maturity-
respectfully, I think dogs always want to chase the ball. It's just whether they're able to or not.
Yeah,
Right.
I got a
Yo,
I got a dog. I got a
They
dog. The
always
same
wanna go
thing my
on
dog
walks.
did. Yeah, the same thing my dog did as a puppy. That she do the same thing now.
Right.
So we can bet money on this that most dogs once they start to get mature in age, they slow down from the old things they used to do. So they don't want to, even if they still chase the ball sometimes. It's like, all right, I'll do it a little bit now and then. No, I don't want to do it no more.
But
Yeah, I think
Eventually,
what
how
you
much?
talking about,
not
my
interested in chasing
what
the
I
ball.
think you talking about, my is when they about to go to the upper room. When a dog slows down, that means they about to go to the upper room. They only got a couple of years left. That's usually when you see that. That's when they like old, not not
Right.
What I'm
Because
saying is
not middle
maturity
age.
is you slow down. What I'm saying is you slow down with maturity. So as a dog ages and ages and ages, he slows down and slows down. So his interest in chasing the ball. And once he's a puppy, it's extreme, right? It's all he want to do. Once he's a teen, it's like it's all he want to do. Once he's mature, it's like I like to do that. And then once he gets older and older, it's like I do it less and I do it less and I'm less interested. To where you might throw a ball and he like not right now.
I've never. If you could take a video and show us of
Yeah.
a dog that you throw a ball to, not one that's
And ain't
asleep
gonna
or something,
wild out.
but a dog that actually likes you and stuff. If you throw a ball or any type of toy, they not trying to play tug of war. I would like to see this video.
Me too,
Yeah,
because
they
I
gonna
don't.
wild out.
Respectfully,
Absolutely, yeah, I got you.
because
Like
I've had
like
dogs my entire
like
life,
the
and I've
Shih Tzu
never.
I had. Yeah, I never seen
It's never
what
been the
Mon's
case.
talking
Big
about.
dogs, small dogs.
Yeah.
I've been around German Shepherds. I've been around Pits, Cane Corsos,
How old are your
Beagles,
dogs?
Golden. I've had dogs my entire life, so I mean they came and they passed away, and no matter what
Yeah,
age,
like
they
because like
all-
for example, what y'all talking about, like my Shih Tzu, like everything was all good until like a week before it passed away. Like it was doing everything normal, and then one day the legs just stopped working, and then 5 days later, it passed away. Like so, they be moving until it's time to go see the upper room. That's when they slow down.
And so
I'm
what I
about to say.
wanted to do with hubby. That's why I married him. I thought he was the type. Like every weekend, I saw him at the club, right, the NCO club, and so we danced. He asked me to dance. I realized he liked to dance. I like to dance, and so he was the perfect husband for me until we got married, and then he became something different, and he wanted me to become different.
Mom, can I ask a question, man? You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Huh?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Oh, okay. It's a personal question. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Do you have 3 baby mamas?
Oh yeah, everybody know that.
No, not everybody. I didn't know that. That's bro. You need is the woman you dating one of the baby mamas?
No, she don't got no kids. My
Hey, man,
fiance.
I ain't gonna lie. I think. Oh, your fiance. Okay, that's awesome. All right, it's your fiance, so I can't even say break up with her and get with one of the mother of your kids. That's crazy though, bro.
Why would I do that?
You have 3. What do you mean? Why would you do that? You got 3. What do you mean?
And that's basically
Yeah, why would I do that?
Yo, me and my girl, we watch Pop the Balloon, right? And every time we see a dude up there with 3, 2, 3, 4, 5 baby moms, we like, yo, you need to leave Pop the Balloon and go get one of the mother of your children. And respectfully, if you was on Pop the Balloon and we was watching it, we would say that. And I'm just you engaged now, so I'm not gonna say it, but
But AR, I understand the premise right there, right? But I don't have to go on dating apps. I don't have to be on Pop the Balloon. I'm quite desired out here, right? So
no, it's not about
issues with women. But
it's not about having issues with women. It's about like you have 3, like be with them, because I'm not a big split parent or split household. I'm not supportive of that. So I'm always telling people anytime I hear it, you need to go get one.
Yeah, but what I'm doing is I'm going to challenge you to go down the ideology. I want to challenge you to make it make sense, not just to think it.
It do make sense. Your children are going to have better outcomes with you in the household, not in a split household.
So I'm going to challenge you because you said it, but make it make sense. So
would you like to look at the studies?
Yeah, so I know the studies, but you're operating off of having little information, and most of what you're thinking is assumed. Can we agree to that? Can we agree to that?
No, it's not. Everything is assumed, but it's a good assumption, right? It's like if you have 3 baby mamas, you made bad decisions. Everybody made bad decisions in the equation, but you definitely did because you got 3 women pregnant, and you already knew you had a baby mama the first time and the second time and the third time. Now you engage respectfully. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
You're talking a lot, but you haven't asked any questions.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, man.
Hold on, AR, no, I'm not upset with you at all.
Okay, all right.
Talking so much, but you haven't asked anything.
I don't need to ask anything, bro. If you have 3, I can tell you right now, if someone robs a bank 3 times, if they got caught 3 times, I don't have to ask anything. They a terrible criminal.
Hold on. But but is robbing a bank wrong? Right? So in that scenario,
yes, and so is getting 3 separate women pregnant.
AR, you're just talking.
3 separate. No, you asked me a question. I'm answering. No. Robbing a bank 3 times is wrong, and so is getting 3 separate women pregnant.
Rhetorical. I was about to continue to talk.
Oh, all right, my bad.
So robbing a bank is generally wrong in most societies, right? At least where we live at, it's wrong, right? So when it comes to baby mamas or whatever y'all want to call it, right? I don't have the same ideology and worldview as you. You grew up and you said, "Oh, I will get married when I get older." I didn't grow up and think that, and I still don't. I want to get married now, but it's an option. I don't think that people have to get married, right? If you're in a relationship, well, how about this, right? You don't even know if I was in long-term relationships with these women.
I know you're like you're my age, ain't you?
I'm 33.
Yeah, exactly. So you're my age.
Yeah, but you don't even know if me and these women were cohabitating.
What's a long-term
relationship?
If you got, so I think you should only have kids when you're married. I think you should only be getting pregnant or getting someone pregnant. So me and you disagree. I know we disagree. I can tell we disagree because you got 3 women pregnant.
Yeah, but hold on, but AR, you're much more intelligent than this, right? I know you are, right?
I would say the same thing to you. How you get 3 women pregnant? All right, hey, how did you get 3 women pregnant?
AR.
How did you get 3? You asked me to ask questions. How did you get 3 separate women pregnant?
What do you mean? How did I get 3 women pregnant?
Like what happened? Like, were you 16 at one time and then you it was accidental in the second time?
AR. I would love to have this conversation with you, but I need you to operate with decorum. Please.
I'm operating. What do you mean?
Teron, is he operating with decorum?
So I may or may not do this.
Would you? No, Teron.
Sound like decorum to me.
That's what I'm saying.
No, he's not operating with decorum. So for example, I'll give you an example, AR, right? I have decorum, right? So whenever you want to talk, I will let you talk. I will ask you tons of questions before I jump to a conclusion, and I'll be like, you know what? Maybe there's something to what you're saying. Let me listen to what you're telling me, that you have a different worldview. Okay, explain that. I'm not familiar with that because I'm an intellectual, right? So I like to learn and I like to ask questions about people who come from different walks of life, right? But you're telling me that your worldview, that 3 baby mamas is absolutely unacceptable under any circumstance. That's you saying that you're casting your worldview on me, right? That's like you telling them. No, that's. Hold on. That's like me telling a man who has 5 wives because he's a Muslim, yo, I'm a Christian. Don't do that. That's you crazy. Why would you have 5 wives? That's ridiculous, right?
So you're telling me you have a structured belief system that includes getting as many women pregnant as you possibly can?
You think that's how I operate? I guess get as many.
No, I'm just saying. I'm
Because you
just
just asked me a
saying.
very specific question. See,
No, but do you
hold on.
actually have a structured belief system that you
Why
could
does
That's a good question.
hold on,
tell us the
That's a
pillars
legit
of? Do
question.
you have
hold
five
on.
pillars?
Why
Do
does my
you have a
why
five
does my
pillars like Islam does?
hold on? Why does my belief system need to be structured to you?
Because you brought up religion, so they have a
Hold on.
structured
That
belief
was an
system that they
example.
go to.
Hold on.
And all
It
right,
wasn't. It was an example of a worldview,
okay.
right?
So what is your
Let's say you
structured worldview?
hold on. Let's say you come from a Scandinavian country, right? And you don't have a structured belief system. You just believe that people should do what they want to do,
Okay.
right? Oh, if this is what you want to do? It's
So
fine.
all right. So does your belief system in that belief system you don't care about how it may impact or what the consequences are essentially, right?
Oh, yeah, that
Also,
matters.
whatever's in the background is loud for you. I
Oh,
don't know
my
what that
son.
is.
That's his iPad. I'll go on mute.
Oh.
What's your question?
Oh, like you're saying like, oh, it sounds like you're hinting at, oh, well, I believe that you should do whatever you like or whatever. That's my belief system, and I'm
No.
wondering.
So why would you not? This is the problem. I'm such a
I'm
curious
listening to
person.
you talk.
Hold on.
Listen. Let
Hold
me
on. I'm
finish.
such a
All
curious
I'm saying
person.
is
I
that
ask questions, and you just was
listen.
like, all right,
Let
I'm
me
gonna.
fi-
Okay, go ahead.
let me finish. It all boils down to it. You said I have a belief system where I believe that there's no reason whatsoever for someone to have multiple baby mamas. No, that's not true. If you're widowed or get pregnant
That's
by
not a
multiple
baby
dudes,
mama, right?
if you're no, but the one it should have multiple. It is a baby mama if you're not married, but the mother of your children, you should have multiple fathers or multiple what is it called when you get pregnant by someone? Multiple whatever people that you got pregnant by or get pregnant. No, if they died or if they're in a coma or maybe if there's sexual assault or something involved, there's different things that there's outliers. I 100% agree that there are outliers. That most people are not. I don't believe that you're an outlier because by definition, the vast majority of people are not outliers. They don't have three baby moms because they accidentally got, or not accidentally, because they because all two or three of them passed away and then they got engaged to a fourth one who may become the mother of their children later on.
Yeah.
So that's one. So there are exceptions. I agree. But two, it seems like when I look at studies, when I think about my own experience, when I think about other people's experience that I've spoken to, split homes have almost never been a positive, right? You can argue that, oh well, you don't want them growing up where two parents don't like each other and all this other bullshit. But you had that chance at the first one, like you get a okay, I'll accept that for the first woman that you got pregnant. But when you get 2 and 3 pregnant, you don't have that luxury because you should have done a better job of picking women to get pregnant.
Yeah, so you know why when I'm having conversations, they typically go extremely smooth, or if other people are having conversations and I'm leading them, they're always smooth, never any arguing or yelling, because I ask people questions, right? So no, seriously. So for example, right? If I was in your shoes, I would have been like, all right, well, what do you believe in? Why do you have three baby moms? Like, what are your beliefs, right? And I would have told you my beliefs, and then since you don't have me, since you at least if you can disagree with me, but if at least you understand my ideology and I've gotten to tell it to you, as not I wouldn't be people aren't upset with you when you mischaracterize what they believe in, right?
Mhm.
They wouldn't be upset with you for that. But when you don't ask that and you're operating without a lot of information, people feel like you're mischaracterizing them, and they feel like you're misrepresenting what they believe in, and we get into an argument or a back and forth. You trying to get in, I'm trying to get in, but it's not very fruitful when we operate that way. So, for example, right? I've never believed in staying with somebody that I didn't want to be with, right? I don't believe in that unless I do get married to them. I think marriage is a deep thing. If I marry you, I don't want to have to. I don't want to divorce you, right? But in general, I don't believe in the idea that if I have kids with somebody, I don't stay for the kids. I'm not one of those people, and I don't believe, and I wouldn't advise other people to do it either. No, you disagree right there. Probably you think, oh, if you got kids, stick it out. I don't agree with that. But also, I believe that men should be responsible, but not in the way that you believe in responsibility. I'm responsible for my kids, so my kids live with me, right? My kids stay with me. I pay for my kids' extracurriculars. I take them to school every day. I pick them up from school every day. Like I'm with my kids 24/7 almost. Because that's what I believe in. I believe that I'm responsible for my kids. No, I didn't have to do that. I could have been a weekend dad. I could have been a bi-weekly dad if I wanted to. But I don't agree with that. That's not my particular. I think that I'm responsible for how my kids grow up and who they become. So when you talk about the studies, right? Those studies only they don't take into account the parents who are emotionally mature, right? These are the parents who are underrepresented, the parents who aren't arguing with each other. You know, a lot of parents got to meet each other at police stations, right? The studies are overwhelmed with these type of people. So they don't account for people like me who have three different women who are okay with him having the kids majority of the time without having to go to court, right? They when you all agree on what's best. So it's the studies don't speak about parents like me.
The studies aren't supposed to speak to parents like that because they're just random studies. They just grab 100 random people and see what works. That's what they do. They don't
Exactly.
go, that's the point.
That's why it's not
Right.
useful for me.
Oh, yeah, okay. And two, so in the beginning you said I don't believe in staying with a woman that I don't like, but you believe in getting a woman pregnant that you don't like?
Sure. Well, no, not the. Hold on. I never said that. You putting words in my mouth.
You know, you did say in the beginning. You said I don't believe in staying with a
never said
woman.
staying with a woman I don't like. So then, what you did, what you took that and you said, "Oh, you got a woman pregnant that you didn't like." That's different, right?
Okay, so
That's
you
like,
say you don't. But the point is that all right. So why do you believe in getting women pregnant before you marry them?
because when you have sex, because if you want to have a kid, you want to have a kid.
Okay, but you're not answering the question. Why do you believe in getting a woman pregnant before you marry them? Like, if she's not good enough to marry, why is she good enough to be the mother of your child?
Because marriage is something different. Marriage, you're going to be tethered to that person for the rest of your life.
You're going to be tied to that person for the rest of your life if you get them pregnant.
That's not true.
Yeah.
You're not.
At the very least, 18 years, unless they pass away or give up all custody.
That's at the very least, but also at the same time, you rarely ever have to talk to these people unless you're talking about the kids. That's a completely different thing than waking up and smelling somebody's breath and loving them for who they are, right? And going through life with that person. And this person will be the person that's wiping your butt, right?
And this person is going to be the one raising your kids, though. That's more important, right?
Yeah. It's the person that's having to share responsibility to raise your kids. So it's the difference between being competent, right, and choosing a partner for life. A person can be competent enough to make decisions with you when it comes to children, right? But when you're talking about choosing the person that, if you take it serious, right, and you take a part, like I love everything about my woman, everything, right? And when you take that into consideration, that's completely different than having a kid with somebody and co-parenting.
So do you think that your kids are growing up are growing up in a better lifestyle than if their parents were together, happily together?
Yeah, I can't say that they're growing up in a better lifestyle, right?
All right. Do you think that their outcome? Do you think that the likelihood of them having positive outcomes, their lifestyle, etc., would be beneficial for their parents being in a happy marriage, and living together with them?
Be beneficial also.
Okay, so you've given no matter what you say about taking custody of all your kids or however the situation is, they still are at a somewhat disadvantage than they otherwise would have been if you had only gotten the woman pregnant that you married.
So I said I think that will be beneficial also. I think that could also yield good outcomes. Oh, I was saying that I think that could also yield good outcomes. So the reality is my kids will grow up to be very successful people, right? Because my kids have a father. You know, my kids, I'm responsible for my kids. So my son's not going to be outside shooting up the my son's not going to be outside shooting up the neighborhood. He's going to be with me at wrestling practice. He's going to be with me at basketball practice, right? I'm accountable for my kids 24/7. This isn't one of those other situations where it's like, oh, you know, it just, you know, the cookie fell how, crumble how it crumbled. No, it's not the situation right here.
Yeah, it's the same.
So
what's this saying?
Oh, it's the tree.
So my question to you is, can you answer what is the framework to you didn't mind having these women having your children? What was the idea about? Is it a religion? Is it an ideology? Like, what is that?
No, it's just lifestyle choice. So I see the world differently than AR sees the world, right? He thinks that people should have to get married. He believes in marriage, get married, and then have a child. Then he also believes that when you have a kid, that you're tethered to that person. And many people say that they think you're tethered to that person for the rest of your life. I disagree, and I think logically, my position makes more sense than theirs when it comes to that.
Were
But
your parents
that's not
were your
true.
parents
That-
together?
but that's not true because see,
Well,
like some of y'all are short-sighted, right? Because yes, your child will turn a certain age by a certain age, but then your child may have some children.
but he might
Now
not
they
have experienced a split home. So maybe, Mom, did you grow up with a two parent household?
wait,
My mom
but
was
I'm
my,
talking. What they got to do with what I'm talking about right now? I'm talking about. It don't matter if he have experience in a split home or not. His children are experiencing a split home, right? Because he mentioned that the dad is there, he's there, but the mom isn't, and that's why I say it's no different. So you can have a mom who raising the children with no dad, and the child now has just one parent, and or you could have it like in his situation, the dad has the children, but the mom's not there, and the child still has only one parent. And because one parent is not better than the other, right? Or just because it's a dad, it doesn't make it better than the mother, or the mother makes it better than the dad. I thought a family was supposed to be
Right.
both
So
together.
right, and that's agree that we can all agree to that. So, but Ma, what is the understanding with these women? Why did these three women got chosen to have your children? What is there ideology behind the choosing of these women having your children?
yeah, the one yeah, they don't right.
Breaking up.
You said they had their head on right.
Yeah, they had on right, and they were submissive to. They were some like they followed my leadership structure. So I,
Did
together.
2 and 3 know that you had a kid or kids prior to them getting pregnant?
No, it was one at a
No, I'm saying did 2 and 3 know that you had a kid or kids prior to also getting pregnant, or did they all get pregnant at the same time?
No, so the first one, I had a kid with her.
Oh, that was tragic.
Damn, it's very.
Yeah,
What's up,
don't get
everyone?
multiple. I don't care what Mom's saying. Don't get multiple women pregnant. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild. No wonder he when we was talking about Cam Newton, he was so pro Cam Newton because he is like a Cam Newton. Yeah, he thinks that because he has money, that's all that a child needs. But the child needs the mother and the father in the same house. So yeah, it's you're supposed to, what they say, marry before you carry, or first come love, then comes marriage, then comes the baby carriage. That's how they do, right? That's how it's supposed to be.
However, he have custody of his 3 kids.
Yeah, which is great. It's not like I'm not knocking him for being I'm not saying he's an absent father or nothing. All I'm saying is that all things equal, it would be better if all of his children were by one woman and they lived in a happy marriage. So if he's saying that, the woman that I got pregnant, I
Congratulations to
didn't
him,
rock with
but
them
then
enough to
after
marry
that
them.
means
Like that is just
Did somebody kick me off?
No, you were breaking up.
that is so freaking.
I think you lost
You
connection.
can hear us, Matt? He's still busy.
The hell is
He
that?
probably
sound?
it sound like he's
No,
on the
no.
register.
Fax machine. Oh, dang.
Yeah, we have some kind of you sound like Shadow right now, Matt.
You sound like you got a fax machine going off in the background.
Yeah. You sound like Shadow right now. What's up, Blue Jay? So so I guess we can agree that is the best situation a person can have. If two healthy human beings, a mother and a father, taking care of their children in the same household, for sure. I'm just interested in the ideology part.
I think you should drop and come back.
Yeah, maybe you gotta drop it. Yeah, I'm just interested in the like what's the years apart that the children are, and like what was the relationship like, and because I'm pretty sure he don't got no double digits kids. So I'm interested.
He might. I mean, we talked a little, not necessarily the same thing, but a little while back, I had said that if a woman is dating or getting pregnant by a dude that she knows has a mama, she's stupid. And it's the same thing
say that.
here. It's you shouldn't be getting pregnant by a dude that you know has Like one, I can, all right, maybe it was a mistake or something. But when you're a third, you should know something. Especially, I mean, whatever. Maybe they were happy. I don't know. I think that there are definitely women out there that if they can get pregnant by someone with a certain income, they're okay with that because they feel like they have a certain amount of passive income now coming in the form of child support or whatever. But yeah, I think if you get multiple women pregnant, that's you still sound like you have a fax machine, Mont. I don't know if you're even trying to talk when you come off mute, but it definitely just sounds like a fax machine. But
Yeah, you still have that, whatever that's going on. Let me see if I can fix it. I don't know what's going on tonight.
Yeah, that's a dirty game. That's dirty if you're getting multiple women pregnant and you're not even in a long-term committed, like marrying them or just and then they got to deal with that later on, like they pregnant, then they meet another dude, and then what they get pregnant. Now you got that's just a lot. Like I think there's a lot of things that people.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, there you go.
Did you unplug and plug?
It's probably my headphones or something.
Oh,
I took them out.
I think a lot of y'all that think like that don't understand what it's actually like to live that lifestyle for the kids, to grow up in a split home, to have.
Hey,
shout out to Lady D Flow, to my long lost big brother. I don't think that's a drop. Shout out to Lady D Flow for the support. Thank you so much with the orange. That is beautiful. Thank you so much. Hopefully we can get 3 more of those. Go ahead, Mike.
AR, did you grow up in a split house?
Yeah.
So I guess you're taking your perspective and I guess that was rough for you.
It's not only my perspective; it's also what the studies show. But yeah.
Yeah. So when we looking at the studies, we got to understand it's all about interpreting studies, not just looking at them, right? We got to go inside the studies. We got to pull out who did they actually ask these questions to, right? We got to look at all of these different things to determine if these things are actually valuable for us, right? Now, what do you think is the most important aspect of raising a kid that'll yield good outcomes?
2-parent stable household.
It's not so it's not resources.
2-parent stable household.
And so okay, so you think poor people with 2 parents will get a better outcome than somebody with tons of resources and only 1 parent?
You asked what the main important thing is, and that's that.
So
2-parent stable household.
Yeah, so you should be able to answer this question easily, right? If I account for the 2 parents, right? No resources versus the other person who has all the resources, 1 parent. You're saying that the 2 parents will yield a better outcome for the child.
Relatively speaking.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think
well,
if
you'd be wrong because again, you're taking these other, what's the word I'm looking for? These other variables, right? And you're not equating them. What I'm saying is that if you have that same person, you take an income level and you take it across the income level and you go, hey, let's look how people in this income level, single parent versus 2-parent households do, or how their children do, right? And you're going to see that the children in the same income level, same tax bracket, with 2 parents do better, have a better time than that with 1 parent, and it's just across the board. You don't think so, Sharon?
No, stats prove that a single parent that is in the same tax bracket, their kids have the same opportunities.
What are you talking about? Opportunities? You're talking about outcomes.
So, like, if a married couple is making $300,000 and that single parent is making $300,000, those kids usually have the same comparable outcomes.
Not from what I've seen. See this. Go ahead and throw those links in the back chat. I'll check them out. And not only that, because like if you're talking about one child, then maybe you can get away with it, right? If you're talking about multiple children, most likely not, because you can't go to all their basketball practices, you can't go to all their baseball practices. Some child is going to not have their father and their mother at that game or at that practice. That's not true. It is true, because if they're at the same time in different locations, you can't be at both.
I have 3 children, and they all in the same sport. They all go to the same school.
That's fine. That's fine. What does that got to do with anything?
You're saying that. So
if they play 2 different sports, we're talking about generally speaking, not just you, Mont. That's what you're asking. You asked me what is the most important thing, X, Y, and Z. We're talking about generally speaking.
Generally speaking, it's resources.
Okay. And
I'm just saying.
time and presence is also a resource.
Exactly.
Both of those are
agree.
resources. So
I
if you have
agree.
multiple children and you can't be at both their games, one of them is having a negative impact by you having multiple children by different parents, or not being able to or two parents one parent not being able to be at the game.
Shiesty, you ain't shit, Shiesty.
So you think that, so based on what you're saying, right? Since my son is with me, like my son is with me right now, right? My kids can be with me all day because of the way that my life is structured and the way that my business works, right? So you're saying that I'm in like an ideal situation because I have the time to, like, for example, they can call me for my kids have all the craziest stuff at school. They be like, oh, we got having an ice cream social tomorrow. Oh, we having a this day with the parents tomorrow, right? And I'm at every one versus another parent who might have two parents who has a 9 to 5, right? Who they're like, oh, I can't be there. It's a lot of things that I can't be there for because I just simply work a job. Versus me, who I'm at every single thing. They always see daddy inside of the crowd, no matter what it is, in their school, because I'm always available.
And you do realize that if you live,
if you don't mind me asking, what's the age differences?
They all a year apart, roughly.
Crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. So everything you're saying is I'm there, right? And that's great for you, and that can be great for you.
I can only talk about me, but we can have
I know you can only talk about you, but
too.
that's also the issue because it's a two-parent. It takes two people to make a child, and so if one parent is able to do everything and the other parent's not able to do everything, or whatever the situation is, that's still not positive for the child.
Hold on, how would that change with a traditional style relationship? Isn't that
Which
typically
part?
how it is? The mom is there, the dad is working.
I don't think so. No, I didn't grow up like that.
Well, you said you can't.
Hey, I got a question for Mom.
Yeah, but
hold on before you go,
my
Ronald.
mom and my dad were never together. But then my stepmom and my dad got married, so I grew up in a two-parent household because I moved in with him after I was going to get expelled. So
I wasn't counting that, but I have they have a stay-at-home mom technically, because my woman works for me. And
but not their mom.
Yeah, no,
we're talking
not
about
their
the
mom.
biological relationship.
Yeah,
we're talking about
but
the
it's-
relationship with their biological mom, not just any woman in their life or the potential wife of yours.
Yeah, which is just additional support. That there's the additional support that they also have their mom, and they have my woman who acts as a mom.
So, but the only question I got, so all these relationships was just casual relationships. None of them was a serious one.
No, so they all were serious, but one of them was I found out that I had a daughter from a woman that I used to be with. But the other ones were I intentionally, well, we decided to have kids. They was a serious relate. They live with me, like we was living together. I was paying the bills, and
Within 1 year from each other.
No, so when I me and my first one had split
Okay, I
shortly
can
after my
understand
son
the
was
first
born.
one. The first one was like, oh, I found out
No,
later,
I got you.
and
No, I got you. I said we split shortly after my son was born. So my son was like very young, and we split up, and I met the second one right after that, shortly after that. So yeah, and then I found out that I had a kid with one of the women that I used to deal with, who I dealt with one time right in between both of them. So I left
so
one
while you got
relationship.
the new one, Prego, you want to find out that you had another kid that you didn't know about.
Yeah, so like during her pregnancy, we I got a DNA
And
test and
that's
all
the
that type of stuff, and I found out that she was
okay.
mine.
So two of them was kind of like back to back, and the first child actually you found out later on.
No. So my first child, I was like 24, 25, right? My son,
You was with this young lady for
I
how
was with
long?
her, probably 3 years altogether, three close to 4
Couple of
years.
years.
Yeah.
Oh, like close to 4 years. Okay.
3 to 4 years.
And then
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, now I understand that the numbers get mixed up. So 3 to 4 years. All right. So then now you break up with this person. You have a child with this girl.
My son is like 1 month old. One month
Okay,
old. We
so you
split.
know you have a child. You know you have a baby with this one. Then so now you get with the new girl. This girl, you knew her from before. You found her in the street. Like, how did that happen so quickly?
No, I met her at at this modeling thing, and I met her.
Okay,
And
and
we
then
hit
so
it
y'all
off.
got together that quickly, and within a year, you got her Prego and moved in together as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she
Okay,
probably
so
moved in
now
with me in
y'all
like within
together, and then
7
so
months.
y'all
But
relationship lasts only 1 year.
no, we lasted about close to 3 years.
Did they know that you weren't trying to? Did they know that you didn't want to be with them when they got pregnant? And did you know
No, I
that when
mean,
you got them pregnant?
no, I didn't know that.
Okay. So why
Yeah,
didn't?
neither
So
of
why
us knew
didn't
that.
you? So when you got them, so when you were getting them pregnant, you thought in your head, "This is the one I want to be with."
It was potential. Yeah, I didn't have any plans on like necessarily like, oh, let me about to get out of this relationship or nothing like that. We just
But you
ended
were
up,
like, "This is a woman I could see myself marrying."
yeah, I
So
could see
why didn't
myself
you
marrying.
get married before you got them pregnant?
I don't believe I don't believe in having to do that. I think you can
But
have a kid
now,
whenever
but
you're
now
ready
it
to have
leads
a
to a
kid.
situation with split homes.
Yeah.
And do you have?
So the only way that you can bring up split homes is if it impacts the outcomes, right? So if you're saying that my kids grow up and they're extremely successful, however they came from a split home, you're speaking from
They're still gonna have
hold
emotion.
on,
They're
hold on,
still
hold
gonna
on,
have
hold on, hold on.
psychological and emotional
That's
trauma from
no,
this. You
no.
understand that, right?
You're saying that. You're
Okay.
saying they're still going to have psychological trauma. That's not true.
They will. It's not possible for them to grow up in a split home, and you're saying you take care of everything, and I don't know what the mom is doing, and them not have either a bad relationship or that negatively impact the relationship with their biological mom. It's
Okay,
just not possible.
so you're saying that there will have psychological trauma from us not being together. You're saying that you didn't say that they might. You said they will.
They
And what
will,
would
and I
that
will stand by
psychological
that.
trauma be?
And I don't know how old your kids are, but we can come back in 12 years or however long until they turn 21 or whatever,
And they
and
will.
we can revisit this conversation, and I will
Okay.
stand by what I
So
said.
so do you have psychological trauma?
Yeah, I've had issues. Yeah.
What were those?
I'm not going to get into them. We can talk
Okay, I
after
don't
the
have
we
any
can talk after
psychological trauma.
the
Oh, for sure.
stream.
But I don't have any psychological trauma, right? People, I'm
But
sure
what are you
people get
defining
this.
as psychological trauma?
That's what I'm trying to ask you.
Okay.
So we
Oh
can,
well,
so we can, so we can, I guess, try to get somewhere. What do you give me an example of
I'll
psychological
say
trauma?
I'll give psychological battle. So let's say like um we can talk after.
No, we
No.
don't tell me
Okay.
nothing about you personally, but just give
Well,
me an
I can
example of.
only yeah.
That's
Okay.
fair. That's fine. He can only talk. So I do not agree. I think if the kids all grow up together and they understand their brothers and sisters, I don't know if that goes the same for if the kids were in separate places looking for their siblings and trying to be like I think if they all grow up in the same household, I think that's going to take and save away from a lot of possible psychological issues. But I'm gonna let Ronald. Ronald had a couple of questions, I believe, for my. It's
Yeah.
interesting, but I just want to know where the ideology come from of the I don't care about religion. Like, is it some kind of? Do you have like some kind of form of framework behind uh, these ladies and having children out of wedlock? That's what I would like to understand.
Yeah, so I think having children in wedlock is an ideology. I don't think having children out of wedlock is something that you have to like necessarily like having a structure for something, you have to prove why you decided to have that structure, not necessarily not I have to prove why am I being normal, if that makes sense, right? Like you have to give a man a reason to get married. You have to give women a reason. Why would you go through this process, right? Versus why would you just live naturally? Those are different things, if that makes sense. So you would have to give me a reason to be a Christian, right? You're not born a Christian. You
No,
say,
but
why would you
I was
become
just
a
trying to
Christian?
find out your thought pattern to it. Not I don't have a thought pattern for like I don't
Yeah.
have no dog in the fight
No, for sure, for
because I
sure, for
believe
sure.
at the same age that you are, I had three children by three different women as well. But I was married to to one. So I don't know.
Yeah. So I don't I think that as long as you can handle something, then you can then it's different, right? So for example, it was not it was frowned upon to shoot 3-pointers from where Steph Curry shoots 3-pointers, right? Until Steph Curry started making them. And it's like, oh, well, okay. Now the whole NBA shoots 3-pointers from right there, and it's successful, right? It's the way that they play basketball these days. So basically, was me being able to handle and make it look good and actually get successful outcomes with my kids, and having the resources to do that. I think that is different where somebody's looking at me like, oh, you're going to have bad outcomes. No, I'm not going to have bad outcomes. So now So now what's the reason for me not to do it, right? If that makes sense.
It definitely doesn't, but I gotta think about it. I'm gonna let Ronald
Hey,
Hey, Ronald.
Mom. So
jump
how is
in real
like
quick.
Thanksgiving over at your house? Do you have like your three baby
That's your
mamas and
question?
your
Are you serious?
fiance?
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
that's a
That's the
serious question.
question?
That's a serious
Your
question.
question
You
is
know?
about Thanksgiving, bro?
Yeah, how's Thanksgiving? You got like three baby mamas, you got and your fiance, and then you got your
Yeah,
kids. Is that how you
so
operate?
Ronald, they all cook together.
So you got four women cooking together for
Yeah,
Thanksgiving.
yeah. It's like no, that's not how it go. We'll just split the day. So like when you house hop for Thanksgiving. I don't know if y'all
Okay.
experience house hopping. But we
Yeah,
just pretty much
yes.
yeah. So like my kids are they'll be with their mom for a certain period of time, and they be like, all right, we're gonna drop them off to me at my mom's house. So they experience the one side, and then they come to the other side.
Okay, so you got to drop off each child to their mother's house.
Either
That's what
that
you're
or
saying?
they'll already be with their mom, so that they prepared to be there, and then they'll drop them off to me, and I'll be at my mom's house, and then they get to
Oh,
visit the other
okay.
cousins and stuff like that.
So they get double Thanksgiving.
Yeah, yeah. So they get to see their
Oh,
cousins over
okay.
there, their cousins over here.
Yeah, I think we don't want to normalize your situation. I think your situation. I mean, you might like it, but I don't think that's beneficial. You
Oh,
know,
I don't.
and
Ever,
unfortunately,
But he's not but Ronald, he's not trying to promote it from what I
yeah.
understand.
Most people can't
well,
handle it.
that's good.
Most men aren't intelligent enough
No,
to.
it's not
Most men.
about being intelligent. No,
No,
it's
no,
not
no, no.
about being
I'll tell you
intelligent.
why. I'll tell you why. Right. Most men aren't intelligent enough to get respect out of women. Right. I'm telling
Oh
you,
shit.
I have three different women who I'm not on child support. I don't have argument. We don't argue. Right. Most men can't get respect and admiration out of women in the first place to even get a situation where you didn't have to fight in court. They just respected the decision of like, okay, yeah, we think that they'd be best with you in that structure, right? So I think that's where intelligence comes in, emotional intelligence to know how to handle three women if needed to be, right? Um, to handle your children, to be able to teach them and get them discipline and teach them how to communicate. Most guys can't do that. Most guys can't handle being the custodial parent, right? So I wouldn't advise most men to do that either. So it's just a situation where yeah, most people should do it the way that the AR is talking about. But if
Yeah,
you're
I
exceptional,
think
you're exceptional. Don't make an exceptional person have to play by regular people rules.
you're using the word intelligent too loosely because I
That was a
think part of
bar.
intelligence is you waiting until you get married, then you can have your children all with the same woman.
You
So
think
you
that's an
just yeah, that is. I mean, they've been doing this for thousands of years, and it's proven that that's the best thing to do. But when you got to split your kids up, and like when you have family reunions and all these other stuff, and half children and all that other stuff. I mean, I could understand if you started off, you did your wrong thing, you had these different kids. And when you get older, you're like, you know what? I shouldn't have done that. But I really have a problem with men who get a little older and still believe the bullshit they believed when they was 22, 23, 24. You should evolve eventually and learn that, you know what, this is not the right thing to do. I have my kids, I love my kids, but if I had to do it all over again, it's best to have it all with the same woman. Or get married to her first, then have the children. Because that was very important to me.
yeah. So you saying that you got married and you had your children all with one woman
Yeah. And,
and
and to tell the truth, I didn't even want to get her pregnant when we was engaged because I was like, no, let us get married first, and after we get married, then we're gonna try to have kids. I didn't want her to be pregnant, gonna be out pregnant.
yeah, yeah. So I understand what you're saying of like you don't think that somebody should carry their same ideology when they were 24 to when they're 33, right? Which I don't. I think completely different. However, when it comes to this topic, I think I've made it clear that not everybody should be doing what I'm doing because they can't handle it. Everybody's not built like me,
He
right?
did.
However, when it comes to me, I can handle it and I do it very well. And I would argue that my outcomes or my current lifestyle is better than the vast majority of, two-parent households, which I know I'm saying that loosely because I do have a two-parent household, like, right? Um, but the other, the
Somewhat.
biological parent, of course. But yeah,
Mm.
I think my structure works very well. My kids wake up, they get breakfast every morning, they get lunch, they pack their lunch, they go to school, they get picked up. It's a lot of parents who can't pick their kids up from school or drop them off. My
So
kids have the option to
Mm.
choose. They say, "Daddy, I want you to pick me up today. Daddy,
Mm.
we want to take the bus with our friends today," right? Most kids don't have that option. My kids do.
Mm.
so
Um,
what is your what I guess what have you planned or what have you prepared to do if and when uh conflict arises or something manifests itself in them not wanting to be around their mom as much or not respecting their mom as much or whatever the case may be?
if they don't want to be around their mom or they don't respect their mom, I think
Yeah.
parents p-
Like how have
when
you
it comes to
planned?
parenting, it, all of it's all it's typically all of our first time doing it, right? So a lot of times we do prepare for things and we can prepare for things, but a lot of times you just have to deal with certain things. So like for example, whether I'm married or not married to their moms, when my kids get older, they might go through a situation where they're teenagers and they're coming into their own, right? And
Mhm.
we dealing with certain things with our kids, like most people. You see also, oh no, you see Carmelo Anthony's situation, right? Was his parents together?
Yeah, they married.
His parents are married, right? But their son just did something
Yes.
and they're fighting this case, right? So things arise when you have children that you can't predict. Um, you know,
That's true.
Damn.
I
They,
think that
they,
was a nice way to do it to
That was a
sidestep
good
the
escape.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, that
oh, I
was
don't
Because
think
good.
it was a.
you
I
haven't
don't think.
said how you prepared. I didn't ask what possibly might happen and all this
Um,
stuff. How have you prepared for it?
but
I
AR, it's not a fair question because it's not. You got to deal with those type of things as they go,
No,
depending on
because
which
you
kid it
see,
is.
but
And
if you're in a certain income bracket, and you can look at other people in that income bracket and maybe some of the things that popped up and there's like, okay, that might be a problem, so therefore I'm going to prepare just in case it does, or I'm gonna have it in my mind. If that happened, I would handle it this type of way, right? So we see how 50 Cent's relationship is with his one child, right? That stay with his mom and they don't have a good relationship. Now, obviously, that's not going to be my situation because all the kids are raised with him, and he probably don't tell his kids to hate his dad or hate their mom or anything like that. But there could be situations that other people in a relatively similar tax bracket, or maybe not necessarily similar tax bracket, but at a higher income level, a higher tax bracket, have experienced that he may also experience. And so he's heard about them.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't think that any of those things could possibly happen in his thing, if he's not preparing for them or saying, "Oh, if it happened in my life, then I would handle it this way," then he's not being prepared. He's waiting to be. What is it called? Don't. What is it? Damn, I can't remember the saying, but it's like stay prepared so you don't have to get prepared or something like that, right?
That's
It's
fair.
like a prime
I don't look
preparation for
like
his poor
Hold on.
performance.
Exactly,
I,
something
yeah,
like
I
that. Yeah.
understand. I
yeah,
understand what you're saying, and that's a.
but the idea of staying ready, you don't have to get ready for children. It don't really work,
yeah,
to
that
be
don't work
honest.
at all.
I understand that it don't work, but there's certain things that if you know that you have a certain income level much higher than the mother of your child, then you can infer that there may be things that happen that that you can address or that you should be prepared to address.
Yeah.
Or that you
Yeah.
should do
So
things to mitigate from happening in the first place. So
yeah.
if I have $1 million, if my net worth is $1 million and I have a mother or a baby mom that has a net worth of 50K or whatever the case may be, I know that the kids are probably going to like staying in my place more because I just have a lot more in my place. There's a lot more to do.
That's not
Therefore,
how
Mhm.
kids work.
Well, I'm finished. Yeah.
all right, man.
No, I'm just saying like when it
I
like
literally I
you
grew
would
up in it, so I know how
no,
kids work.
you would think that kids like to be around the things and all the glitz and the glam and the money and all that, but no, that's not how kids work, right?
No, it depends. Whatever they like more, whatever they like,
What
that's what they want to be
do you,
around.
do you
And the
think a
point
kid
is that
would?
if you have $1 million,
Yeah,
you can surround them with more things that they like and put them in a better situation. That is your whole argument, right? Resources
yeah,
make
yeah,
produce
and then
outcomes.
yeah,
So
and then the kid
therefore,
would
if you
prefer to
have
be at
more
they.
money, if you have more resources, you can produce better outcomes for those kids than the mother could if she has less resources. Therefore, they may grow a attachment or a dislike for being over there, an attachment to being around you or around your household because of those reasons.
Yeah, that's fair, right? That's fair. And I agree with you. It makes sense on its face, right? Like prepare for everything that you might, you know, encounter, right? But a lot of these things just pop up. Like you can work, you can have a problem with your kids because you work too much. You work a 9 to 5 or something like that, and you gotta. I remember my mom used to work a 9 to 5, and I had to, you gotta pull the chicken out before she get home and make sure the house clean and all that type of stuff, and you don't do it. Like we a lot. These are things that you can't necessarily prepare for. The things that your kids resent you for when you get older. The one thing that I'm proudest of is how much my kids do love me. Like my kids love me like so much, and that's the most out of the world. That's the most thing that I'm proud of is how much they just ask me for hugs all day, or they ask me for kisses all day. Before bed, they make sure that they get a hug and a kiss, and if they don't,
That
they
shit
gonna
get
come in my
annoying,
office.
goddamn it. I'm like, leave me the hell alone.
I love it. I love it. My and my
Hey,
and my
speak
son
for yourself, Sharon.
and my son big as hell.
Damn.
He come down.
They
My
still
son
on
will
the
come
honeymoon
downstairs in
phase,
my
Sharon. You know
office.
they ain't 50 like you.
Yeah, hey y'all, my kids was like, but dad, I don't understand. You're a good dad. Why you want to be alone on Father's Day? I was like, because I'm a good dad.
Oh no, you're
Leave me the
tripping.
fuck alone.
Alone on Father's Day is crazy.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah,
We about to watch a basketball game or something.
absolutely,
No, you're tripping.
absolutely. Leave me the f alone. I deal with y'all every day.
Nah.
Sure,
I need a
I'm
day
not
off.
gonna be that guy,
I would
but I
literally
just want
kidnap
you
my
to
dad
say
before he was
you
alone
sound
on
like the
Father's Day.
man. You sound like the man who worked all day and said, "I don't want to hang out with my wife." So I don't think you meant to sound like that, but that was wild.
Hey,
That might be
listen,
how he
I'm somebody that know exactly what he wants for his day. They said, hey, what do you want? I want to be left alone. Thank you. Don't call me. Don't talk to me. Don't try to feed me.
That's
Don't try to
crazy.
hug me. Nothing. Leave me the hell alone. It ain't nothing that you could buy that I gotta buy it anyway. So it don't make no sense for you to buy
No,
me a
we
gift.
here to spend time.
Anya, don't
No, I
don't
said,
cook for him. Don't cook for him, Anya. You said you ain't got to.
nope. Don't cook nothing. I don't want nothing.
Nah,
I
there's
want
a
to be
difference on
left
those big
alone.
days. There's a huge. It's like there's a difference between spending time with your dad on any random Sunday and doing it for Father's Day. It signifies it's a symbol. It's a symbol. It symbolizes something. In my opinion, so it's just like Christmas. Like you don't just randomly have Christmas on any day, but like there's a whole culture around Christmas. Is different, right? Like July 4th is different. Juneteenth
We
is
don't give a
different.
damn about none of that. Okay, we just
Shit.
need to give him.
My shit.
That's it.
I wish my dad would try to say, "Oh, I don't want to spend." Yeah, all right, I'll be over there in about 5 minutes. Don't even worry about it.
Really?
You sound like a goddamn Leo.
We don't care about that kind of shit.
He a bully.
We care about the food,
I
and
don't
that's
care.
it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, nah. You can have a long time the day before Father's Day and the day after Father's Day, but Father's Day you spend it with me.
Damn, you forcing him.
I don't know.
think
I don't know.
if,
Yeah, nah.
if they get to your age, then okay, I could kind of understand it because now we ain't with each other every single,
Mhm.
But at this moment, nah, get the fuck out of here.
Sharon, you want to know something I realized yesterday? So I was sitting at my computer and I realized Juneteenth kind of got eclipsed by the Carmelo Anthony case for a lot of people this year.
Yep.
Like a lot of people didn't really talk about Juneteenth because they were talking about the Carmelo Anthony trial this year, different than last year. I thought that was interesting.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
I see him talking about
Juneteenth gets
all the
spoke
time.
about around like the 18th and the 19th. That's when people like, oh, what you doing? People don't talk about it all month long.
Right.
It's turned into like a regular holiday now. Like, like, oh shit, it's Juneteenth.
Yeah, it's a federal holiday now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or
So.
something.
It's a federal holiday now.
Yeah. So people gonna
It's
get their
officially
day
a
off.
federal holiday.
People still gonna have their barbecues and be chilling regardless.
Is Juneteenth a federal holiday? Because I was pretty sure they.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes,
thought it was
it's a
executive
federal
order. I thought it was an executive order, and they got rid of the executive order last year.
I thought they did
Hey,
it too. I thought, I don't know. He's got
It
a
might
point.
be. It might be anybody that's voting the same way as Charlotte, that's a
Yeah,
possibility.
hey, facts. You saw
Sean,
this
you're not
this
immune to
dude.
values.
No, you saw he took down the first black. I can't remember his name right now, but the first black general. They took down the portrait in the White House for the UFC event.
Sickening.
Yeah.
Sickening. But man, it's definitely an interesting game plan that you had, especially now that you are considering? What is about this young lady? Is it because she's not willing to have children before marriage? What is it different about this young lady that you are willing to marry her before carrying?
So I mean, that's just a decision that we made together. At this point, is that it just makes more sense for us to do that. But you saying what I think is different about her?
Yeah, like the decision making is it a reason why y'all waiting to marry to carry?
Well,
Like
well,
what's
yeah,
the
two
thought
reasons.
process?
Two reasons. So it makes sense because we already got three, and that was important to her. Of waiting until she gets married
Okay.
because that's the type of environment that she comes from. And that's yeah. So that was important to her. So I'm like, yeah, absolutely, it
So
makes the most sense.
so her parents are married.
They were.
Mm.
Yeah.
And how her dad feel about you being having three women uh, impregnated roughly in a year span each?
Oh, I'm pretty sure he well, yeah, I'm pretty sure he early on he probably felt very questionable about like what is his daughter doing. But then once you get to know me, and once you kind of see how I move, you see everything. You can't help but to be like, oh, you know what he's doing. You know that,
You
Sharon,
bigger than him?
would you agree that there's an exception to everything? I'm taller than him. He work out though. He one of those workout guys. So he real
Okay.
he got
He,
muscles.
he not he not he's not an intimidated type of guy. You mean? Okay.
He actually a cop. He a cop.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's always going to be exception to a rule for sure.
I'm the exception.
For
Almost
sure, it's always
everywhere.
going to be
All I know is that if Ma ever runs into some financial
You said
that
what?
troubles,
was a good setup. You set me up,
I can
man.
articulate it.
if Ma ever is not able to sustain this
I can tell you
lifestyle
how
for whatever
well,
reason, then it's going to be extremely
well,
detrimental.
AR.
He then becomes just like every other statistic, and
So
so do
AR,
his kids.
do you think that you could articulate how many exceptions to many rules?
Are you asking me to gas you as a man?
No. I'm just saying, like, if reasonably,
He's
do
definitely
you
asking for
think that
glazing.
do you think
Yeah,
that
it kind of
so I
sounded like
already
he
said
I was like, hey, AR, can you tell me how amazing I am?
no. So AR, this is what I'm saying, right? So we just had a conversation, and and I showed you that I had custody. I'm not, and I was custodial parent for one of my kids. Would you think that makes me an exception as a man?
Not
I
as
don't know,
much of an
honestly.
exception.
Hold
I
on,
think that's not. I
hold
don't
on.
think it's.
So it's not an exception for a man to have custodial parent to be a custodial parent.
For one, if you
To
have three,
three.
I think that if you took
Let's say
the
for one.
average dude with three, okay, with four,
JP has three. His
We
kids.
start. Hold on, we starting with one. We starting with one.
no, that's what
One
I'm
no.
saying. I think that if you took the average man that got three different women
So it's
pregnant, I
so
don't
it's
know if it's
relatively normal for a
atypical
man to
for at
have.
least. I don't know if it's atypical for them to have custody for at least one of those kids out of the three plus that they
It's
created.
not.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's
That's not
atypical.
typical.
I don't
But I
think that's
think
normal.
that especially based off your income level,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's atypical,
So
but
I think if we look it up, it would say that probably 80% of women have custody of children and they decide that
that's
without having.
not but we're talking about the type of situation that you're in. So you're asking if it's an exception that you have custody of one of your kids, even though you have three
Okay, so
women pregnant. And
let's
I
say
don't
two
know
of
if
my
that is
kids.
because I don't know too many people that have three women pregnant.
Okay, let's say having custody of two of my kids. Do you think that that's an exception?
Let's just say yes.
Different
'cause
moms.
I'm trying to figure out where you're going with it.
So that's three times, three different women.
Mhm.
I think that's the exception. No child support. None of them.
So
think
is
that's
the
an exception.
exception you got three women pregnant? Because that's exceptional in itself. But I don't know if that's
Listen,
an
No,
exceptional
he's
where I
saying
come from,
logic.
that's not that
that.
exceptional.
No, he's saying the exception. I don't know how you missed that shot, but he said exception is that he have custody of all three of his children from three different women that are not crackheads.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. But no, like I'm saying, it's even exceptional that he has children from 3 different women. That's not as common as people think it is.
Where
Well,
I
we're
come
using
from,
it.
it's
I don't
not
know.
that.
Hey Trey, how many? I don't know. I'm in the same boat, so I don't know.
Hey, Sharon,
Statistics don't
we him,
believe
man.
it.
Hey, Sharon, we him, man. Just face it. It's okay. We him, my boy. Just understand that. You know what I'm talking about?
Hey, you got a 3x3?
He wish.
Oh, okay. Trey got a 2x2.
Yeah.
He said he wished. That's crazy.
He working on it.
That's crazy.
Trey, you need to go get one more.
What
Trey
happened?
got a 2x2. No,
Right now, it's only me and
Yeah,
John in the club.
I was in my first son. I was married. My second son, I was.
Oh, okay.
See, Trey was doing it the right way.
Are you gonna go get a third?
He stumbled a little bit, but
Nah, I didn't stumble. I knew what I was doing. I shot the club up, nigga.
that's still stumbling. That doesn't matter because you knew what you was doing. It's the fact that you did it in the first place.
And
What you
listen,
mean?
Trey's in good health and in good shape, but he don't want to restart. Absolutely not. He ain't getting no third.
Nah, I don't want. Nah, I don't want him on. Nah, I don't want him on. But hey, if it happened, it happened. You know what I'm saying?
Hold up, I want y'all to understand. He was not definite about that. No, he was like, nah. Well,
He just said if it happens, it
I like
happens.
shooting that club up.
If I did, it wouldn't matter because I take care of my kids, so that's all that matters.
It's not all that. Oh,
Yeah, but
I agree.
Why? Hold on, why it don't matter?
It do matter. It's just not all that matters.
Hold on. AR, are you serious?
How long you been? Were you listening at all earlier, or?
Nah, I wasn't. I just came in.
All right.
I just came
We
in.
about to go through the whole shit again.
Okay, that's all right. I
It's a
stay up
simple
to
premise. You don't.
Yeah, I just think there's more that there's more than just a father being a part of their kid's life or being the custodial parent.
What do you mean? I am. What are you talking about?
I know that's what I'm. All right.
Nah, AR, it ain't no bombs over here, fam.
You're not listening. That's the problem. I'm not saying you're a bum. That's the point I'm making is that you're saying that I take care of my kids. That's all that matters. No, Ma, don't try. Some of them women must not have been listening when you told them you got other women pregnant before less than a year ago to get pregnant again, man. This is crazy out here.
They saw this beer.
They saw the beer. They saw the beer with the sunglasses.
Nah, AR, what I'm saying is, AR, what I'm saying is our kids are in the home. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Which I just, how old are your kids?
11 and 4.
Okay. That 11-year-old starting to get around. Have you had to deal with issues with them that you wouldn't have had to deal with if you only had a kid with one woman and was married to her?
Like what?
I don't know, just generally speaking.
I don't have no problem with my kids.
Okay.
Trey's son exceptional. No. Like his son can shoot guns better than grown men. And
he's a trained fighter, star athlete, all that.
I just want to make the point: 100% of the men who fell in the category that we're talking about, all 3 of y'all are doing it the right way with custody of your kids. Just saying, by AR's definition, that wouldn't be exceptional because y'all are 100% of this panel. Fair?
No, that's fair. Yeah, I think that's very interesting that me, Trey, and Ma all have very similar because I raised my older kids as well. They out the house now, but so yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
and all 3 of us can communicate pretty goddamn well. So interesting.
That's the exception too, Sharon. Like being a man who can communicate on that level, that's exceptional. It is like being a man who a woman can admire is exceptional, right? Not just a guy who I make money, listen to me, I'm the man, follow me, right? Like for a woman to actually submit to you on her own like free will, that's exceptional. A lot of these things women they just can't afford to be in
do
their
you
own
think it's exceptional based off your income level? Or do you think it's exceptional comparing yourself to a 20K income person?
I think it's exceptional across the board. Because I didn't always like this money is like the last 4 years for me. right? But
Ain't that how old your kids are?
no, my kids are my oldest is 8.
Oh,
Yeah.
So Ma, they saying that you still puffing up your chest and you asking for submission, you telling women how to act. Do you agree with that statement that you still giving advice to how women should be moving in these world?
Do I give advice on how women should be moving?
Yeah.
I like the idea. I like the idea that men are leaders of society. However, I've recently learned that most men probably shouldn't be leading. I think that the average woman might be more competent than the average man, even though the average man thinks that he should be the leader of his relationship. I've just been learning that, recently that a lot of men just aren't smart, so you probably shouldn't be leading that woman.
hey, can I ask Mom a question real quick?
Sure.
I think you said earlier, you said something similar, and you were like being around YouTube, like being on the YouTube streets, it kind of changed your view. Do you think that these people realize how, like, they prove the other side's point so much that you got people that, because I used to think the same thing with like men being more logical and X, Y, and Z, but being on here and seeing these dudes hop on these panels, it's like, damn. I told my girl, yeah, like, we'll be talking and she'll be like, yeah, I do believe. I'm like, man, I used to believe that too, but being on these panels with these idiots, it's like, I don't know if I can believe that anymore. I gotta see some evidence. I gotta experience it, because on YouTube it's not that way. And it's like these people don't even realize that, like, they're that dumb that they don't even realize that they're having that impact. They actually think like they're more logical and all these. Man, I remember when Rush was on here talking about his associate's degree is equivalent to a PhD. Art, man, it's just like, it's crazy out here. Respectfully,
but listen, a lot of these niggas been raised by their mama, and I'm gonna leave that right there.
I don't agree with that.
Ron, don't do that. Ron, stay in your lane.
They moved out, but then they
stay
moved out.
Ron. That's a fact.
Hold on, but Trey, I don't think that means as much as what you think it does.
Yeah, I don't think it means anything.
Because
it does, but listen, I ain't for listen. We had that conversation on my panel where we won't be no biases going on, because that nigga his facial expression already, the nigga already.
What you mean?
I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. Bro, you being disingenuous already. The fact of saying I don't think that.
What you mean? Hold on. What you mean it's gonna be a bias?
You don't know what bias means. That's why.
What you mean it's gonna be a bias?
Terry, don't do that. Stay in your lane.
You ain't gonna make me.
Yo, Sharon, he said
hold on. So, Bomb Terry, you be on my panel being rent-free, and now you want to, okay, I'm gonna keep that same.
That was crazy to say over here. You're gonna get a biased energy. It's crazy. That's why most men be scared to come over here.
No. Hold on. I'm over here, nigga. What you talking about, nigga? I'm right here.
But you're afraid to have a conversation.
Nah,
so
no, because it's gonna be disingenuous. It's no use to.
How?
I'm not scared to have a conversation. I had a conversation.
Okay, so how do you know that before we have the conversation,
bro? You literally already gave me pushback to something that me and you can substantiate.
All right, so I want to understand how you can substantiate. Kulu live streaming. Sharon, would you want the majority of black men to have kids by 3 different women, or want them to have kids with the woman they are married to? I would rather them have children with the woman that they are married to, 100%.
And also, that most of them need to, because they need a leader, because most of these guys are dumb. They can't handle that. They need a woman. They need to be married to a woman, and they need to be in a structured relationship. Because if you on your own, making your own decisions, come on, nah.
Trey, I don't think Sharon was arguing against the men raised by single women. I think he was arguing against, or he was saying like that doesn't matter as much. Like that doesn't define why they're stupid.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I got you.
It doesn't, just because they are raised by a woman doesn't make them sassy. It doesn't make them stupid. The women have nothing to actually do. Being raised by a woman don't have nothing to do with it. It's what happens outside of his household that makes that young man turn into a leader or not.
I disagree,
but Trey, you know what's crazy? If you had a conversation on your panel, it's gonna be biased the other direction, because you know you're gonna have Angryman up there. He ain't gonna let nobody talk.
Angryman, hold on. Angryman don't come on my panel every night. Come on, man, don't do that.
Not every night, but it's likely that.
Yeah, but anytime he's there, he's lying. He don't tell the truth, and nobody holds him accountable for lying.
Sharon, you was just on the line last night, bro. Stop.
That's the only time. Everybody else be.
Last night, bro, you were being disingenuous as hell, my nigga. I'm sitting here. I was quiet just listening to you, bro. And I'm like, this nigga can't be for real. Because, hey, Ron,
I was dead.
man, you be real. Hold
We
on,
wound up,
listen. Man, you have
we
good
wound up
conversations.
getting in the middle. We wound up both conceded and get to it. I got Angryman say he said, you know what, Sharon, maybe you're right.
That's a
It
fact.
is more men choosing
No, that's
for
a fact.
us. So so we did get to a middle ground. So we was both being genuine in our arguments, and that can happen when you got
Sharon,
people
listen
that's
to what I'm
being
saying.
honest in a conversation. Like we could get to a middle, like, you know what, you made some good points that I'm gonna
Sharon,
have to
you missing my
concede
point.
to, and vice versa, and we got there.
You still missing my
It
point.
happens.
Now, again, what you're saying is 100% facts. I agree with you across the board. See, me, I can be important. Y'all be so biased that when somebody's right, y'all still won't agree. Now, I'm talking about when me and you were having a conversation. Sharon, I was asking you direct questions, and you purposely, you smart. I give you got a little intelligence. You move the goalposts every time I ask you a question. You gonna sit here and say you didn't?
I just didn't.
Okay.
I just couldn't answer the. I just couldn't answer the question yes or no at the moment, and I'll explain why I couldn't. That's all. But a young man, it doesn't matter so much on if he's raised by a single mother or a single father or a two-parent household. That's what determines if he's going to be intelligent, a leader, or any of those things. That doesn't have anything to do with anything, as we can tell. It's plenty of young men that are raised by their daddies. They act like bitches.
I'm gonna cook you on this conversation, nigga.
Who, me?
You, nigga.
Oh no, you barking up the wrong tree on this one.
So I just don't understand. How can you substantiate that? How can you substantiate that men that are raised by women are automatically feminine? I don't understand.
When did I ever say that? I never said that.
So what is your statement about men being raised by single mothers?
Oh, so what I'm saying is that y'all Monk was talking about there's a lot of incompetent men, and there's a lot of men right now in the dating scene. So most of them would be born around what, late 80s, early 90s. In that era, a lot of the men, because of the drug epidemic, a lot of the father wasn't in the home when you talk about where for all the above, right? So I'm saying these grown men right now that was raised by a lot of them. I'm not saying all, so I never say all, but a lot of them that do not need to be in relationships. And I agree with Monk, but what I'm telling Money is because they were not trained by a real man to learn how to be a leader, and that's why a lot of them are failing.
Yeah, so I think that based on the men that I experienced, I think if most of those guys were in their kids' lives, I don't think that they what those men could teach them would be any better. And the reason that I say that is because most men aren't, I don't find, to be real leaders. I mean, like, I'm talking about men who ask questions, right? Men who are here to serve, right? Men who are intelligent enough to understand, like, how to lead a woman outside of providing. I make money and I do discipline, and, like, like, all of these guys don't understand, like, the nuances of really leading a kid, leading a family. I think it's much deeper than what we were always taught. Is like, oh, the dad, we teach you not to be too emotional, and we teach you, this, that, and the third. I think all of that stuff is nonsense.
And let me read the super chat real quick. Random Independent. Based off the men I experience, Mott. Damn.
Yeah, and I think that's important to say. I think that's important to say. Is the is this
I just
Hey,
thought
yo.
you should have added a pause in there. That was, and then you doubled down and said that was crazy.
Yeah, that's a pause.
But I agree with Mont on this. I don't think because a young man is raised by a single mother, that means that he's going to be feminine.
Whoever said that?
But so what is it that you're saying about these young men that are being raised by single mother households that are being undateable? Why are they undateable?
That's
It's usually because
Bro,
they are.
I clearly articulated myself. I clearly did. My response was to what Munt said, that he see a lot of men don't know how to be leaders in relationships. So that my response was to Munt.
I just think he's not.
All right,
He's saying like
all
they
right, so
don't have.
we could go. So we could just go with the leaders. They don't know how to be leaders. Why do you believe if a man raised them, they're going to be raised to be leaders?
No, you got to be raised by a real man, because every man is not a man. Just because a man is in the home does not mean he's a good leader. Like, where we get this from?
What's a real man, Trey? Your
All right, so
definition.
no, hold on. So if that's the case, then why you said that most of them are raised by a single mother, like that actually matters?
Because
Because what you're articulating to me personally is that you got to be raised by another leader to be a leader. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman.
That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you said. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like to me when you articulate it. Unlikely with $2. Women are smarter than men. I agree, Mont. So go ahead and explain the leadership part, because that's the part I'm getting confused by.
I just like right at the end of the day, right? Because my conversation was about a man being taught how to lead a woman in a relationship. And I believe that it takes a positive, productive man in a relationship to show a young man how to treat a woman. You don't agree with that? Because see, two things gonna happen. You're gonna learn on the fly, or you can learn by example. So Mark, let me ask you a question, Mark. Would you rather your son not have a father and learn how to treat women on the fly, just going to woman, just having experience, or your son be under your leadership, see you loving on your fiance, and he learn by, okay, hey, once he started dating, guess what? Hey, son, as your son is going through elementary, middle school, once you start dealing with young women, you can guide him through the process. So, Monk, which one would you rather your son experience?
I'd rather my son have me.
Thank you. That's all I was saying.
But that's
fine. But what did I have to do with being raised by a single mother?
No, listen. So again, if that young man who does not have his father, who is in getting attracted to young ladies, right? So at the end of the day, he needs to learn from a man perspective on how to treat these women and how to be a leadership when you're talking about being in a relationship with a woman. You disagree? And I'm not saying this across the board, but I'm saying typically that I think it would be favorable for a man to learn from his father loving his mother.
Right, but the issue with that statement is that we got to add in the caveat that he's a real man, like how you said.
No. Again, just answer the question, sir. We don't have to add anything. Which one would you rather have? Would you rather have your son watching you love his mother, and when he starts getting in relationships, you guide him through the process, or would you rather him not have you in his life, and then he just learn on the fly, and then go having conversation with his mother randomly? Because a lot of time the young men won't even have a conversation with his mom about him dating and dealing with young ladies. He's just gonna learn on the fly. Which one would you rather have?
That's difficult. So I'd rather my son learn from me. It's not simple, because the way how you the premise that you having it as, right, is me personally. But when I answer that question, other men's gonna act like they could say the same thing I'm saying. And that's the issue that I'm having with the question. So yes, I would say me personally, but that's because I put in a history and a track record behind me being able to lead.
So I'm glad you said this. So Sharon, would a man typically have a better outcome? Would a man typically have a better outcome? With having a father or without having a father?
About me, I'm talking about the general population. I'm not talking about me.
Okay, but again,
that's the issue.
I got you, and we're on the same page with that. But again, what I'm saying is that, hey, if you say that, hey, you and Mont agree with me, hey, listen, I would rather me. In my opinion, I believe that the average man would rather his son be taught by him. So if a lot of these young men are not having their fathers in their life, then I believe that there will be some stumbling blocks in the process of leading a woman or learning how to lead a woman. You don't agree with that?
It's just one caveat.
No, because majorities men,
Wall Street.
Majorities men do not know how to lead anything.
So exactly. So who would they talk about? I just like my son, right? You just heard Mud say out of his mouth, because I got videos of my son shooting. You think his mama taught him? No, hold on. No, let's answer the question.
No, but the problem with the question is that you putting it on yourself instead of keeping it on the general population. The general population is completely different from you. Majority of the general population cannot achieve the things that you achieve. They are not going to be in shape at 45. They're not going to be able to defend themselves and box. They're not going to be able to teach their son how to box. They're not going to be able to teach their son how to shoot because most of them don't know how to shoot themselves. So you cannot use yourself as to when we are talking about the general population. That's the issue that I'm having with the questioning.
I got you, bro. I'm just saying that from my perspective, I believe we need to create or raise more men like us on the panel, right? And I just believe that for us to get the outcome that we desire, we need more men in leadership leading our sons so that we can groom our young men to lead women properly.
So that I would agree. We need more of the solid leaders, the solid men, the one that has proven history. We need to put back and behind those men that got great history behind leading other people, not just their household. And we need to push them in the forefront. I agree with that. But all right, so we're in agreement. So we can end that conversation. We're in 100% agreement with that. But when you said majority of those men are raised by their single mother, that's why I was trying to understand where that's coming from and why does that matter? Because a woman, single or not, she can absolutely still teach a young man or a young woman how to be in leadership positions or leadership roles.
In reference to a man being a husband in a marriage, correct? Is that the context you're saying?
Correct. Because leadership.
Hold on, if you believe that, then I don't believe that across the board, but I believe she can teach him add some principles to him, teach him certain things. But when it comes to being a husband, I don't believe we need young men growing up in single mother household trying to teach him how to be a goddamn husband to his wife. But if you believe that, I fall back. That's your belief. I don't believe that.
Okay, and you believe that a father could teach his daughter how to be a wife?
No. What a father could do is sit down and teach his young daughters how to have some respect for herself.
That's crazy to me. I think I absolutely could teach my daughter how to be a wife, and
you
I
can
could
tell her how to
be
operate in certain principles. I agree, 100%.
Right, because something's got to be right. Because something's got to be nuanced to that human being, of course. But but the basics, absolutely, I could teach either.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
So, but why you disagree when it's a single mother?
Well, no, I didn't know. Of course, she can teach him how. Hey, a husband is supposed to provide, but at the end of the day, providing from a man's viewpoint and providing from a woman's viewpoint is two different things, right? I don't know how you lead, right? A lot of men, as a husband, when we're providing, and I keep pausing because I'm eating. I apologize. I might, and it depends on the man's financial status because everybody not where we are, right? So let's deal with the average man making $50,000 a year. When he come home, he might need to decompress for an hour. Guess what? A mom teaching his son about being in leadership and not reaching a certain social status, she can't teach him how to deal with working 12, 13, 14 hours a day, and then you come home and you got to kind of decompress because you don't have the world on your shoulders. They don't understand the way we think in that capacity. They don't, Sharon. That's a fact.
And I think any man that's teaching his son that he got to come home to decompress, that's wrong. That's wrong.
No, I didn't say no. That's not what I said. See, you moving the goalpost. I didn't say that. I'm just giving you an example of how a mother cannot understand a man that's being a husband. Is what I said.
Right, and for me personally, what I'm trying to say, what I'm saying, I would not teach my son to decompress when you get home. That's when you gotta release.
Bro, you gotta release all of this. That's not. I'm not even saying to teach him that.
What I'm saying about decompression.
So a woman
should not be going home
from her father, and then teach him to.
You should not be coming home to decompress. You need to leave work at work. So I don't understand the decompression part. I don't. To me, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a young girl, young man, young woman. You gotta learn how to deal with stress in the world, and you should not be bringing that stress inside of your house.
Easier
You need to
said than done.
decompress on your way.
Y'all got it.
Say that again.
You're not being realistic. We see this every goddamn day, bro. Straight up.
Yeah. What we see is that a lot of men cannot deal with the stress of the world. That's what we see because they've never taught how to deal with what is going on with them.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, like when
By
it comes
who?
to
Exactly.
When it comes these niggas.
When it comes
what
to
you mean by who?
Bro, y'all,
what you mean by
y'all don't be on man time. Y'all want to say stuff to sound good to Carter to y'all audience. I get it, respect it. So guess what? Y'all got it, fam. Real talk.
What you mean, Carter? To what? I don't understand why
because
people
we on man time.
Be talking about things that doesn't have anything to do with anything. I'm not coddling to nobody.
Y'all
I'm having a conversation with you.
I'll jump back in when y'all change the conversation.
Yeah, when it comes to men, like women, they don't have the burden of performance. So when it comes to stress dealing with the outside world, it's totally two different levels. So by you saying that, hey, he shouldn't be coming home decompressing, that's kind of like unfair. Like where else he's supposed to decompress? That's his home, his place is in. He needs to be able to decompress. Like, most people treat men like, they're just androids and they got no type of feelings, man. That sounds crazy to me. You know what I mean?
I mean, both points are
No,
backwards.
hold on. We're not talking about somebody not to have feelings. Women go outside and work as well. We talking about the average man making 50,000, which his women gotta go to work.
Of performance, though. A woman doesn't have the burden of performance
you
on
got
her.
a chance to finish your full thought. Yes, she does. She got the same stress as that man. She making
No, she
48, he making 52, and they got the same stress when they come. They still gotta handle the boss. They gotta handle whatever it is that he gotta deal with going outside to go to work. That woman gotta deal with going outside and going to work.
So she may need
What
to
are we talking
decompress
about?
as well, right? She may need to decompress after she comes home from her career and a stressful day. She might need to decompress as well.
Okay, well, all these people decompressing. Fine. So what I'm saying is that the man and the woman, they both got to go outside in the world and deal with stress.
Correct.
So what is this idea that a woman, a single mother, cannot teach her son how to deal with the world when she's a single woman dealing with the world, going outside and dealing with providing for her child?
And that's what I was questioning, because I do believe that a woman.
Hold on, but I want the person to answer. I want somebody to answer that if they can.
All right.
Because that's what I'm confused about.
Right, and I'm with you on that. Like, I disagree. I think a woman who did have a solid father in her life can instill things in a young man she's raising. On the other side of that, though, just because you got a pair of balls, you know what I mean, doesn't mean that you know the keys to being a successful man and can in a way that
So Trey,
I respectfully disagree,
let me
man.
understand this right. So Trey,
Only
you're
a
saying
man
that
can
Wall
raise
Street
another
really,
man. A woman cannot raise a man. You know what I mean?
how can you what? Okay, why are you saying a woman cannot raise a man?
The stats prove it. Most
There's
kids
no
that's
stats to prove that.
listen, man. Most people that's incarcerated right now, they all derive from a single mother parent household. The stats prove it that a woman cannot raise a man, and they did a case study on this.
Hey, y'all better listen to Russ, man. The problem with that argument is a lot of single mothers have raised extremely productive men, right?
Nah,
Like you
the
have
percentage
men.
is not
Hold
high,
on, you
bro.
also have men in that can that you're talking about who do come from two-parent families. So it's no
Nah, the
cookie
percentage is
cutter
a lot. The
answer.
percentage of them coming from a single mother household is a lot higher than them coming from a two-parent household.
So okay, hold on. So we do understand the majority of people that's in the system is coming from poverty.
Yeah, a single mother household. Yeah. A woman cannot raise a man. She can't.
I wouldn't even argue that because we know we have young Carmelo right now in the can. He came from a two-parent
Were you
household
raised by
that
two
wasn't
parents?
a poverty home. So,
Rush, were you raised by two parents?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Why did you turn out the way you did?
Holy shit.
Respectfully.
hey, y'all, it's wild.
Yo, because I had a good father in my life, man. Know what I mean?
Well, my father passed when I was 12.
Trey,
My
you don't
mother did
hold
a
on,
pretty good
Trey.
job.
You don't understand why. Hold on, Trey. You don't understand why I say the things that I say. This is crazy, bro. So I guess me, AR, and Wall Street Willie are pandering to our audience.
No, I'm definitely not pandering. You were wrong too. Everyone needs to decompress every once in a while. But I don't subscribe to that. A woman just can't raise a productive, successful man. If she had a productive, successful father, if she had uncles in her life that invested in her, she saw examples of what a man needs to be, what he goes through, things like that. She can instill those things on her son. So I get where they're going with it in terms of probability, right? It's more likely that if he has that father in his life, all right, cool. But on the other side of that, though, if the father's a goofy, right, he may steer the kid down a completely goofy lane. So it's just not.
Absolutely. We got somebody in the chat by the name of Red Pill Haru. You can hit the link, my brother, and we can have a conversation so I can understand where you come from. There's nothing but men on the panel, so this whole idea that I don't know. I don't get it.
Because I was just saying, like, a man that's not solid, I would say he probably can't raise a young man as well, right? As a single mom, as a perfect example.
Yeah, Wall Street Willie. So yeah, I don't understand this idea that single mothers is the one that's ruining men. That's crazy talk to me.
Yeah, I would argue that a
Whoever said
single
that, because
mother with a
I
good
definitely never said
foundation
that.
probably can raise a young
Hey,
man
Sharon, let's be
better
clear.
than a
I
male
definitely never
goofy.
said that. Let's be clear. I never said that.
Right, but the issue is that you're not being clear on what you mean by single mothers and
No, I was very clear. I articulated it very well, and it's okay.
I don't. Okay, so Wall Street, did you understand what Trey was talking about when he said single mothers?
Yeah, I
And young men?
understood the premise. I only disagree because I know a lot of dudes, definitely not all, but it's a lot of goofies out here, right? So he may be teaching his child the wrong thing, like, oh, take her down. Yeah, that's my boy. Right? That might not necessarily make a productive, successful man. On the other side of that, though, you
Hey,
do
Wall
have
Street, real quick.
women.
Let me
You do
interject. Let me
have
help you
women.
out real
Hold on,
quick.
let me land.
Let me hold on
You do
because
have
hold
women,
on
right,
because
that
Sharon
have a
asked you, did you
foundation
understand what I
of
meant? So I
solid
need to
men
give you
around them.
context because you're
Hold
not
on,
no because you
slow down. Let
you
me
didn't
finish.
understand what I was saying. You
I
obviously didn't
did.
understand what I was saying.
I get it.
I okay. Let me ask you this, Wall Street. When I made my statement, who was I responding to on the panel?
Man, I don't know. That didn't have anything to do with the point you was
Sharon. Now,
making.
hold on, watch this. Sharon, didn't I tell you I was responding specifically to one person?
So what's your point in terms of the point you
Hold on,
were making
Sharon.
being wrong?
Sharon, did I not say I was responding to one person on the panel? Did I
You
not
could have
say
been
that?
responding to God. The point was still wrong, is my only point.
Okay, how can my point be wrong when you don't even know who I was responding to? That's
Because I'm
crazy
going
work.
off the merit of your statements, not who you were talking to. You
There
could have
was
said it to
context
George
to my
Washington.
statement.
You could have
There
said
was
it
a
to
statement
Harriet
before I
Tubman.
responded. That's crazy, bro.
You could have been saying it to whoever. I'm speaking on the merit of what you actually said. I disagree with that.
So
I don't
Sharon, I
care who you
asked you
were
who I was
talking to.
talking to. He admitted he didn't know who I was talking to. You're gonna sit there and you're
Man,
not
that's
gonna tell who I
irrelevant,
was
bro.
talking to because
You
I
were
asked
talking
you a
to the
question,
panel.
Sharon.
You were talking to the panel.
I'm trying to understand as well because he's saying that he's speaking to what you were saying, not who you was talking to. So
Okay, Sharon, there was
in his
context, bro.
idea, in
Why
his
you scared?
mind, in his mind, he is responding to what you're saying, not who you're saying it to.
Okay, but there,
he's
okay,
not
so
ready.
Faron, it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
If somebody makes a statement, I'm not responding to the panel talking point. I was responding to one person on the panel, and I said that, Sharon. I told you who I was talking to.
But what does that
But
change about the merit of your statement?
So, but
Like,
what I'm saying is that what I'm saying, Trey, is that regardless of who you responded it to, he
Y'all
disagreed with what you said. You don't think somebody could disagree with what you said, even though you said
No,
it to a
if he,
specific
no,
person?
no, because he don't even know what the hell I'm talking about.
That's fine. He might not have the context 10 minutes before, so we could agree that he might not have those contexts. But what I'm saying is, from what he heard, he disagreed with, and that's what he was talking to us. Is what Willie is saying.
right, pick someone. It could have been you were responding to Mont, Sharon, whoever. I'm saying what you responded with is what was incorrect to me. Right? Just because a man is a man doesn't mean he's better equipped to raise a boy than a woman. There are women who have had phenomenal men in their lives that they have an example they can pass on to their boys. And it's a lot of men out here that didn't have solid examples. So they're raising goofies. That was all I was saying.
Wall Street. Have you ever ran a mentoring program for young men?
I've been a part of one. I
No,
didn't run it.
Have you? No.
I didn't run it.
No.
I
I got my own. So yeah. So this is experience. I got real experience with y'all niggas on the internet talking.
What was the point in saying that?
Hold
Though?
on.
I told you I
Again,
was a mentor.
have you had hundreds of boys that you mentored personally? I have. And guess what? 99% of them young men didn't have no dad. That's a fact.
And what's the point? I'm trying to
So
keep up with your point.
How you gonna tell me about what I'm talking about when I do this in real life? You just talking.
So to answer your question, yes, I have been involved in mentoring programs, right? Like I have children, right? My children have
I
friends
said
who I
led,
hold on,
started,
hear what I'm saying?
organized, CEO, boss, teacher, the actual leader, mentoring the kids yourself.
Yeah, I've done
hiring
that.
Employees.
I've done that.
Bro, man, stop capping, my nigga.
I've done that. I do that in my home, right? It doesn't have to be through a business, right? I get what you're saying. I get the point you're making, but I'm saying I also understand what needs to be involved in mentoring boys, young men. So I'm saying let's deal with the point instead of having a piston contest about who mentored the most kids. Because at that point, I could
It
tell
wasn't
you,
even about the
hold
most
on.
per
Because
se.
at that point, I could tell you, I
I'm
mentored a
talking
little
about
homie.
what these young
I
men deal
mentored a
with
little
and what
homie
these single
that
mothers deal with
graduated
and
from
what I have to
MIT.
deal with when they calling my phone. But okay.
Hold on. So I mentored a little nigga that graduated from MIT, right? So have you produced that quality level of young man in terms of
What?
education?
Are you serious?
I'm asking.
My nigga, bro, everything I do, I'm the creme of the creme. I'm the best at everything I do.
But you still not
What do you
answering the
mean?
question. Where
Hold
these
on,
boys graduating from? Where they
sir.
working at?
Sir, hold on. I raise bosses. What are you talking about?
Right.
People that employ people.
Right.
Stop playing, man.
I mean, I don't make statements like that if I'm not trying to verify it. Right? It kind of goes out the window because
Hold
anybody
on.
could
So
say
let's put
anything.
money up. I can verify that the person I'm talking about make way more money than the person you talking about. I got receipts on that. You want to put your money up?
I mean, I'd be willing to do that.
All right, hit my line. I'm gonna put my number in the back chat.
Compared to my
I'm
one
gonna put
little
my number in the
man.
back chat. Let's see
Hold
what
on.
you.
Hold on. Compared to my one little man that's working for Monsanto with what he's making, yeah, I put his salary up against all 100 of your little niggas. You might have one that makes more. You might.
Bro, you just capping, bro. You on the internet capping. I know what type of nigga you is. I call my nigga on the phone right now, nigga.
That ain't no cap, bro. It's the MITES program, right? The MITES program is a program that gets kids from high school, right? And pretty much, like, I don't want to use the term groom, but prepares them, right, to go to MIT. Yeah. I have a little dude that was raised pretty much in my home a lot of the time, so I had a mentoring effect on his life, and I'm proud of where he landed.
I don't mean to interrupt you,
Okay,
Willie. This is just beside the point.
The verbal assassin F around and find out $5. Trey is making a straw man argument. He is so wrong, and his comments is misogynistic. Period.
Nah, I mean, I think I agree with Trey. If Trey's point is that a man can raise a man better than a woman can, then I'm 100% in agreement.
So hey, y'all,
I'll show y'all something real quick.
what I'm saying is just because you're a man doesn't qualify you to raise that boy better than every woman just because she's a woman. No, there are women that
I
have.
mean, I don't,
Nobody
but
said that.
on
I
average, it
disagree. I'm
would.
gonna give it
On
to you,
average, that
Nobody
brother.
is
said
true.
Any
that. That's what I'm saying.
motivation
Y'all
for
niggas
a
goofy,
man.
man.
That's
Making
what you
disingenuous
alluding
statements
to,
that
bro.
nobody never said.
All right, so you do agree that some women can raise men.
But why would you don't have to talk about outliers? Like, sure, there are some women. There's some women. Like, let's say there's 20% of women can raise better than the average man or
Oh, so
something.
we're
That's
doing
fine.
it on
No, but we're
pro
just talking about
rata
average. A man is going to be able to
per
raise a
capita.
man better than a woman can. They have the experience of a man, and like just like a black father can raise a black son better than a white father could.
I mean, I
On
wouldn't
average,
necessarily disagree with
they
that if
have a
that
black
man was
experience.
You
raised
don't know if that's
well.
true or not.
I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that if that man was raised well, right, and is established and successful. I wouldn't argue that, right? If we're strictly limiting it to successful men, then yeah, they probably would be a bit more equipped to raise boys, right? But if we're talking about just the population in totality, no, I can't just say that women can't raise men just as well as the average men out
Well,
here. I
I have
can't
Subway. I'll
subscribe
be
to
back
that.
in like 20 or 30.
Yo, can I show y'all something real quick?
Yeah.
This is my kids got like checklists. So this is like the after camp routine. And my fiance made these. So she got like the camp checklist, but they all got the individual checklist for like how do you know when they wake up, all this type of stuff. And they just check it off.
We can't
Um
see anything that you're showing us, Matt.
no, you can't see none.
No.
All right, hold on. What do you
So,
see?
yeah, your screen is just black.
Oh, interesting. I don't know why that is.
Okay, Young Merv, the Cut Man, $4.99. If that's Blu-ray, then indeed he's trained pros respectfully. Shout out to Errol Spence. Salute to that. But shout out to that. Shout out to his expertise in training in a professional sport. That is super awesome. And yes, that is Blu-ray. And Errol Spence is a phenomenal boxer. And but that had nothing to do with single women.
It's funny, like
Raising.
I don't really want to take it back to the Knicks, right? But when Jalen Brunson and Rick Brunson were in the uh, you know, press conference, right? They asked Rick Brunson, what's one of the things, that really you believe made your son accomplish this moment? And he was talking about, it's because of the man he is, yada, yada, yada. And Jalen Brunson said, yeah, shout out to mom. That's all her, right? And they laughed about it, right? But even in that two-parent home, Jalen Brunson is acknowledging that, yeah, a lot of the things that made me a man I got from my mother. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, so it says 65% approximately of children live with married parents, while 21 to 23% of children are raised in a single mother household, and around 5% is raised in a single father household. And then we got grandparents at 4%. So the majority of these kids, I don't know. the vast majority of kids is being raised by two-parent households. So when we talking about America,
And I mean, just to keep it straight, I think Savannah James could probably raise better young men, right? Than what's his name? Nick got babies all over the place, Cannon, right?
Nah,
She
I
could
doubt
probably
that.
instill things in him that
Way
would
more
help
No,
personal
she
him
though.
can't.
build a
No,
successful
she can't.
family.
Nah.
and I think what the issue is that Trey, yeah, we can see it now. My Trey is going from a successful man standpoint, and we are all going to be 100% agreeance of a successful man standpoint. Majority of men are not successful. That's the issue that we have.
Right. Then we have to define what makes a successful man. Are we judging these things on like things like marriage, things like building,
On
the
history,
same
on a history, on a track record, on the things that they're able to accomplish.
right. So I'm
It's
saying
not just on one criteria.
what are those things? Like for some of us, it is building that nuclear family, right? For some of us, it's based on employment and the amount of money they make. So it gets weird. And when you start to dig into that, then everybody don't necessarily qualify for what they're proclaiming to be the best male role model.
Hmm. In the black community, approximately 60 to 64% of black children live in a single parent family. God damn, that's crazy. That's a crazy stat. Bruh, that's a crazy stat. God damn, that's a crazy stat, bruh. We got to do better, bruh. We got to do better, bruh. Something going on. The verbal session, Efron found out. Do y'all notice that mothers don't have to brag about raising their children? Question. Don't have to show receipts? Question. Because there are outliers, but it's okay to talk about those outliers, huh?
I just want to say I'm doing my part.
I get a point.
Okay, Ronald, what you mean?
Like I said, I got married and I had my 3 children with my wife. We've been married for about to be 16 years in October. So I'm doing my part.
Man, that reading this stat is just crazy to me. In the black community, approximately 60 to 64% of black children live in single parent families, primarily headed by single mothers. Conversely, roughly 20 to 35% of black children reside in married couple households, with the remaining fraction living with single fathers or cohabitating.
Oh, another thing,
Goddamn, Mark.
the stats show that whenever a father raised a female and a boy, it's like the percentage of them becoming productive citizens to society is a lot higher than a single mother raising a boy and girl.
Yeah, but the problem with
So
that is the pool. Like the amount of
So
fathers.
no, so no, here's the main issue. So out of those 64% of black children being raised by single mothers, do we
Maybe
believe that
14.
64% of black people are not being raised properly?
No, that 64% is a ripple effect of the 80-20 rule. 80% of the females within that demographic are only sleeping with a few men. Like if you look up the stats of if you look
No,
up the
but we talking about
stats
raising.
of if you look up
But
the stats
we
of
talking
black
about the
men,
majority.
most black men don't have children.
Yo, Russ, keep hitting him with the
No, that's not
stats.
true.
That's not
Yes,
true.
it is true. Yes, it is true.
It
Rush,
depends on what
Rush.
age you're talking. That's not blanket true. That may be true
No,
in the
that is
20s.
true.
That may be
That
true
is
in the
true. But
20s, but
hey,
once you get to
Hold
45,
on,
50,
hold on, Rush. What age of black men don't have children?
I'll say in between 18 to 40.
No, that's well. Then you be wrong.
yeah, it ends at like 28 or something where you're
Less
pointing
than
it
that.
out.
It's like 20. It's like 25 or something like that. After 20, 26 and up,
Then you start having
we got we got them.
Hey,
We got
Sharon,
them,
real
bro.
quick, are we talking about the average? Because I
I
know,
got more
I know,
kids than
Sharon,
TVs in
I
this
know
house.
plenty of men in their 40s that don't have biological children.
90%
Yeah,
90% of black men of the age of 40 have children.
Oh, okay, okay. I was just,
90%.
I was just asking. I was trying to see what y'all trying to say there that they're not, because I'm saying personally, I know a lot of men that are over 40 who do not have biological children.
Yeah, it's at a 90% clip when we hit 40. So Rush, that stat is just not correct the way how you
Nah,
are
I
wording
don't
it.
know. I don't know what you're looking up, but majority of black men do not have kids. You know what I'm saying? And
Yes, at a
some of
certain age.
and
That's simply
just
false.
like
It's simply completely and totally false. And this has been
just
debunked
like
so many
Trey.
times. It's
Yo,
just not
who's
true.
It's okay.
speaking?
Let
Can
him
I
finish. It's
finish?
okay. I got
Can
you.
I finish? Oh my
I got you,
goodness.
Bert. I'll bring him in.
Yeah. Just like Trey said, a lot of these a lot of these men within our demographic are playing the cleanup role. So they themselves don't have biological children. They're raising other men's children. So there's a vast amount of men that's melanated don't have kids, man. Know what I
Where are
mean?
you getting this from?
Man, look that up, man. You can find
No, no,
it,
no, no,
man.
no, 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 no,
Google
no,
your
no, 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 no,
friend.
no, no. It's your
Google your friend.
assertion. It is
Yeah,
your
you should be able to
assertion.
prove
Where
your
are you
point.
getting it from?
Right.
Google's your friend. Look it
No,
up.
no, boo boo. No, sweetheart. It's your assertion.
I'm not. Listen, my
Where are
name is not.
exactly? That's what
My
I
name is
thought.
not
Just
Boo Boo.
talking
My
like
name is
y'all
not Boo
always
Boo. All
do
right.
because it makes you feel good, right? Show
My
me.
name is not. My name is
Show
not Boo
me.
Boo, man.
It
Man,
is because you are boo boo the fool right now. So show me, honey.
you see how emotional she is about
No,
this
no, 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 no.
situation, man. I
I'm the
don't even
verbal.
know this
Listen,
chick.
baby, I'm the verbal
She coming on
assassin.
this
You're
panel like,
emotional because I'm asking you to
nah,
prove what the hell
you're
you're
the
saying.
emotional one.
Because you sounding like you just talking a bunch of bullshit. So prove it,
Nah,
homie.
I'm speaking truth. You scared of the
Okay, well, show
truth?
me.
You
Show
scared
me.
of the truth?
No, baby,
You
I
scared
want you
of
to
the
show
truth,
me. I'm
right?
literally asking you to show me. Clown. Oh wait, I'm waiting. Show me. Give Sharon the link so he could put it up on the big screen, honey. Come on, we want to see where you're getting this from because this is a big claim that you've been making a lot of big claims, baby. So show us.
I'm telling the
Let's see.
truth, man.
Okay,
I'm
well
telling
let's
the
see the
truth.
truth. Let's see it because I don't know you, honey. So I need you to show it and prove it. Go ahead.
This is not your panel. Like you acting
Exactly.
like this
It's
is your
not yours
panel.
neither.
All right. You
Okay,
don't
so
run shit
show it.
over here. I'm not showing you
Exactly. That's what
nothing.
I thought. Just
You
talking,
can look
running your
it up.
mouth. That's why you can't get
No,
nowhere in
you're
life.
running your mouth.
Show it.
You scared of the truth. You
Show
scared of the
it.
truth.
Show it.
Yo, this bird is out of control. Yo, control
Show
your
it.
bird, Sharon, man.
Show
She
it.
wilding
Now
right
you
now,
getting
man.
emotional now.
Show it.
Who's the yo?
And see,
She's
this
been
is the crazy
completely
thing though,
rude the
because
whole
see,
entire time
y'all run your
she's been
mouth,
engaging
you
with
say
me, man.
wild stuff, and then when someone asks you to
No,
prove it, you
I'm
start hemming and
speaking the
hawing and
truth.
using ad hominem attacks, baby. I ain't attacked you. I asked you to show us what the hell you're talking about and where you got it from.
Sis is cooking.
No, she not. Man, stop
Oh, okay,
simping,
So
man.
exactly. That's what I thought.
Stop
so
simping,
I'm
nigga.
going, Sharon. I'm going,
okay.
Sharon.
All right, bro. So Rush, you do know that the stat that you were talking about, it includes 15-year-olds?
Right.
Rush?
Okay. Okay.
So when you say men, that's why your stats is a little skewed the way how you are expressing them. That's the issue that people are having.
Yo, Rush, tell these niggas you ain't no statistician. You don't gotta look at. You don't gotta be looking into details and stuff.
No, but if that's the case, then you shouldn't bring up stats.
Facts.
That's the issue. So, you know what I'm saying? So this stat says 15 to 49, bro. Is this the stat you talking about, Rush?
Yeah.
So the problem is that it adds 15-year-olds in there. 15 all the way up to 49, bro. It's a problem with you quoting that stat. It's a huge problem with you quoting that stat. Of course, 15 to 20, 21 years, 22 years ain't having no damn children.
I would hope not.
It's an issue. We gotta stop acting. We gotta stop just listening to random goddamn angry men on the goddamn random angry men that's on the YouTube space and just taking a word for without actually doing any research behind it. And if 64% of us is being raised by a single mother, we can, unless we saying that the majority of black people are just doing horribly, bruh, you gotta be careful of saying that, you know, or having a conversation where people could misconstrue you and say that single mothers can't raise children. You know, you gotta be careful how we word this because people
they can't. Only a man could raise another man. You know what I'm saying? A woman cannot raise a man to be a man. I mean, that's just my personal opinion on that. And nobody could change that to me. I mean,
So if a father dies and a
you
woman
saying that's the
becomes a
reason why
widow, she can't raise that man?
Huh?
So
if a
do
woman
you
is
think
married,
we have do you think we have a man problem in the black community? Rush.
Pause. That was kind of wild.
And when you
I
say
don't know how to
man
word
problem, in what sense?
that we don't have enough stand-up men in the black community. We don't have enough trays in the black community. People that stand up, that can help out with other people's children, that could start his own company. He can help other people get employed.
Stop talking, Sharon. Check your cash out, my nigga.
What you doing?
I'm supporting my nigga.
So I guess that's the issue me and Willie is having. We just not really.
So you didn't read the note on the cash app, my nigga?
Before we get to Rush, I got you, Trey. Oh, okay. So Willie, maybe I'm articulating it wrong, Willie. Huh? Yeah, Willie. Can you articulate? I don't know.
Bye, y'all.
Before I go to the cash app and go to Rush, Willie, what is your? I don't even know how to word it. Because me and you are the only ones that's on this side of the argument. So
no, he left. He left because he knew I dropped him.
I was trying to set
it up. I dropped that nigga. Drop that nigga. Nigga, drop that lame nigga.
It says drop that lame nigga, Willie. God damn.
You know why I dropped him? Because I want that nigga to spend some money. Nigga doing all that talking. Support your run, nigga. Now get what? Bring yourself back, nigga. And I'm gonna put another bag on your head, nigga. Now support the stream. Up here getting no niggas pat on, and nigga don't donate. Nigga just come up here and just sit in the space. And nigga don't support. Nigga, come support now. Bring yourself back, nigga. And I'm gonna put some more money in Sharon Cash App, nigga.
Oh shit. Talk your shit. But yeah, so Rush, I just think that you're wrong with your assessment of that. I believe that women can absolutely. I think anybody that is a strong, important leader, man or woman, they can raise a man to be a strong, important leader. That's just my stance on it. When it comes to Trey, I think Trey's 100% to say he'd rather raise his son, I'd rather raise mine, and so on and so forth. However, we also have been proven that we can do certain things and move through from the trenches to move up to higher levels on our own, pretty much. So it's just not fair to compare us to the regular men, to the average man, I should say. And too many men do that, Trey. Too many men will look at what you're saying and act like they could do the same thing that you do.
But
Not
Sharon,
knowing that
listen,
you do it
listen,
on such a
Sharon,
high
watch
level.
this. Sharon, watch this. I deal with hundreds of women a day. Women pay me every day, bro. I love women. That's what I get paid to help women, bro. Like literally, at one of my companies, I get paid to help women. So I don't have an issue with women. I can't have an issue with women. It's not even positive. Why do so many women love me? You understand what I'm saying? So
because you
y'all
understand
taking
them.
what I'm saying out of context, bro. There are phenomenal women out here, bro. They doing the work. Trust me, I agree. I was only responding to Mont's comment. What I'm saying is this. Mont was saying that there are a lot of men that are in leadership in a home who do not know how to be leaders. What I'm saying is there's a wave of men that we're seeing who were not taught properly by their fathers. That's not saying that the women are bad, because I can't tell you to do something that you were not meant to do. Women were not meant to tell their sons how to be husbands. In my opinion, if you disagree, that's fine. So what I'm saying was, because a lot of men in the 80s and 90s, because of the drug epidemic, and a lot of men getting locked up because of whatever, they got out the home. So it put women in position to be in position what they didn't need to be in, and they were not trained to be in. You understand what I'm saying? So guess what? They had to just go on and do what, like you said, they had uncles, brothers, other positive men in their life that for sure helped out. Also, that taught them how to just be a morally good individual. And so, of course, a woman can be a morally good individual, lead by example. Hey, tell their son, hey, you don't mistreat women. You don't do this. Those things will go far longer way. I agree 100%. My only point was actually being in the position of a man, Sharon. And I know you can agree with this. There's a certain way we process things. There's a certain way we deal with things as men that women would never understand, only because she's not a man. That's all I'm saying, Sharon. Tell me how I'm wrong.
No, it's definitely certain things that we only process as men, for sure. At least that's high. Sometimes I don't know anymore, though. I want to, Trey, I ain't gonna lie to you. I believe that wholeheartedly, but at the same time, evidence is showing me otherwise.
So
evidence
articulate that a little bit more.
Evidence is showing me that it is a ton of high-level women that can do the same thing that I'm doing. I'm meeting them every day.
Yeah, so, bro, I deal with them every day too. So I don't disagree. But watch this, right? The average woman who I deal with, when they start having issues with their son, guess who they call? Guess who they call?
Understood.
Because I'm that bridge from the uncle, the brother that they don't have, right? And they see me how I lead. They see how I am with my kids. They see me being a leader in every aspect of my life. So guess what? These women, I deal with so many women, it's ridiculous. They say, hey, there are certain things I can't teach my son. Trey, can you help me out? I can call them right now. And they will tell you that.
I agree. I can understand that. I can understand that from your process. I get that too.
Guess what? When they get out of line and they start bucking their chest, guess who they call? Because their kids already know who I am. So they won't buck at me because they already know what I do for real. So they don't even play with me like that. So they call somebody who they feel like, hey, I know for sure my son might talk back to me. Guess what? The son not gonna talk back in front of me.
So my question is that, so these young men, they don't have no daddy whatsoever?
No, what I'm saying, no, not whatsoever, no. And for whatever
And
reason,
so,
I can't, I don't get in people business.
right, everybody's different, right? So that's what I'm saying. So that even with that being said, that they skipping past the daddy to come to you, it just shows how many men do not have the understanding of how to lead and how to communicate to young men, because there's a skill set to be able to teach and communicate and get through somebody that is being difficult. It's not an easy thing. You got to have understanding. You got to have compassion. You got to be able to meet the person where they at so they could actually receive the information that you're giving them. And a lot of men are not moving at the level of how you are moving. And I think you're giving way too much credit to other fathers, because they're not moving as high level in thinking and critically thinking and conflict resolution in real time in front of a young man.
I agree.
And also you have also something that a lot of other men don't have, is that you have proof in the pudding of who you are with all of the things that you have, the history that you have of training your body. They can see, they don't even got to ask if you went to the gym. Nobody got to ask if you go to the gym. They can see it. even if they don't know you from a hole in the wall, they would automatically assume, yeah, he go to the gym. And then when you go into the other, so that's my main issue, that it's not enough men put it in the history behind who they are as a man.
Yeah, and so Sharon, for context, I was not blaming the women for raising their kids by themselves. For those who it applies to, right? Because me personally, I can't understand a man that don't take care of kids, who's not going to be present for his kid. I don't understand that. I can't even process no mess like that. My mind don't even work that way, right? But at the same time, I don't even want to play these type games. But I do know women who have purposely kept a kid from a man, like moving to another state without the man knowing, all type of stuff that I've seen in my life with one of my personal friends. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, there's like, we could play the blame game all day. I'm not playing the blame game because I love women. I really love women, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to sit up and point the finger like women are bad for being in certain positions. I'm just saying, hey, there are men that have walked away. There are women that walked away. There are men that put themselves in a bad situation. There are women that put themselves in a bad situation. To bring it all together, I believe that a young man needs a positive, productive father in his life to lead him and navigate him through this process of being a husband in a relationship, which was my point initially. I was responding to Mud.
I guess because your ass was eating, you couldn't be able to articulate it.
I was eating my bad.
If your ass would have articulated that way the first goddamn time, we wouldn't even win.
I was eating and talking at the same time. That's why I was off camera. I'm always on camera. That's what it was. I was eating and talking at the same time. My bad, bro.
So that's what we need. We needed that clarity, right? So we can have a clear understanding. I think that was missing before, and so that we got it, so we could kind of move forward from that as well. And salute to all the fathers and the mothers out there, where they doing it together, separate, or they trying to do it collectively. Shout out to everybody that is attempting to do the best they can, because it ain't easy. I know a lot of people act like being a mother and father is easy, but it ain't. You gotta deal with your emotions and their emotions, and bills, and they bills as well. So salute to
respectfully, Sharon, being a father is easy to me. It's the easiest. Maybe because I got all boys. Well, if I had, so I don't know, but I love being a father, bro. It's like the best thing, bro. Being a father is the best thing that ever happened to me, bro. I swear to God, bro. I can have my kids 24 hours, 365 with no breaks. I enjoy my kids. I can't speak for nobody else, but I love my babies.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think being a father is a wonderful thing if you're able to put yourself in that position to be one. It is a wonderful thing, but it's also a very difficult thing. We're not going to act like it's easy dealing with their schedules neither, though.
No, because what I do is, right, I have a village, correct? So
Okay.
You know, I have a village. So if I can't take them somewhere, if I can't make it, it gets done. The work gets done. So my village is my support system. You know,
And I
so
think that's another thing that we don't talk about enough is you got to figure out a village for sure, a trusted village where you can and they can trust you as well, because you got to be productive towards the village as well. You can't just take advantage of the village. That's a big thing. I think that's something that
hey, watch
us
this.
as Black folks we
Hey,
kind of
somebody
moved
asked
away
me, do I
from.
cook 3 meals a day? I literally cook for my son. Like literally cook every day. The only time we might stop and get something to eat is if we got in late from a soccer game. We had a soccer tournament, you know what I mean, something like that. Or and then half the time, you know, they after the soccer game. I don't know if y'all understand soccer. He sleep on the way home. Or if I don't have time to cook, and so I might stop and get something. But I literally cook. I'm a health and fitness professional, and I believe in cooking. I do not believe in DoorDash, Uber Eats, none of that bull crap. No, I'm gonna get in that kitchen and I'm gonna cook every day.
So if you was to find a woman that is a suitable mate to be your old lady, you know, forever lady, however that looks, marriage or not, whatever, are you gonna put down the apron on? Are you gonna still continue to cook majority of the meals?
It just depends. If she's not equipped to cook the nutrition and things that I desire for me and my sons, then I will teach her. But if she don't want to do it, I'll still cook. I don't have an issue with doing it.
So you don't require your woman to cook 3 meals a day. That's not
No,
something that it has. That's
what's
not
gonna
a deal
happen?
breaker, I should
We're
say. A
gonna have
deal
to
breaker.
cook. Somebody gonna have to cook every day. All that Uber Eats and ordering in and out, we ain't doing none of that. We're gonna give our kids real nutrition.
Right. So I'm just saying, is that a deal breaker for you? Her
No, it's not a
not
deal.
being able to cook?
It's not a deal breaker, but you're gonna have to be a part of the process. So if I can't cook, you're gonna cook. If you can't cook, I'll cook. In my opinion, it should be a teamwork. We should do whatever, like we should structure the family, the household to make it benefit everybody. And so we can have peace. So at the end of the day, if she gone and I'm at the crib, I'll cook. You know what I mean?
Because
Have my
the
apron
reason why
on
I
with
asked
my
you, because
hey, have my apron on with my muscles popping. Yeah.
but the reason why I asked is because
Yeah,
a lot of men.
I want you to walk in and be like, God. Yeah.
A lot of men, they claim that they are really good cooks and they cook often. And I'm just trying to figure out, why does that change all of a sudden? And they want their woman to cook, so that is such an important thing for them. I feel like if I was with a woman and she couldn't cook, I would have no problem cooking the majority of the meals, if that's how I could set up the household to be. If I could set up the household where I'm cooking majority of the meals, no problem.
Yeah, it's not even about who cooked the most. It's about doing what's best for the household because right, I had to learn that my grandmother cooked 3 meals a day, right? I had to learn this. That the women I date or the women I deal with, like my ex-wife, she wasn't my grandmother. So I can't put that expectation on you when you're not her. And then, like you said, times have changed, demographics has changed. There's so many different things that have changed. So, and you got to think about it. I might get put in a situation where you cook the majority of the time. And then there might be a period of time, maybe a year or two, where the roles reverse. That's a part of being in a marriage. A lot of times, things are not going to be across the board the entire marriage. And if you're going into a marriage thinking that the person that you married is going to be the same person that you met at the altar in 5 years, you got a rude awakening coming, for real. So you have to evolve together for the good. And in the process, when stumbling blocks come, y'all just got to look at each other and team up and hold each other's hands and say, hey, we're going to get through this and we're going to get past this together. Not making a household a divide where you do this and you do that. Where if you ain't going to do this, well, I'm not going to do that. No. How y'all can't even work together with that type of mindset? How am I getting in the bed with you and paying your bills and we ain't on the same team? That don't even make sense.
Fair. And I think majority of men don't understand that if you do want your woman to cook 3 times a day, you got to set up a system where she could do that. Even Trey had to set up a system where he could cook up 3 times a day. It's not an easy thing to actually navigate. You actually got to be in command of your schedule to actually cook 3 times a day.
No, I apologize. I don't mean to cut you out, but see, that's the difference, right? I work for myself. I make my own schedule so I can do what I want to do. Now, I can be honest with you. If I had to go in a 9 to 5, I might not have this energy and I might not be talking like this. But because I made sure I set my kids up and I set myself up before I had a child. I was 33, 34 when I had my first child. I was already established. So I wanted to be in the, like, bro, when I wake up in the morning, I take my kids to school, pick them up every single day. Been like that since they've been in school. That's what I wanted. I didn't want my kids riding the bus. I didn't want, no. I'm going to take you to school. I'm going to pick you up. Till this day. That's what I designed for me. So, of course, my situation is a little easier when it comes to being the father because everything evolves around my schedule. So I had got a proposition to make a 7-figure contract in Houston, Texas. You know I'm in Dallas, right? Bro, I turned it down because if I accept this contract, I'm not going to be able to see my kids every day. And I'm not one of them. I don't care about the money. Sharon, I'm going to make some money. We ain't worried about that. But I'm not going to put myself in a position where I can't see my kids.
Destroys the family structure.
Y'all can have the money. My family, because think about this, Sharon. Bro, if I sacrifice money for time, I can't get time back. I can get money. I can't get the time back. Walking them into school on the first day. When they sitting there nurturing them, making them goddamn green lemon honey and tea. Bro, that stuff is priceless. Because guess what? My kids gonna always remember. Say, when I got sick, my daddy was there. My daddy did this. Not acting like the mothers are not there. We ain't gonna do that because the women I had with a phenomenal mother. So we're not gonna do that. But I'm just very, very. I just love being with my kids, and I love doing for my kids. And if some people not like that, that's y'all. I know what I love, and I see the result of what I do. Period.
I like that, the results. And I think that's why a lot of people ask me, Sharon, why you don't talk to the women and explain how they could be a wife. I'm telling them because the reason why I don't speak to it because I put in a lot of work for the style of life that I want. So my wife cooked 3 or 4 times a day. Anytime I get hungry, she whipping up something. You know what I mean? Because I set it up to where she can do that for me. And so I'm not going to be talking to men acting like they could do the same thing I did. And now they supposed to be saying, like, yeah, Sharon said you're supposed to cook 3, 4 times a day. Nah, bro. You got to put that work in. You got to put that pain in. You got to put that strategy in. You got to actually put in some work where you can actually set it up for whoever your woman is. If that's what she want to do, if she likes to cook. Luckily, I got somebody that enjoys cooking for real too. And everything is from scratch. She cook everything from scratch. I mean, bread, sourdough, stuffing, pasta, cranberry sauce, all that shit is from scratch.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? So, but we need more men to understand what kind of work you got to actually put in to afford these type of lifestyles. Like this shit don't just come to you because you just thought of it. You got to think of it, and then you got to put some action to those goddamn thoughts. Shit don't just
like
come.
me personally, organic. Like I say, I make everything organic. So like everything I buy is organic because I'm a health professional. That's what I do. So like if I get a woman where I'm taking serious and she comes to my house, she's gonna have to learn how to cook for me because a lot of women don't know how to cook for me. So if she doesn't, I would have to show her. You know what I mean?
And not only that, so that's I'm glad that you said it because also I put my wife through those type of programs. So she's a personal trainer and she's a certified nutritionist. She's certified in both those things.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? And I did that just so she could be certified for the household. So this way, you know what I'm saying? I need to be as healthy as I possibly can. I need my kids to be as healthy as they possibly can as they going through the different weight changes of growing up and running outside, getting like it's so many levels of growing up as a kid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
sure.
Yeah, I agree 100%. But you got to be able to have the time to do those type of things. You know what I mean? So,
like
ain't easy.
it's even simple as making sure you got water filtering system on your shower. Like, bro, I'm talking about, bro, for a woman to be with me, you got to be on that type of time. Because with them building all them data centers around here right now, y'all don't even, like, people don't even understand what's going on with the water and all that with the data system. With the data
is a big deal.
You know what I'm saying? Like that, man. It's a lot going on that, you know, I know we be on the internet talking, but this is stuff going on. Like, I'm on your type of time, Sharon. That's what you don't understand. I'm on your type of time, like looking for land in other countries right now.
If it's possible, right? Like, hey, that's why I said, let me park for a little bit. Let me see what it's like. If we like, you know what I'm saying, then we can make it
go
see.
south, though. I think I might go south.
Yeah. I feel you on the south and southern part of the world.
Yeah, I'm checking Belize, Costa Rica, stuff like that.
Panama is something pretty heavy on our. Panama was something I was thinking about pretty heavy as well.
For sure.
Yeah, because they have a good structure. They got that good weather. You got some. You could grow your food easily. It got a lot of attributes down that way as well. So yeah, I get you on that.
All right, real quick. So somebody said, I bet Trey's mom taught him how to raise children alone, right? No, my mom passed away in March. She passed away March 13th. And it's all good, you know. But actually, my mother wasn't in my life. My dad, when my mother and father got a divorce, my dad got custody. My mother, she was not in a position to take care of us. So my dad won in court, and he the one that actually got custody. And so my dad raised me. But, you know, shout out to my mom. Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace. This year?
Yeah, she just passed it this March 13th. Yes, sir.
Crazy.
Somebody asked, have I been in prison? No, I don't. I've never been in a pair of handcuffs in my life. Wrong guy. Hey y'all, the chat is funny, man.
So that kind of makes sense then. So you know,
wrong goddamn camera the whole time. I was on the wrong camera the whole time. I'm like, why I look like that? I had to switch camera.
Goddamn.
Where everybody go?
That kind of makes sense. Hey, you know when we start talking sense, people be getting all scary and all that.
I guess. But I mean,
context is everything, though, bro. Like, people miss my whole comment. AR was 2 months. I wasn't even talking about what Sharon was talking about. Yeah. Maybe that's my fault.
I think you have a little echo, Trey. Somebody has a little echo. I don't know who it is.
It could be me.
It just came out of nowhere. The echo just came out of nowhere.
You can say
what happened to Willie, Trey?
I dropped him. I tried to get him to support the panel instead of being up here just running his mouth. Support Sharon. I just wanted to give Sharon some money, so I dropped him. Trying to see if he was gonna bring himself back. But you know what? See, these niggas, that's what they look. Y'all come on. I'm not saying you, AR. A lot of these dudes, they go on panels, just sit up there, want to hear themselves talk, but they don't even never give. So I only did that to put some money in Sharon's pocket. Just like the chat. Listen, don't be in my chat if y'all ain't donate no money. Real talk. Like, we got. If you really support me, support me. This is what I'm saying. And that's why I roasted Sharon when we was simulcasting that day, because somebody dropped him on powder and I had to bring him back. So why your chat didn't bring you back, Sharon? That's what I'm saying. Y'all be caping for y'all audience, and I'm just being petty, man. I'm being petty.
Nah, so that's why I'll be trying to tell you. I don't cape for my honors. I really cape for my own talking points and have my conversation. There's a lot of people in my chat that don't rock with me for real. And there's a lot of people that rock with me will love if they could support me more, but they just can't. They're not able to.
I'm really messing.
So you know what I'm saying? So, but I got a lot of people.
I want Willie to spend some money, nigga. That's why I say I'm gonna drop you now. Bring yourself back. You see it and bring yourself back, did it? Because I told you put us some more money, I'm gonna drop a bag. Then what? I just want to put some money in Sharon's pocket so he can take his wife out on a nice night on the town on me and your dime, Willie. Yeah, let's go, Willie. Let's give Sharon some money so he can take his wife out on a night. Go give her a nice prime restaurant. Huh?
Prime steak sound good.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that's what type of time I'm on. Let's support Sharon for real.
That is funny as hell. But they, a lot of people don't, it is what it is. I learned how to deal with. I have a lot of people that like to hate watch, and they like to waiting for, even though it's been 3 years since I started my channel, they're waiting for my downfall. They are praying every single day. They try to tell more and more people to run away from my channel than to actually be a part of my channel, even though they are here every day. It's a weird combination sometimes. Even some of the ladies, a lot of the ladies, they here every day, and it's a lot of ladies that's here every day that don't really rock with me for real. They wait for my downfall too. Here's what it is. I don't know why. I don't know what I did to him. All I did was speak my mind. Trey, all I did was speak my mind. I just had the audacity to be authentically me. That's it. It's the only thing I ever did to anybody.
Hey, it is what it is, man. I told you I was gonna pull up on you today, didn't I tell you that? I told you I was gonna pull up.
I thought you was gonna still be asleep.
Listen, you petty, nigga. Nigga, you petty. Hey, man. Hey, now listen. Actually, nigga, I'm remodeling my home gym right now. State of the art gym in the crib. You know what I'm saying? So, nigga, I had to get up early and get some things going on right now. Okay, I can't be asleep, man. So, I woke up like 8.
That's dope. That's pretty dope, though. I love to see my people's just get in the grind, even if I agree with them or disagree with them. I think that's another thing people don't understand. I don't pass judgment on you just because I disagree with you. Unless it's something like egregious, like, if it's something egregious, that's something else. But we just gone through like our day-to-day, what we look at. Hey, you vote for, AR, he likes to drive a Honda Accord. Hey.
It's a good car.
No, it's definitely a good car. Like,
hey, thank you.
Why would somebody have an issue with that?
I hear more often, man.
Oh, I got an issue with Hondas, period. Ugh.
Oh, this man's a hater.
But I am in New York, so Hondas is notorious for looking like the Fast and the Furious. They're the ones that's always wilding out.
That's what happened. You got beat by a sleeper.
Nah, that never happened to me though.
That would 100% happen. You know, a nice little Civic with a left wrap.
People be wilding out with those goddamn Honda Civics and Honda Accords in the NY. They be wilding. They be thinking them shits is like goddamn McLarens. Jay Villa, the Riz with $2. Go get that 444 mil on me. They actually have a 444 mil. I'm going to get it. But you need $2 more though.
You do the math on that one.
Maybe he didn't do the math on it. It's possible. Let me see. That is possible. Where we at? Hey, Trey. Mont must be talking shit about me. Hey, Trey. But what is your thoughts on the Angryman saying the $50,000 man should not be dating at all in the dating world? What's your thoughts on that?
I said it last night. You heard it?
You was quiet when he was talking. You know what I'm saying?
No, I did. I literally said it on my stream last night. So I see the little shots you throwing, my nigga. I don't listen. Listen, my nigga. See, listen, this is different between me and the other niggas. I was the best at the world at what I did and what I do in real life before I touched the internet. So niggas can't even compare to me in real life. We just talking about goddamn internet talk, right? Like, stop playing. So I'm not the dudes that get on YouTube and when they see somebody that got a lot of followers in. Nah, we don't do no dancing, bro.
I feel you. At the verbal assassin 2000, bragging all the time is so goofy. Who bragging all the time?
Oh wait, Trey. But what was your opinion? Because I didn't put something.
Nah, I'm about to give it. I'm about to address.
Oh my bad.
Sharon, let me ask you a question. Sharon, let me ask you a question. 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 Let me ask you a question Me and you been politicking babe, a couple weeks, correct? Have you ever seen me brag? I want you to respond to that. Have you ever seen me brag?
You just did.
No. Outside of joking right now, because I'm having fun and joking, in our conversations, and even on my panel, have you ever seen me brag? Bro, you're on mute, bro.
So yeah, so because they y'all saying that I have an echo or something like that, so I'm trying to fix it. But for the times that I spoke to you brag, but it's in response to somebody.
Okay, so I've only made statements. I've only made statements in response to other individuals.
Right, that's when I hear you brag. With so you feel like somebody is talking ish about who you are and where you came from, then you start talking, you start bragging. Which,
okay, gotcha.
You know, I don't know. I don't see nothing wrong with it. Hey, us men, we brag when we do our damn thing. We be proud of ourselves sometimes. But then again, she might see things that I don't know about.
Well, she don't know me. She don't. Hold on, Sharon. So that's what I'm saying. I've had more conversations with you. I've had more interactions. So I think you would, based off our conversations, have a little bit more insight on my statement. Is what I'm saying.
Okay. Yes, I don't think you just come off trying to brag. I don't think.
Matter of fact, hold on. The last time I was on this panel, we had that whole conversation. Was there any bragging statements at all made?
Yes, absolutely. You bragged to Willie. You said, "Hey, I did such and such and such and such." Did you do that? Yeah, that's bragging.
No, I didn't. I didn't even talk to him on that panel. Remember, it was me, Shadow, and Taz.
Sharon, I'm here to tell you, bro, you got a bad echo, G.
What's up, Drip?
All right, what's up, L?
Let me see if it's me. Let me change my camera, baby.
No, it's definitely Sharon. Because when he was muted, it wasn't there.
No, I don't think it's you.
The Black Eye Podcast with the $2, just old-fashioned support. Thank you so much.
So let me answer AL's question. So, I mean, your question, Sharon. I think AL said he wanted me to respond. So, listen. If I believe a woman should date who she want to date, whether he got money or he don't. Like, I'm not finna sit up and tell somebody because they don't have the money they shouldn't date. That's me though. You date who you want to date. If you want to date a broke man, you want to date a rich man. That's your prerogative. I don't care about none of
that. Do I still have an echo now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You can hear. You still hear the echo?
Mm-hmm.
I think you're good, Trey.
No, I said what I said. I don't right, that talking point right there. That I don't care. I don't be in other people's business. Ain't got nothing to do with me. People date whoever the hell they want to date, bro. Whether they got money, they don't.
But what about the rhetoric? Because obviously there's a bunch.
Do I got echo now?
Test.
I don't hear one now.
No, you're good.
Okay, we good. All right. I had to switch mics.
Do you think?
What up, Drip?
Oh, my bad.
What up, G?
Good day to you, Drip. Get AL. I ain't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I was just gonna ask if, and maybe Drip is gonna answer the question too. But if we have I don't know if you want to call it a duty or something, but to address that, those talking points, that rhetoric to a bunch of the kids out there, the younger adults or whatever, you know, that might be looking at that and being like, damn, I couldn't be dating or something like that, and stunting their growth now. Because if you're not in relationships, you don't know how relationships work. It's like saying, you know, don't get a job until you're mature at 25 or something. Then you ain't had a job until you're 25 and you're just completely behind the curve.
Yeah, facts, for real. I'm gonna say it like this: what I have observed, men who do not have a lot of experience with women, a lot of times get ran over and get played a lot. That's what I've seen.
But you mean when they old? Because I think it would make sense for young people to get with young people. If you could be with one person at a young age, y'all both meet each other at 20, and y'all compatible, y'all got the same level of thinking patterns, y'all get the same level of education, wind up getting the same type of jobs and all that, y'all moving in the right direction. You only have one woman for the rest of life. I think that's a good thing. But I think if you
100%.
if you make it up to 30 or 40, then maybe you're gonna be behind the 8 ball.
No, I agree. In a perfect world, Sharon, that's the perfect scenario. But we dealing with reality and real life, bro. That ain't what's going on out here. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to promote my children specifically, you know, to get with a virgin. You know, don't go get no young lady that now already jumped off the porch and she having encounters with other young men. No, you want to get you a wholesome young lady, and if you want to build with that young lady, cool.
And also, you got to be wholesome too.
Yeah, for sure. I agree 100%. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't want my children out here running around with a bunch of different women. No.
Well, Sharon, I disagree because there's a lot of fucked up men who try to teach their kids to be better than them. So Trey ain't got to be wholesome. He could be a whole slut. You could have been a whole slut.
I said his son or his daughter.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah. That's why I said I don't want my son out here because, bro, like, man, it's, you know, it just depends on the young lady, man. It's, you know, not trying to just it's some. You'll see a young lady be with one boy and then she be with another boy the next week. I'm like, bro, I'm gonna teach my son, you don't want to do that. You don't want to be no young girl that's going around here.
Man, absolutely. And also we also need to teach our young men that once you lose some weight, you got to get a new shirt size. You got to make sure you get your shirt.
You ain't shit. Hey, you should have bought you a bigger Knicks jersey, little ass boy. I seen that little ass jersey, boy. You out here looking like one of these content creators. I ain't gonna say no name.
Salute to you for on your weight journey. You looking good.
127. 127 down.
Woo!
Yes.
Nice.
You said 127 down?
Yes, 127 pounds. Yeah. 6'3", 296.
I can see it's a difference, but I know it's that big of a difference.
That's dedication right there,
bro.
Salute to that.
Took a minute.
Oh shit. Oh yeah. It'll be fun.
Good day. How you doing, beautiful?
Before that starts, Drip, are you doing a body recomp, or are you just like focus on the loss?
Well, I actually got a job in Blinn, at Blinn College with one of my old teammates from school. So I just been trying to get real healthy, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm trying to get down to my college, you know what I'm saying, like 258, 260. I'm right now I'm 286.
Nice. That's some good stuff. Love to see people being healthy and, you know, working towards their goals.
Yeah, especially, man, because when we get up, man, that heart disease taking a lot of our people out, bro.
Yeah,
because
my
of this
mama
food.
got high blood pressure. So
no, bro, listen, I deal, bro, every kind I have, bro. I done got everybody off high blood pressure medication, goddamn diabetes medication, everything. I don't, you know, I'm not gonna say the C word, but I've helped people with the C word. You know what I'm saying? I done did it all, and I see like a lot of people checking out early. I just like my mom checked out early because, you know, she listening to her doctors and all that. I'm not saying not to listen to your doctor, but what she was dealing with, I was telling her, hey, do this, do that, do this. And then she went another route, and I believe that the things that they had her on affected her organs, and that's why she had the internal bleeding, and that's why she checked out.
Damn. Yeah, that's some scary stuff.
Well, I can tell you the word, but I don't want to say. I'm gonna put in the back chat the word.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
Yeah.
There she go. Good day, beautiful.
What's up, Verbal?
Hey y'all. So I'm in here and I'm just up here for a second because I'm an outlier because I'm, you know, leading a team. I know, shocker, right? So I just wanted to come up here really quick though, in the midst of me leading a team as an outlier. And I wanted to ask a question to the lie teller. I mean the bragger, Trey. I'm just gonna call you Trey. So first of all, sorry to hear about your mom. That's really rough, you know, and thank you for sharing. I have two questions for you though. You mentioned that you're telling your sons, first of all, do you have any daughters? Do you have daughters? You don't have daughters? You don't want to talk now? That's fine. I'm still going to ask the question and then everybody can hear the question. So question number one, well, do you have daughters? Question number two is just going to be 3 questions. Question number 2 is, do you tell your daughters to look for wholesome virgin males when they're ready to date or marry? And do you tell your sons to remain virgins for those wholesome virgin girls or women that you want them to attach themselves to? I'm very, very sure and positive that I'm not going to get an answer to my question, because if he actually did answer those questions, he would be an outlier, but he's not. Okay. He's very average and extremely braggadocious. And what you seem like is that you have a very low self confidence. Okay. So become a little bit more self aware, because we don't really care about your stupid home gym, and just knock it off. Okay. Bye.
No. Oh God. Sharon, this your
Do y'all
fault.
have history, Trey?
No, I don't know that young lady. I don't know who she is.
No way.
I don't know her. I've never expected. I don't even know. This is my first time seeing her on a panel. I don't know her. Who? I don't know her. She's on your panel. She's never been on my. I don't know her. But to answer the question, because the disrespect that she led with was just so disrespectful, to want to call me a lie teller and all this nonsense. And if she knew who I was in real life, she would have never made that statement. But I know she don't know who I am, so it's fine. And I don't have to sit up here and say who I am. The world know me in real life, especially if you're in the boxing world. So it is what it is. I don't have to sit up here and talk about who I am. I've never mentioned my name, who I really am. Have I ever told you my name, my real name, who I really am, Sharon? Have I ever said that? Because I can lead with that, but I don't do it. Shadow, have you ever heard me say it?
Not once.
Exactly. So I'm kind of confused. I would just use the name that the world know me by if I wanted to. I would lead with that on the internet, but I don't even do it. I changed my whole everything because I don't even want y'all to know me by that. But it is what I ain't want. But to answer her question, I would want my son to be with a virgin. I would want my daughter to be with a virgin, to answer her question. I just wasn't going to answer her because she came up here just being disrespectful for no reason. I don't even know her like that. But again, I would want my son to be with a virgin. I want my daughter to be with a virgin. And I do not have daughters. So that's answer the question.
I like it. I'd definitely rather my two youngins to be with less experience. We'll let them experience each other for sure. And hopefully they can maintain that, because after 7 years, that's when it gets a little shaky. That's when it get a little shaky for folks. Go ahead, Drip.
Well, let me ask this, because I heard bro say men with no experience get railroaded. So is that the same for women too? Women with no experience, they get ran over too, right?
Yeah, a lot of times they get manipulated, Drip, for sure, by men that have more experience a lot of times.
Okay. So do you think putting that virgin with a virgin would be good?
100%. I think that's the way it need to be.
I ain't got kids, so
yeah, a virgin should, in my opinion, a virgin should be with a virgin for the most part.
Sharon, what you think about that?
Yeah, I agree.
You over there with that bullshit smirk on your face. Here you smile.
Yeah, no, I agree with that too. I think people should date within their age bracket, and I also think that a less experienced person should be with another less experienced person. Like, 1 to 2 like range. Like one person shouldn't have 10 and the other person have 2. That might be that might not be a good situation for the person I got 2. No matter if it's a boy or a girl. Somebody might get turned down. They're gonna be doing some strange things after that. You know what I'm saying? They might be doing some strange things that's a little above they play grade a little too soon. You got to work your way up into all those strange things.
So they can make mistakes together, right? Type shit. So they can learn.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm on that.
Especially if both parties can really communicate well with each other. That's optimum, right? And I am talking best world scenarios, of course, but that'd be optimum. 2 people that have very little experience, but they have a hell of a lot of communication. They'd be able to figure out a lot of things with each other.
I think the danger with people with more experience and being the people without experience is the people without experience typically try to form their personality around the person so they don't seem left behind. I think that's why a lot of power dynamics end up blowing out in a situation like that. I agree. I think virgins should be with virgins, and it helps them grow together. If they learn something, they'll learn together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. And I would love it if the rhetoric would stop with this whole older man, younger woman situation. Like that is a very rare relationship. I don't know why people on the internet act like this is like such a normal thing to be happening, and it's deemed as normal for a 45-year-old and 20-year-old. That shit is not normal, bro.
That's built to ass time. You doing some shit like that.
I don't know why in this digital world people act like this talking point is okay. Most people are not showing up at no goddamn barbecues 20 years they seen. You know what I mean? Like that's not a thing. It
Hold on, say
happens
that again?
sometimes. Yeah.
They're not
20
doing
years
what?
apart. When they 20 years apart. That they
Oh.
just like, you know what I'm saying? It happens every now and then, and you know, the family got to deal with it. But in reality, that is not a normal thing going around.
Sure. It's a lot more than you think it is. Because guess what? A nigga mama gonna be like, why you brought that girl over there? How old is she? That's when your aunties and your mom and them step in, or your grandma step in and tell your ass, why in the hell you got that young girl around here and you double her age? We ain't got that no more. Ain't nobody checking that shit no more. They ain't. Big mamas is gone, bro. Your mama ain't tripping. If you happy, baby, love who you love.
I definitely think grandpas and grandmas got younger, and I think we're gonna get back to having great grandparents again soon. Because since that we against each other, because I'm already a grandparent,
right?
So that means by the time my grandkids get of age of having, I could be possibly, as long as I stay healthy and Trey keep me straight, I could possibly be around to see my great grandkids.
Well, just don't put the
So-
Knicks jersey on. But this my thing, Bryce. Like, okay, I agree with that. Never mind. I heard it different. I just think that there's no, okay, so let me ask you this. If your daughter brought home a 45-year-old dude, are you shaming her for that? Keep it a book.
Man, me and them are gonna have some serious conversation. I don't even know how to react to that in the moment since
I'm going to jail.
I'm glad somebody else said it because people are quick to call me a degenerate.
Look.
Bro, I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail that day.
I'm going to jail.
You come home.
I'm going to jail.
Are you trying to
If a man older than me brings my daughter home, I'm gonna beat him like a slave. What are you talking about? There's no conversation in that.
45.
We're not even talking.
What we talking about?
I hear my brothers saying that, and hopefully your daughters will understand that for every father that feels that way. However, you whooping his ass, that ain't gonna change the fact that he dicking her down.
Well, I ain't saying whooping ass.
We just gotta get that motherfucker. Whoa. I'm with you. The minute I find out a 45-year-old man is messing with my daughter, I'm gonna beat him like a slave. We are both going to jail that day. Period. Yeah, I said what I said.
You had every other word to choose. You could have said beat him like Gaethje beat Ilya.
Look, I got a whip in my closet. What's up?
So wait.
No, but what
that's how Wyoming talks.
That's crazy work. So what if? So you whooping his ass and she don't talk to you again? Then what? Because I think that's where Sharon was going.
I'm still her father.
But okay. Right.
I'm a teacher that man is temporary. But I did what I did to protect her.
Blood can be temporary too.
Right, because he could be very well off and he could take care of her the same way how you can.
And
so
Sharon, hey, listen. Once I put hands on boy, if she decide to ostracize me because I'm setting the standard, then bro, I'll see you when I see you. I'm not finna chase you. There's a standard I'm gonna set, and I'm gonna stand on business. Like we men, bro. Like when do we compromise what we stand on?
For our kids.
Don't do that.
Not for our kids.
And keep this. She's got 2 brothers too, so she can stop talking to me. But if she brings them around, her older brother or younger, he's gonna get belt to ass again.
Do you think it's worth ostracize? You're like causing that? Do you think it's worth it?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm confused.
Bro,
like, did the end, like?
Hey y'all,
let's talk about it.
Listen,
Yeah,
at the
let's
end
get
of the
to it.
day, I understand where you're going with that, bro. But I'm not finna stand behind that, fam. I can't do it, bro. I can't do it.
I feel you. I feel
Maybe it's
you.
my maybe it's just my
Victor-
pride. But bro, you gotta stand for something, you're gonna fall for anything. And that's one thing I don't stand for, bro.
But can't you say? But that's my question. Like, I'm not criticizing or nothing. I probably do the same thing. But my question is, I understand standing for something, fall for anything.
Right.
You can stand for I'm gonna keep my daughter in my life no matter what choices she makes. Why are you standing on I'm gonna beat his ass and it don't matter whether she never talks to me again, rather than I'm gonna do whatever it takes to keep my daughter in my life?
Because I'm not gonna do it. Hold on. Because you already know what type of person I am. You already know where I stand on certain things. So if you're gonna violate that because of the way you feel, then get what? That's your choice. I'm not making a choice. You broke the standard. I set the standard.
But
and also and
as parents, we can't. And Sharon, you know that because you got grown kids. As parents, we can't do that, bro. We can't succumb to everything. That's just like Sharon. I'm pretty sure with Sharon grown kids, his grown kids know, hey, my daddy don't play this, my daddy don't play that for a fact. I wouldn't even play with my daddy like that. And Sharon, you know, if they cross that line, then guess what? You stay over there. I'm not gonna compromise my standard because you decided to cross a line that you know I already set precedence in. Period, bro. We're not doing that. It's like you're not gonna choose. You got grown boys.
Yeah, I got grown both.
Okay, so I'm just God forbid. Do you mind me just using an example? It's not disrespectful. Okay, so if you know your older son know, hey, don't disrespect my wife. Period. Right? I'm pretty sure your grown kids already know that. It's not even. We don't have to have that conversation. And if your son, for whatever reason, decided to cross that line, Sharon, what I'm saying is you're not going to scoop down to his level and be like, you know what? That's my son. No, you're going to stand on business behind your principles, right or wrong.
Okay. I'm with you right there.
So would you compromise your standard to keep your son in your life over your wife?
Trey, Sharon just lied to you in your face, bro. He just said he wants to have the conversation, bro. He just lied to you.
Both of my kids didn't speak to me for a while because I held the standard. They got grown. I said, hey, look, this is what it is. And if you don't want to speak to me after I'm telling you, hey.
But so Sharon,
they came back home.
So I can hear my point. You agree with me, correct?
Yeah, I agree with that part. Okay. Yeah, I stand on my situation. So, but the whooping his ass part. Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, as parents, we have a duty to look after our children, right? And if our child were to do something reckless, it's not our job to co-sign with them. It's to let them know, hey, this is out of pocket. If my daughter were to bring a man 25 years her senior, my child would already know throughout her lifetime that's not okay with me. So for her to bring that to my face, she's saying, I want you to accept my feelings. And I'm going to be like, Mara, I love you, but I won't do it. You know I don't play that game. Send that nigga home before I do. Period. I'm sorry.
Right.
And I'll send you the money.
All right. So now that happened, right? You hold the standard. So and Trey already answered it. So now, Shadow, for you, now she says, but I'm still going to be with him. She's just not going to be around you. Is that okay with you? Because Trey said he's standing on it. He's like, hey,
no,
I'll wait till you come back home.
It'll be okay with me, only for one reason. She cannot want to be around me, but she ain't controlling what I'm about to do. I'm still gonna go to her because I'm her father at the end of the day, and that goes to my boys too.
So wait, are you bending more for the girl, right? You ain't gonna bend for the boy, right? But you gonna bend for the girl. No, that's not true.
Right? It's either way.
No, I'm asking, bro.
Oh no. What I'm saying is, I have 3 kids. It doesn't matter which one it comes to.
Okay.
I'm gonna fight for my kids whether they want me there or not. They don't have a choice in that matter.
So if the boy come home 20 with a 45-year-old,
they do have a choice in that matter.
Then what?
Yeah, what do you?
Y'all tripping if y'all think y'all grown kids don't have a choice in the matter.
No. Hold on. Let me clarify what I'm saying. She can go no contact, and a lot of people will try to respect that no contact order. I'm not going to.
So you're gonna go to jail?
You don't have no choice.
So you
hey,
to jail.
Yes, sir.
So if my son was 20, he had a 45-year-old woman, I would have a problem with that too.
I'd have a problem with my son doing it too. It's not just one.
Yeah, I'm not, bro. I'm one of them dudes, bro. I don't do that hypocritical stuff. If I said it across the board, it's across the board. That's what we on.
That's why I asked, would you be more for the daughter or for the boy? Well,
Drip. I thought I had answered that. My bad.
And see, I had a real life situation where I didn't talk to my mom or dad for years, and they decided to hell whatever standard they on. But now at the end of the day, you know, my mom passed, but we was good before she passed. And my dad, right now, my dad was 70. I'm 45. Me and my dad rocking out now. Like we didn't go like 20 some years without rocking with each other. My dad held this side, I held my side, but we still got brought where my son brought us back together. Now my son, my dad is like the best granddad you can ask for. So you know, my son brought us back together.
Right.
So you never know how God gonna work that situation out to murder. You know what I mean?
Can I ask a question real quick? Real quick.
Definitely be bringing fathers and sons back together for sure. Go ahead, AR.
If you could do the situation over again, would you have wished that, or would you have done something to amend the situation prior to the 20 years?
No.
Okay.
The way it was, listen, the way it turned out, listen, everybody good, bro. Everybody turned out phenomenal. So, you know what I mean? I wouldn't have it no other way, because I wouldn't be the man who I am today. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be the father I am today if I wouldn't have went through what I went through.
Wow. Interesting.
It take a lot
I'm
of shit
saying
like
I
that,
do
bro.
understand what y'all are coming from. Y'all are saying I should keep my daughter close. I shouldn't let whatever decision. But sometimes you have to, in order to force that will. Hey, I love you enough to know that you know better. And if you're choosing him over me, I'm still going to be there when they come back, which they will. Because the one aspect we're teaching in our family is important. No matter what, whether you love me or not, I will love you like God loves you. My love is unconditional.
So only thing that me and Trey is saying that when you are a father and you stand on,
you muted, Sharon.
You muted, bro.
Hey, Sharon, you're muted.
That's that China internet.
I did that by accident. I was trying to mute Shadow as, and I muted my damn self.
Right.
So when you have grown kids and you stand on principles of how you raise them, they absolutely have an option to do what Trey did and not speak to you for 20 years.
That's true.
Is all I'm saying. And you got to be prepared to hold that hard line, because I had to hold that hard line with my kids at one point. Both of they grown asses.
So let me give you a little context, right? My dad was wanting me to take over one of the family businesses, and I didn't want to do that. And he was like, well, if you don't do this, I done did this for y'all. I'm planning this for y'all. Well, you know, boom. So he fell back, I fell back, and it is what it is. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna say it like this. Where I'm like, my dad is 70 and he's still working. Now he don't have to work, but he still work. But bro, I'm not trying to be working at 70. So I believe that what I'm doing in life and what I did in the route I choose to go, I won't have to work when I'm 70 versus he do it, but he don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Because he want, you know, the older men, they just different. They just like to work. Like it's just
you like your career, man.
Bro, they're gonna build a shed in the back of the house. After they get through building the shed,
that's good though.
Find some mess. They just the older guys.
That's good. Like, that's good, you know, though. Keep them active.
Yeah. So you have to stay active. But what I'm saying, I don't want to. I don't want to be working. I want to be like I am. I got things on automation. If I wake up and go to sleep, I know a check coming in. You know what I mean? Like that's my mindset.
Right.
Do you think that since y'all have gotten, you know, you said he's the best grandfather that you could ask for, or I think that's what you said.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, cool. And stuff like that. Do you think that y'all getting back together, becoming cool again, and being involved in each other's lives has made you a better man?
I would say nah.
So you went through these experiences.
We can have a relationship now. We can have a relationship. Like we don't hang together like that.
Yeah.
And our medium is my kids.
But you have a son, right?
Yeah, I got 2 boys. Yeah.
And would you make the same decisions your dad made if you were in a similar situation?
Yeah. No. You talking about as far as them not wanting to, cause see, our situation with him wanting me to take over the trucking company. I didn't want to take over the trucking company. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like when my son get older, my son might want to take over the trucking company. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
not necessarily the trucking company itself, just the concept of well, it's, from the outside, it don't seem like that big of a it seemed like something that could be talked about rather than a 20-year hiatus.
Got you, right? So this is the thing. My dad so after the 5th grade, we ended up. So remember, my dad got custody after the divorce, right? My mom divorced, and I stayed with my dad to the 5th grade. After the 5th grade, I stayed with my after the 5th grade, we moved with my grandfather and grandmother because there was a situation that happened with my dad, but my dad had a wife, and like I said, I'm not going to expose that right there. But situation happened between my dad, stepmom, and all that. So we ended up leaving with my grandparents, and my grandparents raised me from there until I could, till we left the house, till I got kicked out at 16, right? So me and my dad didn't have a relationship after the 5th grade.
Okay.
So he just came out of nowhere because I was getting older and want me to get into to the trucking company and start me to the business and want me to take over. And I told him, bro, that ain't what I want.
Gotcha.
When did you start boxing?
No, I trained professional boxing, but I've been doing martial arts since I was young.
Oh, okay. So I do find it interesting because you said that you're rather the father to take care of the son, and you did not have that experience. So I do find that very intriguing as well. Why do you have such a strong stance on the father raising the man when you are a example of not even the mother or the father typically, basically raising you, and you still became a strong, powerful man?
Well, I had my grandfather, and so my grandmother had all boys. All her boys had all boys. So all the grandkids I grew up with boys. I didn't grow up with no girl. There was not a single female, not one. It was all boys. My grandmother had all boys. She had 3 boys. All 3 of her boys had number boys. Me, I got all boys. So I'm around strong men. And then just seeing the things that I had to experience with growing up in the hood in Oak Cliff, I don't want my kids to experience certain things that I went through. And then, I got in education for 11 years. I dealt in education in the school system. You know what I mean? So just sitting, and that's what inspired me to start the mentorship program, Sharon, when I was doing when I got in the school system, start dealing with, being a gym teacher or whatever. So I just love kids, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of nurses, bro, they have an innate gift for hospitality. Do you believe that? A lot of nurses, they just
I don't know if I believe it, but I understand.
Well, I believe that a lot of nurses, they just innate ability and gift for hospitality, and they're just type.
I know some mean ass nurses, Trey.
No, I agree. I'm not saying it ain't none for sure, but I love kids, bro. It's just what I love children, bro. Just something I do. It's just something I developed over time. It hadn't always been like that. But once I got in the school system, but I didn't get into the school system until I was like 29, 30.
So, I'm just it's because I feel like your story, even though I didn't know it, it backs up what I be saying is that a lot of the times the men that get strong leadership quality, it comes from outside of the house. You got a lot of different things that came outside of the house besides your
everything I learned came from in the house. I had a strong grandmother.
I know, and right, but the way how I hear it, I hear it outside.
Church 7 days a week, very religious, strict program as far as obeying the Bible, living according to the Bible, all that type of stuff. That's why I waited till I was married before I had a kid. You know what I'm saying? So, I was raised right across the board, for real.
Right. So how I look at it is that anything outside of the mother and father is outside of the house. And then when it comes to
I got you.
Yeah. Wrong. That's what I be saying. How these niggas be complaining about no guidance, bro. It's always somebody you with that's gonna have some type of structure that you can learn from. I don't think it's really any excuses.
I think it's sorry, my bad, bro.
No, go ahead, Titan. You got it.
No, I think there's a difference between good guidance and bad guidance. I don't think all guidance is good guidance. Sometimes,
Yeah,
like
that's
we
true.
know those people who are like always around people, but you know they shouldn't be around nobody. So
I
like
respect
I
that.
get it.
I respect that. I respect that.
And so, but just Trey's type of story is the reason why I be like my ears perk up a little bit when they say, you know, these horrible men come from single parent households, single mother households, because I know so many brothers that had to be raised in alternative ways, and they became very powerful, strong leadership type of dudes without the technical daddy there. Sometimes it was a stepdaddy. Sometimes mom was just super crazy, super dope, very driven. Like it's so many avenues that a kid could gravitate to learn leadership, and it takes that thing of village. What Trey been talking about this whole time, right? He was raised up as a village. He has his own village for his children. That's what really shapes these young people to be good leaders. In my
But
opinion,
Sharon,
whether it's
a single
boy or
mom can
girl.
have a village too. A single mom can have a
Absolutely.
platinum village.
No, that's
Single
true.
dad can have a platinum
Absolutely.
village.
That's true. That's
Shit.
a fact.
So that's why I don't be understand why these niggas be so be whiny and complaining
Right,
about it.
right. Why they so focused on all the single parent, the single mother household? Nah, bro,
Yeah.
you gotta
And
have
see,
more than
hey,
just
Drip and Sharon took my statement out of context up here
yes.
trying to make it seem like I was trying to make women look bad, and it's not what I was doing.
Yeah,
He tried to get
he
you on
cleared that
God.
part up. He cleared that up.
Now I
But,
said it
you know,
right the
but-
first time. I was just eating and
uh,
talking. I should have been.
But a lot of men is not talking the way how you are communicating about it. Majority of the time, they are on some negative stuff, like how Rush was up here saying, "Ain't no way."
No, Rush don't believe no woman is good. That's a fact. I'm telling you
That's
right now.
crazy.
Yeah, Rush is hurt. He need to go to
Rush
therapy.
don't believe
That's
a
crazy.
single woman is good. I'm telling you, that nigga Rush is hilarious.
And not only that, but the crazy part about it that he said he was raised by a 2-parent household.
Yeah, he says it. That's why I asked him why he turned out the way he did.
But Sharon, a lot of these kids don't like their parents.
Ooh,
let's talk about it. They don't. I know,
especially their daddy.
Come on, bro.
They damn sure don't like their mama.
He
They
whooped me
damn
too
sure.
hard. All kind of little shit that they remember, bro. Kids always remember that shit.
You don't get to choose what your kids remember. That was something I remember. I was talking to one of my parents about it, and not us too, but she was talking about like how her siblings and like their parents, like the different dynamics they had, because you don't get to, choose what your kid remembers. You don't get to, like, something might stick out to your kid, and then that sticks out, but not like the 10 other things that happened around that time that were good things. So like they focusing on the negative for whatever reason. So that's just, and that's not just your kids either. That's just anybody you meet. You don't get to choose what they remember about you. That's why first impressions are so important and all that good stuff. So just something to keep in mind.
Then Sharon, these kids see shit and they hold it to the grave. You don't even know they seen you slipping.
Hey, listen, my kids arguing with things that I never even did to their ass.
Come on.
I was like, what the hell was I when this happened? What the hell?
Hey, but Sharon, I'm gonna say something. Like I say, I want you to keep this in perspective and context, right?
Okay.
When I was in the school system, there was a night and day in behavior patterns and getting in trouble with kids that were in 2-parent households with a productive dad versus kids that didn't have a dad at all. It was night and day.
So watch this. Watch this. I believe you, right?
That was not. Listen, hey Drew, real quick. Because listen.
No, go ahead.
The kids that had their dads that were coming to the school, bro, them niggas never got in trouble. Come on, never. The niggas that was always acting a fool, daddy was nowhere around. That's a fact.
See, I would think they act a fool because the 2-parent household probably spoiled the kids.
Nah.
They ain't have no.
Hold on, I'm talking about. No, I got what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, and I've seen that as well. But I'm talking about real dads. Bro. I'm not talking about these passive lame.
Call them on the phone like, please don't call my
I'm
daddy.
there you go. Listen, bro. Listen. If you listen, bro, the teachers tell me, bro, listen. If they say they gonna call me, he gonna start crying. My son gonna cry if they say he gonna call me. See, if you ain't got that type of reverence, then bro, what we talking about?
Yeah, please don't call my daddy.
Hey, Drip, was you raised with your daddy?
I was raised with my stepdaddy from 3 years old.
Not your daddy.
I don't even know him. Wouldn't even know if I seen a picture of him. That's a fact. My stepdaddy signed my birth certificate at 3 years old. And from there, They still
Shit.
together. They still together locked in. And I ain't gonna lie, Sharon, I was a rebellious kid because I knew he wasn't my daddy. That's a fact.
Damn.
I was a
That's
rebel, bro.
interesting.
I tried my best to get that shit done on God.
So
And bro,
what
at 31
what
years
age
old,
did
go ahead.
what age did you start respecting him as a father figure?
It's
If
crazy
that
you
ever
say that. I
happened.
was just finna damn, Bracy, you sitting right here on my mind. It's crazy at 31 years old, after I figured out all the shit that he really did for me, bro. At 31, Sharon, I'm 39. 31, bro, I told that boy I loved him and hugged him and tears and everything, bro. And that boy was like, took you long enough. He was solid. He's solid, bro. His whole family's solid. Everybody's solid, bro. Like my grandma and grandpa, God rest their soul, they were solid individuals, bro. They was together 57 years.
So do you think, looking back at it now, that the real reason why you gave him hell is because you was really mad at your dad?
Yeah. No. I was mad at my mama for not telling me the truth. Bro, my mom is Asian. That's why they all be calling me, you know.
Oh, so I might have seen.
That's crazy. That's nasty work, bro.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But
I would never guess that.
Yeah, my mama Asian and black.
So damn, that's interesting. So when did you find out that he wasn't Pop Dukes?
When my brother came, he looked like a real Chinaman. Straight, fine needle hair, like bright white.
But why did that make you think that is something something off?
I was a brown skinned kid, light skinned. Like, why don't he look like me?
So Drip, so your mom married an Asian man?
Interesting.
No, she married a black dude.
Oh, okay.
My daddy was black too.
Man, that's interesting, Drip. Because it's kind of interesting to hear the psyche of it. So the whole time, so how many years you thought that this man was your biological?
Never.
From 3 to
well, let me not say never, right? Because I'd be lying. At 3 years old, Sharon, I really don't remember a lot that was going on. You know what I'm saying? You know, just on some real shit. But around like 6,
that's when
7, because that's when my little brother came.
So from 6 to 31, you pretty much gave him hell.
Nah, from 6 to about 16. That's a fact.
Wow.
Yeah, because bro, my mama told me when I turned 17.
So you don't believe it have anything to do with your father? Do you believe
I don't know him?
I
don't know. Watch this. My mom has never told me you acting like your real daddy. She ain't never said no wild shit like this.
None of that
everything
stuff.
is nothing, bro. Like nothing. I don't know.
You just had this vitriol towards him, and you don't even really.
And my uncles, bro. My uncles ride or die. She got 4 brothers. One of them was just on some. I'm gonna tell you. You know, we used to whoop your daddy ass. Like real. I'm like, who? And this when I was like 12 years old.
Man,
it was all confirming, bro. It was confirmed. I'm like, so mama, why you gonna just tell me? She told me at 17. So from 6 to 16 or 6 to 17, bro, it was, bro, I used to do all kind of shit.
Wow.
But at the end of the day, that boy was steady. And see, he used to teach my brother shit that he would never teach me. But it was just me not want to be around a nigga. Because I definitely could have learned this shit.
Yeah.
It was just me just like, nah, you know what? Fuck that. And then it could have been just the fact that I knew it was some type of division because he would buy my little brother them clothes. My brother clothes, and my mama would take me to the mall and buy my clothes. So in my mind, I'm like, yeah, fuck him. Like for real shit. I was like, yeah, he ain't trying to buy me nothing. Fuck it. But it was shit like that was just like, yeah, something ain't right. And then my brother was like super Chinese looking. I'm like, yeah, bro, you look, yeah, something ain't right here. Something ain't right, bro. Something ain't right, bro. And then she was like, nah, it ain't. Nope. I'm like, I know.
And see, like for me, right? Like with my stepbrother, my stepbrother got the world. My
bro, damn that too.
Ball, bro, that nigga got the world. And me and my brothers, we had to low key thug it out, right? And then it was like the Spar when he ended up like, and then we ended up winning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we doing stuff that thought we would have never did in life. But then the one that was spoiled went to private school and all that. He, you know what I'm saying? I love him. I love my stepbrother, but
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? It's
He
like
had it a little easier.
You know, he had it way easier, and he like, you know, I ain't gonna talk about his situation, but it ain't like what me and my brother do. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like what we doing.
Right. So let me ask you this: you the
He had to
oldest?
work for it.
You the oldest?
No, I'm the middle child.
Yeah. See, I'm the oldest, so I always got all the bullshit. I got all the bullshit.
Yeah,
My
I got
little
a big
brother
brother
is the
and a
middle
little-
child. Then I got a little sister that's boy, spoil ain't even the word. This shit crazy. She still don't pay bills right now. She 30-some years old.
Dang.
Man, I think step pops needed a little bit more. He to get praised a little bit more.
No,
Especially the
that's-
ones that are
bro.
solid, that hold it down
Facts.
for real.
Bracy, I buy that boy so much shit for Father's Day and just Christmas and just random times, bro. I'm telling Bracy.
You gotta make up for it a little bit.
Yeah, bro. And I feel like that, just being honest with you, but I like to see him still look young. Because, bro, he's 72. He look like he about 45. He been in the military, army, like on some Secret Service type of shit, bro, in shape like a motherfucker. He look young as hell. So, you know what I'm saying?
Salute to the men that get shit together. Hopefully, I'll be the same way in my 70s. I'm gonna work towards it. God damn it, it sounds awesome. I'm glad you got there before you hit 40. So that's awesome. I'm glad Trey was able to reconnect 20 years later because he didn't speak to his dad in about 25 years. 20 years since he was 25. That's a long time.
So, Trey, let me ask you this. Did you miss him or your mind was sick?
Say it again.
Did you miss your pops or your mind was already sick? You just not finna go back?
I had a lot of questions about a lot of stuff.
Me too.
Because I was in the street, like, you know, thugging tough, right? And I'm like, why we end up over here in the hood thugging and you over here in this big old house living lavish and living plush? You know what I mean? Like why we over here, right? And it's just a lot of things. And then so he would get mad and upset about the lifestyle we were living. But me and my brother, you know, we grew up like BMF. Like, if you know the movie, like that's the type of time we was on. You know what I'm saying? So we paying my granny bills. My nigga, how you gonna tell us, nigga, I'm 16 paying bills? Like, because I got my own crib, I got kicked out. So it's like I'm out here winning and eating, and you gonna try to tell me what to do, and I'm paying your mama bills. What are we talking about? So I won't try to hear nothing you talking about, man. I'm a man right now.
Yeah.
At least that's what I'm thinking in my head. Because when my grandmama need me, you know, my grandma and the grandfather's on fixed income. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they getting a Social Security check every month. So when they need stuff, they come to me and my brother. My little brother, he was the one. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they coming to us.
That's how it normally go, though. That's how it normally go.
That's always a fear, or not always, but since like, because I didn't really lose anybody close to me until around COVID. So like, oh my bad, I don't know if I can say that, but like 2020ish, 2021, and ever since then it's just like, damn, what if I'm fighting someone or get into a fight with like one of my parents, one of my siblings, and it just so happened to be the day, or you know, the week that something happens. And so like hearing some of these like 20 years and stuff like that, I'm like, man, that's just, and then but then you get good with them before they pass. But I'm like, any time between then and that 20 years, or the start of it and the end of it, something could have happened. That's why I was asking if you feel like you became a better man or a better father or anything like that after, and after the fact. But yeah, 20, man, it's just so long. I'm glad it worked out, you know, well for you.
Yeah, me too.
Man, that shit's scary.
Yeah.
And let me address, hold on, hey, and real quick. I would love for people to come on the panel to be in the comments. I literally said I was raised with my dad until I was in the 5th grade. I said that. We can go rewind the tape. So somebody talking about he lied, say he was raised by a dad. No, until the 5th grade, and then I moved my grandparents. What are y'all like?
Yes, that's
y'all
what
y'all hard to listen.
That's what 10 years old.
Listen, bro. That's crazy.
What, 5th grade?
Yeah,
10 years
like 10
old?
years old.
Yeah,
like 10 years old.
Or 11, depending on your birthday. The school start. Yeah.
That's right. Since everybody talking about family stories, can I?
Sure.
See, y'all think I'm Look, I mentioned to people before, like I was actually raised with both my parents until I was like 9. And then I got adopted because my medical condition was overly complex for my family. I got mad at both my parents, but I recovered with my mom first. Like, so I kind of understand where Trey came from. I felt animosity for my dad, but now me and my dad, I talk to him every other day. And it was my twin sister that actually allowed me to forgive him because she forgave him. So, I mean, that's why I always felt it. But what I learned growing up is my dad would always try to reach out just to check in because it wasn't just like a weird adoption. It was, hey, he needed to be adopted because we don't know how to deal with this. I was able to respect that as an adult, but obviously as a kid, I just felt abandoned. It's why I felt like what AR said earlier was pretty accurate.
But at the same time, this whole panel, except for AR, we was raised by alternative people other than our biological dads. Like, you know, like especially after 10. Everybody here, especially after 10. Now that's some pivotal years. 10 to 16. That's pivotal. Because really, like 14, 15, 16, you really shaping up quick at those at 14, 15, 16, shit moving at lightning for you. Especially if you hop off the porch around that age, shit moving like lightning to you. It's like in your mind, it's like it's you know what I'm saying? It's moving so fast. Man, it's interesting to see they hear, and this is why I'm a big component on just the leadership components and not who's actually teaching the leadership. It doesn't matter if it's a woman, grandma, grandpa, your brother, the preacher, whoever. I think anybody could teach a young man leadership skills if he's willing to learn it. And I just think some men are just not competent enough to even seek out leadership skills and understand all these other things that it takes to be successful. And that the higher you get in life, whatever that means, whether it's relationship wise, job wise, or attempting to do business, you're gonna have to accept more responsibility. You can't become Jalen Brunson without being the leader of the whole goddamn team. It's just not possible. It doesn't matter if you only 6'1". If you want to be the man, you want that championship ring, you're gonna have to figure it out.
Let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask you a question. Have you ever seen Jalen Brunson training videos with his dad?
No.
Go look up Jalen Brunson and his dad training when he was young, when he was a kid. And guess what? He on the court, boo-hoo crying. Guess what his daddy doing? Suck, nigga, let's go. Let's go. Ain't no woman producing that, bro. Like, real talk. You gonna call to that nigga. And he said he don't want to play right now. His daddy don't care. 1,000 shots up. Let's go. Chest up, head up. Let's go. Bro, I'm just hold on. Listen what I'm saying. It take your daddy to do that, bro. Real talk.
I don't know. What? I don't know. Trey. I don't know. I think Jalen Brunson pops have a skill set. I don't think it got anything to do with him having. I don't think it got anything to do with him being a father at all.
What?
I think his father had a skill set.
That's crazy.
And listen, I know something. Hey, look, that's what I think. I think it's a skill set more than it being his daddy.
How you think he developed a skill set?
Not by being his daddy, because
his daddy the one that trained him. What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying, Rick, he have a skill set. And I think he could push that on any young man that's willing to put in the work, like how Jalen Brunson is. Jalen Brunson is one of those people that's willing to put in work.
No. So what I'm saying was, like I said, go watch the videos when he was young training, when he on the court crying, don't want to dribble, don't want to shoot. The stuff you didn't see. Now you see the championship, but you didn't see when he was young, 10, 11 years old, and your daddy making you put up 1,000 shots, and you want to quit. That's what I'm talking about.
I understand.
Listen, my son used to be the same way. Guess what? He a goddamn monster now. You know why? Stay on that field. You ain't getting out. I don't care about you crying. Get up.
Yeah. However, what I'm saying is that Rick, he developed that workhorse before he ever had Jalen. He was also in the
Yeah, I
NBA.
agree. For sure.
And so he had a mindset and a skill set. He knew what he can
What
do,
it,
how he could push because he been
exactly.
pushed before. So what I'm saying is that I don't believe that's because he's a man or because he's that man's dad.
Sharon.
That man Rick,
Drip, you
he
seen what
wound
I
up
did right there?
developing a skill
What's
set,
that?
in my
You seen
opinion.
what I just did with Sharon? He went right back to it. It's cool
I
though.
told you.
He went right back to it. It's cool though.
Damn.
Sean, do you think that?
I don't
Do you
think
think?
I don't think because his dad though.
Do you think a man can raise a woman just as well as a woman can?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're wild.
Sharon, I
raised my
fuck with
daughter.
you. You know that. Sharon,
Uh-oh.
I believe in you. But I could never teach my daughter how to be a woman. And I love Mario with all my heart and soul. That's my little midget. I cannot teach her the things her mom would teach her.
What do you think? Y'all crazy as hell.
Hey, but Sharon, hey, real quick. I gotta go get to the business, man. Shout out to Drip. Shout out
sir.
to
Shout out to you,
Hey,
bro.
y'all, man. Nice
I
talking to you,
appreciate you,
Sharon.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to you. Sharon, my nigga, you gotta stop this, but it's all good though.
I appreciate you. Hey, I know. Nah, I think I'm definitely. I did it.
Nah, I'm not. We're not saying a father can't raise a daughter, but there's a complete difference between. It's like saying, listen, man. Nah, if a white person can't teach a black person how to be black, then a man can't teach a woman how to be a woman. It's
No, that's
completely different
culture.
experiences. It's completely different. Yes, and you have your experiences in America or in any society that you live in are based on the sex that you are and what you look like. So for a man to grow up as a man in society, he has a different perspective on life than a woman would have. A 30-year-old man is going to be different than a 30-year-old woman. That 30-year-old woman knows the conflict, the thoughts, or is closer to the thoughts and the conflicts and the perspectives and all this stuff that a 8-year-old girl growing up in that society will have than man ever would have, even if they want to call themselves a woman.
Nah, I think if
Bar.
I think it doesn't matter what gender you are, you could raise a fully functional adult. It doesn't matter the gender.
But we're not talking about if you can raise an adult. We're talking about you can't raise a man cannot raise a woman like a woman can, and a woman cannot raise a man like a man can. This is generally speaking.
I don't know, like a man or a woman can. All I know is that successful people can raise other successful people. And so if I had to raise strictly just my daughter and that's the only child I had, I could absolutely raise my daughter and I could raise her to be a phenomenal woman.
Wait, can you raise her to be a phenomenal adult or a phenomenal woman based on your experiences as a man?
Well, if she becomes an adult, what will she be? A woman.
So
yeah, but then, they have
there are excellent
man, a masculine
adults.
woman, stuff like that.
Right. There are excellent adults that are not excellent men or women. Like those are different. I think those are different standards.
Then they're not an excellent adult.
That's not a true statement. So you can
Yes, it
raise
is a
somebody to
true
be
statement.
super successful without them comprehending how to be a man. Like you talk about what it means to be a man all the time. A lot of the men who you call not a man, a lot of them were raised by other women, and they didn't know how to mitigate how to be a man. But in that same breath,
No, a lot of those grown people have arrested development and they never actually graduate to becoming a man is what we have conversations about.
So they never graduated. How do you learn how to be something you have no experience in being?
Right, but that have nothing to do with what we having a conversation about. What I'm saying is that I believe that a man can absolutely raise a young girl to be a phenomenal woman.
No, so I think a excellent, because you yourself, Sharon, you're exceptional at a number of things. So I'll give you that at times. So take the glaze for what it is, but let's move past that. So, but think about this. You being able to raise a young boy into being a young man, I can see you doing that because you can teach that man, you can teach that young boy what it's like to be a man going through the things that you went through in the world and view that you did it in. But because you say it all the time, you can't talk about a woman's life because you're not one. A woman can tell a younger girl, hey, here's some of the things you're going to be going through. Here's some of some of the thoughts you're probably going to have. Yeah, you can teach that young girl to be a great adult, to be a successful adult, but you can't teach her to be a woman. She's going to ultimately learn that from another woman somewhere else. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Crazy to me. No, that's crazy to me, to be honest with you. That is insane.
Man,
That
all
is
I, all I know
AR, you see where I'm coming from, right? Or am I
I'm not gonna
tripping?
lie, I was looking at something else, so I'm not 100% sure what you were saying, but I'm gonna say this, and maybe it aligns with what you're saying.
Yeah,
All I
sure.
know is that if you're a woman with a son, and he grew up and he's having relationship problems, and he comes to you, all you can do is tell your perspective from a woman's perspective. You know, that's all you can do. And if you're a man and you got a daughter, and she comes to you for a perspective, or with relationship problems or whatever woman centric, like woman specific issues, you can only give your perspective as a man and some stuff that you Googled. A woman and a man live completely different, on average, generally speaking, live completely different lives in the US and have different perspectives on things. And especially when it comes down to the more minute things like relationships, um, whatever else it may be, how they're treated in society, generally speaking, all that stuff. So, I'm not saying you can't raise, like, nobody's here saying, like, LeBron came out of a single mother household, right? Like, nobody's saying that you can't raise a son or raise a daughter if you're in a single parent household or anything like that. But when it comes to reaching their fullest potential and you having all the tools equipped to handle certain things by yourself, no, generally speaking, that's not the case.
That's crazy to me. I don't know. I just think that's wild because I think majority of the things that make human beings successful adults doesn't have anything to do with your gender at all.
We're not talking about successful adults. We're talking about them being a woman being a woman or a man being a man, right?
Right. So either one of those things, I don't think it has to be successful man, to be a great man or be a great woman. I think those attributes actually have nothing to do with gender at all. So if a woman came to me and asked me about relationship advice, I believe I could give her relationship advice because I'm going to give her human advice. Same thing with a young man. Like, so my gasket is flabbered that we think that we cannot just teach people how to be phenomenal humans and they won't grow to be the best man or best woman they could be. That's wild to me. I don't think a gender is better equipped for either side.
There was a study I saw, or not a study, but a poll I saw, or something like that recently, and it was like asking women or people, I can't remember which it was. I think it was just women asking women what are the things that they, and it wasn't anonymous for the first time. The first thing that they polled was like, what do you look for in a man, or what are like rank these attributes that you look for in a partner. And then the second one was anonymous, and they didn't necessarily line up. Like there was a few things that stayed at like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like in the top 10, but all the other things moved around. When it was anonymous, they spoke more openly or truthful, or however you want to put it. A woman trying to teach you, hey, this is what a woman wants. She may be going off. She might be doing like what the first pollers did, which is just answering because they know it's not anonymous or whatever the case may be. A man is going to come through and be like, nah, like they can say they want that, but they really don't want that based off of experience. There's a difference between experience and what you believe or what you want to say is the case. And a woman doesn't have a man's experience, so I don't get how you think that a woman can, bless their son with a man's with the wisdom that a man has from experience.
That's crazy to me. I don't know. I think that's just wild. I hear it.
We can move it from there. Do you think a NBA player can teach a kid? Who do you think has more potential making it to the NBA? Someone being taught by an NBA player, or someone being taught by someone off the streets?
We just got a potential the NBA player.
Okay, they can help them reach the potential better because they're an NBA player. They played in the NBA. They went through all the motions. They got there. It's their experience. Someone else can read about it all they want. They can talk, oh, I Googled this, or someone told me about this, or, well, I played against NBA players, and so this is what I think, this is what they want, or this is how I think they act, or whatever, but it's not the same. Respectfully, because obviously there's plenty of NBA players that make it to NBA and they don't have NBA parents. But they probably have coaches and stuff that made it to D1 and whatnot, but different story.
Yeah, but that's just not true when it comes to raising individual human beings. It's just not the same. Majority of the NBA players today, they have some kind of NBA influence. It's not like how it was when I was growing up, where nobody had no NBA influence, and that's where we had the greatest supposedly basketball era. Go figure. So I just don't understand how, I guess maybe because my mind just cannot have that concept that the leadership skills is one side or the other. It just doesn't compute for me at all. If you are raised like this whole idea that a man cannot raise a woman is wild to me, or a woman cannot raise a man is wild to me.
Well, I don't think anybody
because
said
it's all about a bunch of different characteristics that has nothing to do with gender. That makes that person really good at dating, really good at finding work, make that person intelligent and get better at being a human being. None of that shit has anything to actually do with gender. To be a good partner, all the attributes to be a good partner actually has nothing to do with your gender.
Maybe not, but if you ask 10 people what makes a man and you ask 10 people what makes a woman, all 10 of those, nine out of those 10 people are going to be more masculine traits for a man, more feminine traits for a woman.
So they say.
Well, I'm down.
That's what I'm saying. Those traits, if you really look at those traits.
No, it's not. But those are the traits that they see.
What's the feminine trait that you're talking about?
It doesn't matter what a feminine and a masculine trait is. The point I'm making
is
that
saying,
if you ask
if you could give me some examples so I could really hone in on, because
so they might say something like women should be more nurturing or more caring or whatever. Let's just say they say that. So if that is their belief, so if a man's belief is that a woman should be nurturing, more caring, and they're raising a daughter, they're going to raise that daughter from that perspective. Now, a woman might say, no, that's not the case. Like, a woman needs to be more of a leader. Like, these men out here ain't shit and all these other things. And so the woman raising the daughter is going to be like, nah, she needs to be a leader. Like, she has to be able to stand her ground, because if she can't stand her ground, she's going to be walked over. So those perspectives and their life set from their lives in the US or wherever they live, and their perspectives in that society is going to determine how they raise and what they teach their children.
Right. So for me, nurturing is not a female trait. I guess that's where my brain gets a little discombobulated at AR. Like, nurturing doesn't compute to me as a male or female. I think I'm a very nurturing father. I'm a very nurturing man.
Do you think
so I guess I guess a lot of things just doesn't like really register for me, and I gotta work on that. Good. What you say?
No, I was just gonna say, like, do you think the majority of people agree with you, and or that they would be like, if you were asked them, hey, should a man choose nurturing over making money for his family, or should he choose making the money for his family over being more nurturing? Like, if he had to sacrifice one of those things for his family, which one would they say he should sacrifice? And I think the majority of people would say a man should be the one bringing in the resources for the family, and a woman should be doing the opposite. They would say she shouldn't sacrifice her career or her children for her career. She should do the opposite. And those, I think, are what the majority of people in the US, put on the different sexes, whether right or wrong. But I think that's what the majority of people agree. And since I believe that to be true, a man is going to raise their sons a certain way, and the daughters they have a certain way, and the women are going to do the same thing. It's not to say that they can't raise great women or great men, but that it just is what it is. It's going to be influenced by their experiences and their perspectives. And there's a correlation between experiences and perspectives based on the sex.
Yeah, that's what they say. But what we see outside is not. It's just not true.
I think it depends.
I don't know.
On the depends, right? Like if you ask most women, I think they would say that we live in a sexist society, right? Like it's harder for women to get to where men are for whatever reasons. But a lot of men would disagree. They'd be like, no, you guys have it. You have it easier because you get all these scholarships or you have all these X, Y, and Z like this. So it's, you know, it depends on what it is. It could be true. It could not be true, but it depends on what the, you know, what the topic is at hand.
I don't know. I don't know. I just learned through having so many different personality children that it don't matter. I think some children react to certain parents or certain mother and fathers differently. Some people listen to the moms a little bit more than the father, and then some kids listen to the father more than the mom. I see so many dynamics that I see, especially dealing with young men. I see so many young men that was raised by some strong-willed women, and they turned out to be dope-ass leaders.
Because plenty of them exist. Again, nobody's saying that it can't happen, or that it's an outlier that it does happen. But if we're talking about all else equal, a man can raise a man better than a woman can, and a woman can raise a woman better than a man can.
Yeah. I think it sounds good on paper, but I just don't think it's reality. And I understand why
Do you think there's certain perspectives in culture, society that you're going to experience in society based on your sex? Or do you think it's only based on your skin tone?
Yeah, I just don't think that has anything to do with teaching.
But I just brought up earlier, I said, you know, a white father can't teach a kid how to be black. And you said, you know, X, Y, and Z. And you said, well, that's because it's culture. So I'm asking you, if males and females experience different perspectives and different cultures based on their sex within society in the U.S. So if they have women.
So no matter what my experience is, whatever I went through, that doesn't have anything to do with how or what I teach necessarily.
It is going to influence it 100%.
I don't think so. Not if you're a good teacher. Because just because I went through trauma, I'm not going to I went through trauma.
Yeah.
I didn't teach that. I didn't teach my children that trauma.
No, you don't teach them their trauma, but you might teach them how to get through the trauma.
Right. What I'm saying, like I got my ass whooped.
So a man never experienced the trauma that a woman has experienced.
So for example, I got my ass whooped. I didn't whip my kid's ass, for example, right? So I didn't put my kids through that kind of trauma just because I went through it.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be
so
something like that.
I have that experience. I have that experience, but I didn't give my children that experience. Even when I got frustrated and I wanted to go back to what I was taught, because that made sense, but I knew that it wasn't the right thing to do. So I had to get control of my own emotions and understand what the hell was going on. So I could have succumbed to the teachings that I learned from a kid, that you get your ass whooped.
Yeah, sure, but you know that's a neutral thing, but that's not a male or a female specific thing. Like a woman can't say, "Oh, here's what you do if you get hard in class. This is what you do." Like she's not going to necessarily know, "Oh, how did you handle this?" Or, "Oh, someone was making fun of you because of X, Y, and Z." Something that's male specific. She's not going to know necessarily how to respond. She can ask a male friend. She can Google it. But she's never been in that situation. So the trauma or the issues, the situations that she's been in are not as necessarily as relatable as what that boy might be going through. And the same as vice versa. So
look, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Your thing get hard in class and you get caught. You just gotta get over it. You there somebody Ain't no only thing you can say, hey, look, it's a natural thing. It happens. Hey, you get control of it when you get older. That's the only thing you can tell them, man or woman.
Do you think that like I'm asking again, do you think that the male and the female experience is the same in the US?
No.
Okay. Do you think that there's stuff that, so by virtue of that, there's stuff that women have went through that you have never went through? That are women
Correct.
specific?
Mm-hmm.
And so if your daughter came to you and was asking you about those women specific things, you cannot tell her your experience going through those things. You can only say, well, I read this about this. Well, I heard this about this.
Yeah,
Let me go ask a girlfriend and ask her to help you with it. Because I don't necessarily know. I was never in that experience. So I can't tell you how to get through that experience. I can only talk about it from what I read or some study I've read.
No, so
Or handle that
I
experience.
disagree on that. I cannot get her through that experiance.
I never said you can't get her through.
Teach her through experience, but I can absolutely get her through that. So that's the issue that I'm having. I can absolutely get her through that experience without me experiencing it.
You may think that, and you may be able to do it, but it's completely different if a woman is going to another, or if a girl is going to a woman, or a woman is going to another woman and saying, "Hey, I'm going through this issue." It's the same thing if someone was never in a relationship, and someone that was in a relationship came to them for relationship advice. I can tell you based off of what I've read and things that other people have told me, but I've never been in that situation, so I don't necessarily know. I don't know as much as I have a father. I'm a son. I don't have any kids. I know from a son's perspective things in life. I don't know what a father's perspective is. If someone came to me like, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing this with my son," or X, Y, and Z, I can give a perspective from a son. I can't give a perspective from a father. I don't know what that feeling is like. I've never been in that situation. So I can give you some advice and maybe it works, but I've never experienced it myself.
I agree with the never experience it yourself. So you cannot teach through experiencing yourself. I get that. If that's the argument, I understand that, but I don't think that's going to compromise a father or a mother raising a child at all.
No, you're fumbling through it. If you're mentoring someone how to be a father and you've never been a father, then you have no idea anything about being a father. So you cannot teach that person how to be a father better than a father could.
That's fine when we're talking about strictly a father situation.
No, it's
I don't think that. I don't think.
Board.
I understand that. I understand the correlation. I just don't think it hits in reality.
There's no.
Because I could definitely go. Can I go to a woman that is a leader and she can help me be a better leader?
Yes.
And those skills, can I transform into making me a better man?
Sure, but the way you apply them it might be completely different. The way you have to go about things, because a woman can't necessarily, a woman, as a leader, studies will say, oh, a leader is more of this, a leader is more aggressive, a leader is more of this. A woman is going to take those traits, and there's a lot of women in the chat. I wish they would pop up, so I can't speak. This is a perfect example. I can't speak from their perspective. I can only speak on what I've heard, right? A woman might take those and say, okay, I need to be more aggressive or whatever. So they try doing that. But because of the tact or the lack of tact or whatever, they're doing the same way a man will, but they're being called a bitch or they're being called this, that, and the other. So they have to go away. They have to find a different way of being aggressive, a way that you don't understand because you're a man. A man can just do it because they're not going to be called being a bitch. They're less likely to be called a dick or whatever. They're just going to be, oh, that's just a man. But a woman has to handle things differently in that regard. So yes, she can teach you to be aggressive. She can teach you this, why, that, and the other. But the application is completely different.
No, but you're talking about strategy, right? So yes, a strategy for me and my personality is going to be different from a woman's strategy, 100%. But that doesn't mean that she cannot tell me and teach me the strategy of how was best fit my personality moving forward. Those two things don't correlate.
Yeah, just like I can tell someone to be good at basketball, you have to dribble a ball.
The advice that she gives me to move forward to being a leader could be completely different. The advice that she gives herself to move forward with being a leader.
If you were showing someone or trying to teach someone how to play basketball, you would say, hey, you got to know how to shoot, you got to know how to dribble, X, Y, and Z. You can tell them that all day, but you can't show them. That's the same scenario we're talking about. A woman that's a leader. Yes, a woman that's a leader.
Because most coaches, is nobody that can do what LeBron does, but he got plenty of people that's training him to
but the
do
point I'm talking
and
about
make
is
him better.
we're talking about theory versus application, right? We know in theory what makes a
Exactly.
good basketball
So those
player,
people-
but just because
so
I know
those
what makes a
people-
good basketball player doesn't mean I can teach you how to be a good basketball player.
That's
or
not
NBA
true.
player, I should say.
That's not true.
I mean,
Majority of the people that is coaching do not have the skill set to be in the NBA.
no, but they know how to play basketball because they played basketball.
Right, but they can't.
A
but
woman
they
doesn't know how to be a man
cannot
because she was not a man.
What I'm saying is that they theoretically know how to play basketball, but they can't actually do it. The people that's teaching LeBron how
talking about
the people that's teaching LeBron how to do the things that he is doing, they cannot do it, and they do not have the experience of doing it ever.
I think that the people that are teaching LeBron are teaching them a very specific thing. So if you're teaching, you got shooting coaches, you got rebounding coaches, you got all these people, you got trainer, stretching, whatever they're called. That's completely different, right? We're not asking for a woman to teach a man how to do one thing. We're asking, can a woman teach a man how to be a man? Just like can a shooting coach teach LeBron how to be LeBron or how to be the best basketball player ever? No. A shooting coach can teach you how to shoot. A shooting coach is not going to teach you how to dribble. They can't teach you all these other things. They don't have experience in that. A woman doesn't have experience being a man. She don't know how to do those things that are men specific. Like you're talking about traits that are gender neutral, right? But the application of those traits are going to be different. And a man cannot teach a woman or their girl how to apply those traits the same way a woman would be able to.
I disagree.
The trial and error that the trial and error a man has to go through to teach, or the trial and error that the man is going to set their daughter or their whether it's a girlfriend or whatever the situation is, the trial and error they're setting up for is a lot more than the trial and error that a woman teaching a daughter would have to go through. Because a woman knows, hey, you can be. A man is not going to know you can't. For example, I'll put it like this: a man would have to Google and look up, hey, if a woman's being aggressive, how can she be aggressive without being called a bitch or something? A woman doesn't have to do that, because she experienced it herself. So she knows with a man saying, hey, you have to be aggressive, and their daughter or their girlfriend or whatever is like, okay, I need to be aggressive. All right, I'm gonna be aggressive then. And then they're getting locked out of opportunities because the male dominated field that they're in is looking at her as, oh, that's just a, whatever you want to call her, versus a woman saying, hey, you need to be aggressive. But if you're aggressive, men don't like that shit. Like we don't necessarily know how men don't like women being aggressive because we're not women. Like maybe we've seen it, so we can say like, hey, I've seen how men react when a woman is aggressive or whatever. But women have way more experience and way more information on that than we could ever have because they've been in those situations.
Crazy to me. That's insane to me. Speaking of somebody that have complete experience with it, somebody that's lived both sides of the fence. Welcome to the show, Quavadonches.
You funny. You funny.
What up, man? Good day to you. How you feeling? What's your thoughts?
Wait. So what is the main topic? Was it the 50K thing? I'm confused. What happened? What's the main topic?
Was you raised in a 2-parent household?
In a what?
2-parent household?
Partially, yes.
Okay. Who raised you the most? Like who was you mainly under? Like who had you custody or whatnot the majority of the time?
My mother.
That's what I was thinking.
My biological mother, and then for like 4 to 5 years I lived with my dad and my stepmom. They were married. They're married still.
Okay. Do you think a man can raise a woman just as well as a woman can? Can a man raise a woman to be a woman just as well as a woman can? Generally speaking.
No.
Yeah. Do you think that's why you might lack some of the male, like masculine qualities or whatnot?
Nah, I'm a boy, sir. I'm a man, sir. I know that's what you like. I know that's what you like, but no.
No, that's
I'm not interested, bro. I don't want to flirt, bro. Stop.
I don't think you understood the question.
I don't want to stop, bro. Stop.
Oh, it's the CT. Okay, so his thing makes sense now. CTE, that makes sense.
CTE questions.
Yeah. With the help of women, a man can do a thing. Yeah. But obviously, if they have women, then they can help. Yeah. Okay.
AR, why do you sound like that?
What do I sound like?
Your voice. Why does it sound
Deep?
Nah, it doesn't
Oh,
it
okay.
doesn't sound deep at all. It sounds sassy.
Oh, thank you.
I think the problem is that people actually really believe that these concepts cannot be taught by other people. I could absolutely explain to a young lady how to flirt, when to be aggressive, when not to be aggressive, how to talk, how not to talk. I could teach her all those things without me being a woman. I can say this is how
Sharon, but
this
what
works. This is the psyche of this situation. When you talk to somebody this way, that way, blah blah blah.
Sharon, but I would say that those are special people that could do that. Wouldn't you say?
Okay, that could be
You don't
fair.
agree? You don't agree with that?
That could be fair. No, that could be my issue. It seems like that's what me and AR is having the disconnect on a
Yeah,
little
I
bit
mean,
because we
Right.
right there,
Have
but
you
we can't agree.
Because I don't think
Sure.
every mom could just raise a boy. She has to be, special. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. Right. And when we start going to every, that's when we have like real complications on it. And that's what me and AR will agree.
Yeah, I just think it's
So
the majority, and some can.
Yeah.
Majority
So
can't, some can. But I think we see the outcomes of that, right? Like I don't think that it's
I
a
just don't think
positive
majority.
ingredient.
It doesn't seem like AR from what I'm witnessing that majority of men could teach other young men how to be men. That's what I'm starting to realize. I think
Would you say that the majority of men
cannot
are
teach
what
men
are? Would you say that the majority of men are model men
doing
or
a
something
hard.
that you would?
I think
Yeah.
majority of men are doing a horrible job at raising young men.
Well, it starts with themselves, right? Like to teach someone, you have to, generally speaking, you have to be someone yourself. And if you're not someone yourself, then what are you teaching someone? If you're a failure and you're trying to
Regardless.
teach, you're teaching people how to be a failure.
Correct. That's what I'm saying, and I think that's what my issue is.
AR,
Yeah, but if you took the
despite your
model man and the model
sexuality,
woman,
AR,
if you
despite
took
your
the model man,
sexuality, you think you could raise a
if you took the model man and the model woman can raise a woman better than the model man can raise a woman to be a woman, and the model man can raise a man to be the model man better than the model woman could raise that man to be a man.
Now I know plenty of women that I would do way better of teaching a young lady how to be a woman than some of the
because
women
they're
I
not the
heard
model
coming
woman.
with
That's my point. Is that if you're comparing yourself to failures of the other sexes and saying, well, I could raise them better than these failures or these bums, then yeah, sure, that's the case. But if we're talking about like model people that we would look up to, see like that's a man right there, that's a woman right there, and again, it's in any other field. So like I think that it's on you to prove how it's not. When in any other field, in any profession or whatever, we would know that someone with more experience in that profession or more experience in that field is more than likely going to do a better job of teaching others that want to be in that field or want to become like them.
Okay, so people that are better human beings, it doesn't matter what gender, they are more equipped to raising better human beings, no matter what gender they teaching.
Ron, would you mind if I stress test your theory?
I think AR just did it, and he couldn't do it, so we could try.
I couldn't do it.
It's okay. So let me ask you:
He
would
was
you
close,
say
but I think,
would you say a large majority of modern day men are subpar?
Subpar in what?
From excellence, not the greatest examples of men.
I wouldn't go that far to say that. I would say they are average.
Okay, and is average below what you would call a good standard man?
No.
So here's why I'm having issues with what you're saying now, because we have a lot of conversations about this, right? Where you're like, a lot of men are not doing what they're supposed to do as men. We say that a lot, and you've even gotten me to kind of agree with you on a number of points. That's why it's hard for me to track this conversation with you because I've heard you say that before. So I'm not sure if
Yeah,
it's what you actually mean.
because average, because when we go below average, that is millions, hundreds of millions of men.
Okay, I can agree
Because
with
we got
that.
to understand what. Yeah, so that's I guess with a caveat is be missed at sometimes.
So
I
again,
think
let's
I think there's plenty of men that's making 50,000 that are good solid men. They just didn't figure out how to make money.
wait, Sharon. That's not what my question is because we can't say most men are dangerous in the same breath that we say most men are good, decent men, right?
Yes, we can. We absolutely can.
Then it's hard for me to track because I guess I'm because here's what my theory is. If we're saying that most men are issues, and we know for a fact that most men are not good examples of good men, which again, it's been said here a lot, but, and most men are currently raised by statistics by women. It's not saying that those women are a failure, but it's saying that they are failing to raise those men into good men. That's how that track would go. But
No,
we're not really
no,
sitting
that's
on
not.
that now, which is weird. Hey, all right, and can you explain that better? Because I feel like
Yeah, because we know the reason why is the same reason why I pushed back when it was brought up and I took it out of context is because we know majority of children are not just being raised by that one person, but we act like it to fit our arguments. He was raised by a single mother. No, he wasn't. He was raised by the goddamn hoodlum down the block that told him to go buy some drugs and sell it and go shoot somebody. Because his mama ain't never tell his ass to go shoot somebody. His mama ain't never tell him to go get sell drugs. His mama told his ass to go to school, go to class, come home. He didn't listen to her ass. And then they keep trying to blame the single mother, the person that he did not listen to, for the reason why he's a goddamn degenerate. He listened to all the outside influence that turned him into the degenerate that he is.
well, I agree with you on that, but that means the single mother didn't raise that son. Fair?
No,
You could
that's not
then
that's not
then
fair.
you're then here's the issue. You're not tracking well because on one hand you're saying he's not listening to his mom, and while the mom
Mhm.
was present, she wasn't his guiding force because clearly he didn't listen.
No. So again, sad to say, but there's plenty of we just had a panel full of men that were not raised by their dad.
I agree.
They was raised by alternative people. It's just that, we cannot act as if that it doesn't work both ways. When a person comes out good and that parent didn't raise them, we don't bat our eyelash. But as soon as the person come out bad, we like, hey, it's because it was a single mom. No, because it was a whole lot of influences that made that person turn the way how they turned. Not
No,
because he
Sean,
didn't
I
want to
agree
listen
with
to his
that.
mom.
But Sean,
Right.
that's
So
not
what
what
I'm
my
saying, but
contesting is.
it can't be good. It cannot be good on one side, then bad on the other. That's the part that needs to be consistent. If
But that's not the conversation we're having, Sean. I understand what you're saying, and I
it's
agree with you.
literally what I'm having as a conversation.
Okay, hold on. What I'm saying and what AR said is that a lot of the men who, a lot, which again, you've even agreed to before, which is why this conversation's a little weird. You've agreed that a
No,
lot of
no,
current
yeah,
men,
I'm
hear
trying.
me,
I don't understand. You saying the concept. I'm explaining it, but you're not willing to accept it. When it
explain
turns
it one more
out
time.
bad, when it turns out bad, you're willing to put it on one parent.
Right.
When it
And
turns
I'm
out
not even
good,
doing that.
when it turns out you are.
No, again, I'm not. I'm not saying good or bad. I'm saying that based
You're
on your own statements before, a bulk of men, hell, I'm looking at the chat right now and some of them agree with it. So with that being said, if what you're saying is true, what you're usually saying that men are a problem and most men are raised by their women or by their moms, that means most moms aren't raising good men.
Again,
That's just that's the basic.
okay, so now
But in
again,
the
you're
same
attracting
breath,
it to. Thank you. You did it again. You're attracted to that one person,
but hold on.
right? And that's the issue that I'm having, right? I'm telling you, this is the issue that I'm having.
But we know for a
When it
fact the
when it
absent father
tracks,
isn't raising them. He can't even be in the equation. He's not there, right?
right? It's like you don't want to understand on purpose. That's probably why you keep cutting me off, and you're not even realizing that you're doing it. I can tell you're not realizing that you're doing it because you did it 3 times. I start talking, and then you cut me
My
off
bad.
to go back to another point.
I apologize.
So again, these when it's tracking to a bad man, you are willing to concede and say, hey, it's because he was raised by a single mother. But we had men on this panel today that wasn't raised by none of their parents at all.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm listening.
That's the issue that I keep
Sorry,
having.
my pocket face roll.
And so once we understand that it takes more than just one parent for any outcome, we got to stop blaming when there's only a bad version of the man that we only want to blame. Oh, that's because he came from a single parent household. No, every human being got a plethora of things that shape that human being. So just because you are because your mother's divorced and she had to work or whatever the case is, it is a plethora of other human beings that has helped molding that young kid.
Sean, I don't disagree with
And the
that
ones
at
that
all.
take it. All right. So therefore, when we have these bad men that we are talking about, we cannot say it's because women are raising these bad men.
So
it's a plethora of people raising these bad men.
So does the village exist or not?
But that's what he said. That's what Sean said. He's saying the village is bad.
But we've had conversations saying the village doesn't even exist. I'm trying to understand where we are as a ground so I can understand where to take the argument next. Because sometimes it's saying the village doesn't exist. Okay, well, if the village doesn't exist, then whose responsibility is it for that failure of a man? Is it the village that doesn't exist?
No, the
Or
problem
is it the parent that does?
You're not accepting. You're just not willing to accept that there's multiple people, right? Especially when it's bad, right? There's a multiple people that teach them how to be bad. They learn how to be a Kia boy. They learn how to be a scammer. They learn how to be a gangbanger. They learn how to cut school.
Who are they
They
being
learn
taught
how
by?
to drink. They learn how to roll a blunt.
Where they
They
learn that
learn
from?
all these things from a plethora of other people that are not their parents.
Do you think the majority of the people teaching them? Do you think the majority of the people teaching them? I think a part of the. I think that a response would be: do you think the majority of people teaching them are also raised by single mothers, or are they raised in 2-parent households or single fathers?
That doesn't matter. It don't matter.
Well, it kind of does, because if they're also being raised without men teaching them, and they're just going off of what they've been told by their moms or the other women in their lives, and then they're passing that down to these other boys, then it does kind of.
No, so the issue is you said men instead of fathers. So those young people are being taught by men
who didn't have their father in their life.
Males.
Yeah, being taught by men raised by women.
So what?
Sure, I think he's explaining the Ouroboros. The snake just keeps eating his own tail because people who weren't raised by fathers don't know how to be good men. And because they don't, and I'm not saying all, so please don't make that an absolute.
And this is why we keep having a conversation that a single parent that has the same income as a two-parent household, those children usually has the same outcome because they have the same resources that they can give to their kid.
I think they have the same resources, but not always the same time. Because I think
they have the same, they have the similar outcomes. A single parent that's making 300,000 and a married couple that's making 300,000, they have the same resources, and those children usually have the same similar outcomes in life.
But we know that, but we know that's not the case across all income levels. Like, yeah, you can, like, I looked it up, and yeah, you can make that argument for like the highest of the income levels, but at the lower income levels, that's not the case. There's a huge discrepancy. There's decent discrepancy, depending on which study, between behavioral issues and other things when it comes to kids in a single parent household versus in poverty in a single parent household versus a dual income household or a two parent household. So at the lower levels of income, which is what we're talking about mainly right now, that's not the case.
So you said that the family that's making $50,000 as a married couple and the single person that making $50,000 as a single person, they have different outcomes.
Yeah, the kids in the two parent household with the 50K do better. Yes. No, or rather, I guess I should say they're more the kids with the two parent household are less likely to be in that poverty state, whether that's 50K or wherever you live. They're less likely to be in those in the poverty than someone with a single parent household.
Well, 50K and 50K, they both in the same.
Yeah, that's why I corrected it. So maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't be saying income level. They're less likely to be in that. And let's say 30K is poverty or 40K is poverty or something like that. Someone with two parents. Right,
you saying the married couple is less likely to be below the poverty is what you saying?
Yeah, two parent household.
Okay, yeah. Right. So, but right, and that shows that it's not due to the parent; it's due to the poverty. Poverty is the overarching disclaimer in that.
Sure, but the issue would still be the single. But the issue would still be the single parent household.
So, because what I'm saying is that when we find, so this is why I was asking if we had a arbitrary number, 30,000 for poverty level for a single person and 30,000 for a married couple, those kids will have similar outcomes as well. Is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm
it's not about the parents.
I don't think.
It's not about the parents.
I don't think so.
It's about the resources that these children are getting.
I think it's both.
Yeah, I don't agree with that because I think the time the parent can be there is halved. If let's say both parents are working all the time, right?
That's it. It's over. I put in work today. I put in sick. Yo. Hey, we put in some work today. We put another 6 hours in. We will see y'all later on. We're going to keep on grinding. I need y'all help. I need y'all to hit the like button. I need y'all to be hitting the share button. I need y'all to go ahead and hype it up. I need y'all help for us to keep on grinding. I can't do this shit without y'all. And hopefully you can do it without me. I need to be needed. God damn it. Shit. God damn it. It's the only way we're going to keep on grinding. I'll speak to y'all mañana. Later, Shiesty. Black Girl Gaming. Black Beauty Gaming. Hey, beautiful. I don't have time today. I'm gonna play that goddamn song because I gotta make sure you see it because I still don't think you see me play it. So I got you, baby girl. I didn't forget because I played it and I don't think you was there. So
not around with me. Let me